It is 10 a.m. and I call this meeting to order. Welcome to all who are joining us today. Casey Griffin on our staff will call the roll to establish a quorum. Casey?
Mr. Cobbins. Here. Mr. Darnell. Mr. Eby.
Here.
Mr. Holt.
Here.
Dr. House.
Victoria Harpole, designee for Dr. House.
Mr. Jensen. Mr. Mullenhour.
Here.
Mr. Morrow.
Here.
Mr. Wells.
Here.
Madam Chairman.
Here.
Madam Chairman, you have 9 members present.
Thank you. I declare that a quorum is present and we are duly convened. Pursuant to Section 8 of Policy 1.400, the Board Meetings Policy, workshops or meetings of the State Board sitting as a committee of the whole. Section 1, subsection E of the same policy, in accordance with TCA 844-108, requires all votes taken during electronic meetings of the Board to be taken by call of the roll. In accordance with this policy and the law, I move that the State Board dissolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the purposes of conducting our workshop. Is there a second?
Madam Chair, I second.
Mr. Eby provides the second. Mr. Griffin, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Cobbins.
Aye.
Mr. Darnell. Mr. Eby.
Aye.
Mr. Holt.
Aye.
Mr. Jensen. Mr. Mullenhour.
Aye.
Mr. Morrow.
Aye.
Mr. Wells.
Aye.
Madam Chairman.
Aye.
Madam Chairman, you have 8 ayes.
Thank you. I declare that we are in the Committee of the Whole for the purposes of conducting our workshop. At this time, I am pleased to welcome some graduate and undergraduate students from around the state who are here participating in an 8 weeks internship program with the Department of Education. Would you please stand to be recognized? Thank you for being here. And I would be terribly remiss if I did not recognize one of our own interns, and that is Caitlin Shader. I pronounced it correctly? Excellent. She is a Vanderbilt Peabody intern here with us, so I'm so glad you're here. Thank you so much. Now we're going to move into the presentations, and before we have the Tennessee Investment in Student Achievement Rules, I'm going to make a few opening remarks to frame what will proceed as we move forward into this presentation. So through the passage of Public Chapter 966 of 2022, the Tennessee Investment in Student Achievement Act, the General Assembly charged the Tennessee Department of Education with promulgating rules to effectuate this law. It further charged the State Board of Education with a thorough public review to be followed by a vote on each of the rules to provide a positive, negative, or neutral recommendation. The members and staff of the board, in partnership with respected fiscal experts at the Tennessee Advisory Commission on Intergovernment Relations, and that's TASER, have reviewed the proposed rules section by section. Today, the department will present an overview of the TISA rules for an open discussion with the board. I intend to recognize each member to ask questions section by section as the department takes us through each of the sections. This process is designed to inform the board and the public. The board will take votes on the rules at a subsequent meeting, not today. Again, members will pose their questions section by section. At the end of the presentation, I will call on 3 guests who have asked to speak before the board, and they've been granted permission to speak for 5 minutes. As chair, I now recognize Mr. Charlie Bufalino from the Department of Education to begin the presentation. Again, members will ask questions section by section.
So if you'll bear with us while me and my colleagues get situated, and we'll get started. Thank you, Madam Chair, and we're really excited to be here today to discuss the rules, and thank you for the overview that you gave. I'm going to go ahead and introduce all of us in the interest of time, and then we will get started. My name is Charlie Bufalino. I am the Assistant Commissioner of Policy and Legislative Affairs at the Department. I'm going to go left to right. Next to me is Christy Ballard, our General Counsel, Marianne Dursky, our CFO, Eve Carney, our Chief of Districts and Schools, Lisa Coons, our Chief Academic Officer, and Deb Knoll, our Assistant Commissioner of CCTE and a lot of the work in student readiness. We will get started. Let me make sure this clicker's working. So as we start with any of these presentations, we like to share the sort of strategic goals of the department, and I think you will see those goals really throughout TISA in being emphasized. Before we dive in, we want to anchor ourselves in the goals that are listed in the law for TISA. That is to empower each student to read proficiently by third grade, prepare each high school graduate to succeed in the post-secondary program or career of their choice, and to provide each student with the resources needed to succeed, regardless of the student's individual circumstances. So before we dive in, as Chair Lady Hartgrove said, the rules we'll be presenting to you today are being brought and promulgated by the department due to the charge in the law, Public Chapter 966, but it also calls for a very specific and formal role for the board to play in issuing recommendations on any TISA rules that the department promulgates. Those recommendations will travel with the rule when it is posted on the Secretary of State's website and when it is presented before the Government Operations Committee for legislative review. Our goal in this presentation, as the Chair Lady said, is really to walk board members through each of these draft rules section by section in detail and to have time for questions and feedback. We would ask that you hold questions until the end of each section to try to prioritize as much time to get through questions on each section of the rules as possible with the time we've been allotted. For each section as we go through, just to kind of give you an overview of what to expect, each presenter will begin by grounding the conversation in what is in the law. We think that is really critical to understand both for board members and the public listening in what direct rulemaking authority is given, what can be done via rulemaking, what is driven by law, and can't be changed sort of via rules. So we will try to begin by anchoring what's in the law. We'll also articulate specific rulemaking when it's called out, as well as areas where there has been flexibility for additional rulemaking for the department to promulgate rules in order to effectively carry out the law. Then the presenters will walk through the rules in detail, and then we will try to get to questions and feedback from board members as quickly as we can. I also want to make a note about the appropriations process. Specific funding for different TISA categories, for example, direct funding, student outcome incentives, fast growth, those funding amounts fall to the governor and the General Assembly to set through the annual appropriations process. The law does talk about the department annually reporting those figures, but it's important to understand that we cannot do that on our own, and that is part of the appropriations process first and not something that the department can decide. Moving on to the next slide here. To close out my introductory remarks, I want to sort of give a kind of reminder for everyone listening of where we are in this timeline. So really, once the law was passed, the department in earnest began discussing these rules internally. We also engaged several stakeholder groups and folks who had been involved in our lengthy public engagement process when developing the legislation for some initial input that we took into account as we drafted these rules. Those proposed rules, the rules that are before y'all today, were posted on June 6th. You'll see here in this timeline, we have a very lengthy public comment period. Typically, public comment, as board members well know, for rules, you have a public rulemaking hearing, and maybe it's 3 or 5 business days where that remains open. Our public comment period will remain open until August 2nd. We would encourage all board members, all stakeholders, all Tennesseans who are listening in today to submit their feedback and thoughts on these rules, and you can do so simply by sending an email to tisa.rules@tn.gov, tisa.rules@tn.gov. Along this timeline, we're here today to present the rules at the workshop on July 21st. And then we will be holding a public rulemaking hearing that can be attended in person. That will be at 9 a.m. on July 28th at the Ed Jones Auditorium in the Ellington Agricultural Center, and there will also be a virtual option for folks to join as well. That public comment period will end on August 2nd. The department will take all of that feedback into account and consideration and prepare the final version of the rules, which we will send to the board members ahead of an August 11th special called meeting, at which point the board is set to vote on these rules with those recommendations that we discussed. This lengthy public comment period, I think, is really meant to sort of mirror what we did on the front end in developing the law. It seems like it was years ago at this point, but it was last October when Governor Lee called for an extensive statewide review of our public funding system. The department engaged in a rigorous public engagement feedback process, very intensive over the course of 4 months, that ultimately led to the development of the TISA proposal and the eventual law that was passed by the General Assembly in late April. That process really gave an opportunity for folks to engage. We had over 18 subcommittees that were formed. Many board members participated in some of those. We also had over 16 town halls across the state, engaged with public funding ambassadors who were working in their community gathering feedback. And so we wanted to make sure that we had a lengthy period sort of for the rules too. I know the commissioner could speak to this more, but as we hear from other state leaders, are looking to emulate something like this when they're looking at their own school funding formulas. And I think most of the questions are about the engagement and how did you do that, or how can you emulate that? And so we think that's really important, and I think we are all very proud of TISA and the law, but that certainly was not something that was taken on by the department or the administration on our own, but really a product of all Tennesseans. So with that, I think we will dive in to the presentation. My final note is just a reminder that this public comment process is still open and will remain open to the 2nd of August, and we want to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to weigh in and provide feedback all the way up through the end of that public comment period. We certainly want to hear your feedback today, but the department will not be committing to any specific changes out of respect for that public comment process. We may have a board member who suggests one thing should change. We may have 20 other Tennesseans who might be giving feedback of the exact opposite. So we want to take all of that into account and know that we will be taking diligent notes today and throughout the period. And we also would encourage board members to provide written feedback as well. So with that, we will dive into the presentation unless there are any initial questions for me.
The only thing I want to say, well, I want to say a couple of things, but first I do want to recognize the incredible amount of work that the department launched, because I was part of that, but my part was teeny tiny. And I could easily, from a distance, observe the vast amount of work that went into getting us to this point. So it's important to acknowledge that. And there is a ton of detail embedded in all of this. And so everybody who is a part of this or who cares about this has to have questions. There's no doubt about that. And I think it's clear to me personally, I'm only speaking for myself, that it's not possible because you are in that public period where you're gathering that information. So I think we need to understand that. I understand that. And so but we will ask questions. And Charlie, I do think it's important to say we need to section by section, category by category, to be able to ask the questions, because once you move past it, but we're going to still give you plenty of time. We do not want to short circuit this. It's incumbent upon us as board members with what's been entrusted to us to do the public overview in this forum. We've sought that advice to make sure we were not wrong about what we're expected to do. So I want to be clear on that. So there will be questions each section, but we'll hold them to the end of the section because you recommended that, and I think that's very fair to do. Okay? Sound good? Sound reasonable?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
That was exactly what I was asking. I apologize if I
just wanna be
misspoke.
sure. Very good. Thank you.
Okay, we will proceed. And up first is Christy Ballard to talk about the definition section of the rules.
Good morning. I am going to speak briefly about a couple of the rules that, while extremely important, they're more about setting the roadmap or the overview for other rules that we'll talk about this morning. The first one I want to talk about, as Charlie said, is Rule .02, which is the definition rule and it defines all phrases and terms for the rest of the chapter of these TISA rules. The definition section includes definitions that come word for word from the actual law, Public Chapter 966, or the TISA Act. And as you all know, those are rules or definitions that we cannot, we had no flexibility, we could not change, so they come directly. They are easily distinguishable from rules that are new to this, or definitions that are new to this rule, because they will have that phrase, pursuant to TCA 49-3-104, which will be the section of the code where the definitions will be codified as part of the TISA Act. So I suggest that you keep that handy as a cross-reference as we're talking about other rules today. If you have the Act available to you, there are pages 3 through 5 are the definitions in the Act, and of course this definition section of the rule is at the very beginning. The other rule I want to talk about is .03, base funding amount. As you know, a lot of times when we're drafting or promulgating rules, we do take a lot directly from the law, just to set context and provide clarification. And this is one of those rules. It comes directly from Public Chapter 966 and states exactly the base funding amount in a given year is subject to an annual appropriation by the Tennessee General Assembly. So it's a very simple and clean-cut rule that comes directly from the law.
So I do have a question, excuse me, several questions on the base funding. In general concept, I understand what we have accomplished here and what the intention is, especially having served on one of the subcommittees, and we talked about the base funding and what we thought should be included. I think each subcommittee did that. So with regard to the base funding for future years, because the language in the law and in the rule, they're identical, and they speak to the definition, and it mentions school year 22, 23, and I have it in front of me, and I should just look at it. That's for the beginning of TISA, but there would be a potential future for analysis of that base funding. So how do you all envision that occurring, the future iterations of the baseline funding and change? Because I know I've gotten questions about that. So we know base funding, what it's expected to be based off of this first year when it's implemented, but what happens in future years, if you all know at this juncture, because will it change, or will it always stay?
I can take that question, Chair
Okay.
Lady.
Thank you.
You know, I think that's going to be part of the annual appropriations process. And the law also speaks to districts having the opportunity on an annual basis to submit their recommendations for changes to TISA. And we would imagine talking about the level of base funding being something that our districts will provide feedback on. But that is something that will be looked at. From our perspective as an administration, we obviously work very closely with the governor's office as part of the proposed budget process that, you know, those conversations are even starting right now for sort of next year. And so we will look at how TISA is working, the feedback we've gotten from districts, the feedback we've gotten from stakeholders, and, you know, the way this overall funding formula is structured, the base is really what triggers everything, right? Because the rest of it is percentages of weights and things of that nature. That base level 2, just to remind folks of kind of what was in there, is $6,860. And that is, I believe that is the second highest base level funding of our peer southeastern states who have a student-based funding formula model. And I believe it may be the 12th highest in the overall country. So we've set an aggressive and a high base, but it's obviously something we're going to have to continue to look at. And one of the real benefits of a student-based funding formula is the simplicity in making changes that will go through the formula. Making changes to the BEP, for example, there are 47 different components and you have to go in and everything. With this, really, if you want to have increased investment sort of in funding for the state, you can put additional funding into the base and watch it ripple through the weights. But that is something that obviously, at the end of the day, it's the General Assembly that will decide and go through that on an appropriations process. But we will play our role to gather feedback and inform any recommended changes on an annual basis.
Okay, thank you for that. And so clarification too for the public on the base funding, are any of those funds earmarked for a specific expenditure?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. And really, there is only one portion of the entire TISA funding formula that is earmarked, and that is if the General Assembly decides to earmark a specific portion of the base specific to teacher salary increases, that could be restricted. Everything else is left open to districts in terms of how they allocate the funds.
Okay. Will the base funding amount be recalculated or otherwise adjusted annually? I think you sort of answered that in my first question, but I just want to make sure.
It depends. It would depend on the will of the General Assembly, but it's something that will certainly be looked at on an annual basis.
Okay, and then with the salary increases, what provision will you, or should be made to ensure that the earmarks for the salary expenditures are not reducing the base funding amount? Because I think there's been some questions and concerns about that.
Yeah, no, I think they would have to make a separate appropriation as they have done for teacher salary increases in the past. We did that this past year sort of with the BEP. It's just that the law specifically says that if they do that and add a specific appropriated amount into the base, that could be restricted solely to salary increases for current educators.
Okay, but it will not affect, bottom line is it will not affect the base funding.
They would have to put in a new appropriation of additional funding.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I do need to go back to Darrell Cobbins, who has some questions about the definitions, so I'll call on him now. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As it relates to the definitions, is the exclusion of the less restrictive environment characterization from the ancillary special education direct services definition intentional?
While I think that part of the definitions we'll have a deep dive when we talk about that rule, I will say that the least restrictive environment requirement that's in both state and federal law would apply to all of the rules and all of those definitions. There was no intentional, there was no meaning to restrict it to one provision because we can't. The federal law requires it, and so does our state law require it to apply to all of those sections.
Okay.
Hope that helps, but I think that there will be more to come on that.
All right. Is the exclusion of the specified related services from subsection B of the most intensive special education support direct services definition intentional?
I don't think there was any intention to exclude anything. I would respectfully ask that I defer to my colleague when they're talking about the weighted section.
Okay. Are early warning systems described elsewhere in enough detail to ensure consistent use? If not, will the department be providing further guidance?
I'm going to defer to my colleague, Dr. Lisa Coons, to talk more about that, but yes, there will be a lot more guidance on that.
Okay. Is that now or is that later?
Later, when we get into the weighted allocation section, we've sort of made the decision to leave that kind of all as a chunk when we go through that, if that's acceptable.
Yes, yes, sir. Okay, I guess we're on to the weighted allocations.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Good
I
morning,
apologize.
everyone. We're now going to shift to talk a little bit about the weighted allocations and address some of the items that Chairman Cobbins just spoke about. Weighted allocations are student attributes that generate additional dollars for students. The statute provides exact definitions for economically disadvantaged, concentrated poverty, small district, and sparse district, as well as the percentage weights associated with those attributes. In addition to these, the unique learning needs, or ULNs, are also part of the weighted allocations, and that law provides specifics around requiring an assessment and a plan, as well as those specific percentages for each of the unique learning needs. The rule covers several things specifically. It covers those relevant definitions for weighted allocations, the calculations for weighted allocations, including the unique learning needs, and also additional information for those unique learning needs. As a recap, this slide highlights those percentage weights that you see here around economically disadvantaged students, concentrated poverty, small and sparse, with the 25%, 5% for each of the last three respectively. These percentages are then multiplied by the base to generate those additional dollars to meet student needs. Dr. Coons will now walk through the unique learning needs sections and provide more insight and information.
Good morning. As Eve stated earlier, the weighted allocation section of the law provides student-specific funding allocations that are in addition to the student base amount. And weighted funding generates additional funds to support specific and unique learning needs, or ULNs, for students falling into 3 groups: students with disabilities, students with characteristics of dyslexia, and students identified as English learners. The law outlines that these students must be identified by an assessment and have a plan that describes the services, and these 2 components ensure that a student will receive weighted allocation to support these unique learning needs. Public Chapter 966 outlines the unique learning needs for primary and secondary services for special education and related services, for English learner status, and for characteristics of dyslexia status, and states that the services for students must be in accordance with both IDEA and state board rules for special education, dyslexia, and English as a second language. In addition, the law requires that the department promulgate rules to implement unique learning needs weighted allocations. The TISA rule outlines student eligibility requirements rooted in the required assessment, the LEA implementation responsibilities, including the formation of the plans, the review of the plans, parent notification, and district oversight, as well as the state's legal monitoring requirements, provisions for corrective action plans for noncompliance, training, and technical assistance. The LEA and state responsibilities outlined in law are already practices that we use regularly, but the rule coherently connects these responsibilities to the funding allocations. Public Chapter 966 outlines unique learning needs in both definitions and within the weighted allocation section of the law. It states that there are 10 levels of unique learning needs, weighted allocations, which are based on additional resources necessary to support the student's specific learning needs. The law also clearly outlines how a student generates this weighted allocation for 4 different sets of needs. First, the primary services for special education, the secondary services for special education, supports for students identified with characteristics of dyslexia, and services for a student who has been identified as an English learner. The statute restricts the department's authority to add students receiving services under Section 504 as an additional ULN. Students served under Section 504 do not require specialized instruction, while some students with 504 plans may be determined to have a unique learning need. These educational needs would now be classified in one of the 4 student groups above. For example, an English learner who has a 504 for their disability will generate a ULN 2, 4, or 5. These decisions should be made on a case-by-case basis based on each individual student's circumstances. As a reminder, all students are identified through an assessment and receive a plan that outlines services that generate the funds for the unique learning needs. While some students have doctor's notes that might describe medical diagnoses of disabilities or school-based needs, the unique learning needs are designated by an educational assessment and a plan that describes the educational service needs for funding. As you can see on slide 10, unique learning needs each have an additional percentage of the base calculation, and that weight is added to the base funding for the student. This slide outlines the ULNs by the levels outlined in the Public Chapter 966, Section 49.3.105, and demonstrates the increased intensity of weighting allocation for each ULN. In addition, this slide connects that weighted allocation in statute to the definition of the unique learning need outlined in rule. For example, you can see in ULN 1, which outlines the weight of 15% from the law, but also defines this as a special education consultation services outlined in your TISA rule. You can find the definition for consultation services in the rule as definition number 34. So as you can see on this slide, the increasing unique learning need represents the increasing intensity of weighted allocations, and your copy of the TISA rule begins using an alphabetic organization of definitions, as Chrissy mentioned earlier. In your copy of the rule, the ancillary special education services definition is the first because of the alphabetical organization. Yet the unique learning need designation is unique learning need 8 because of the increased weighting allocation needed for the intensity of these services. As a reminder, in the state of Tennessee, gifted students are identified with an assessment and served with an individualized education plan. So a gifted student would be served as a student with a disability for unique learning need funding calculations. I do want to note that the rule provides multiple options for all three categories of unique learning needs in ULN 2. A student could receive multiple weights for their special education needs, their ELN Tier 1 status, and for an identification of characteristics of dyslexia. I will go into each weight in more detail as we walk through the presentation.
Are there questions on the weighted allocations? Mr. Cobbins?
Does a student receive more than one weighted allocation if they are eligible for several categories within a single ULN level?
Yep, so if you look at ULN 2, if a student has an IEP and has been identified for those services at that level in the definition, they could receive a weight for the special education. If they have also been identified with characteristics of dyslexia outside of their special education services, they could receive a weight for that and receive an individualized learning plan. And if they are characterized as a student in the Tier 1 characteristics for English language status, they could receive a weight for each one of those criteria.
Okay,
And that holds true across the ULNs as well.
thank you.
Sure.
Should the parts of the rule that set eligibility requirements and requirements for providing and monitoring services be contained in state board rule? Would it be more appropriate to reference the other rules instead?
I think it'll be appropriate for us to reference multiple rules in multiple places to create coherence for our districts. So where there are indications for special education, we need to align those rules to IDEA as the statute requires and those state board rules. We also need to think about those rules in our, say, dyslexia law and in state board rule and with our English learners and our ESL rules. So there are multiple places. And as Mr. Bufalino stated at the beginning, we have to make sure the teaser rule is finalized and then make sure all of those rules as well are coherent and provide a coherent set of system for our district.
Other questions? I think one clarification, and I may be way off base with this. I understand what you just said, that one student could have multiple ULNs that would increase their percentages. Have you all calculated or looked at the maximum percentage one student could generate by playing out some examples or some scenarios?
Yes, I believe during the commissioner's presentation, she had multiple students that could play out different characteristics and max out those scenarios. Again, they have 4. So it's primary services for special education, secondary services. They could also have an EL, and they could also have a ULN for characteristics of dyslexia.
So the maximum percentage a student, the base would be calculated a certain percentage over whatever that total is. So do we have an idea what that percentage total is? I'm just asking a basic question about percentage possible earning above the base that a student can generate.
Sure.
Or-
So a student in special education could receive that maximum of 125% weight.
Okay, so that's spelled out in one of the ULNs?
Yep, we will get to that.
Okay,
Sure.
got it, thank you.
Yep, no problem. Okay. So as we move to slide 11, these are those increasing characteristics and the increasing weights of ULN. So these 6 through 10 are all allocated as a student who is identified by a special education assessment series and their IEP. While the law requires an assessment and a plan for each ULN to generate dollars, these assessments and IEPs follow current practices that are already occurring in districts. Each designation follows an hour of service model, and as more hours of service are needed, a student generates a higher weighted allocation to support the increasing intensity of services. The department has held stakeholder engagement sessions and received only one recommendation of altering any component of the special education funding section. This slide provides an overview of the second student group defined in statute, students identified with characteristics of dyslexia. I want to note that this category is differentiated from a student who is defined as a specific learning disability in reading. That student would receive services according to a much more robust set of assessments and require an individualized education plan. In contrast, students identified with characteristics of dyslexia fall in the ULN2 group and are identified through an assessment and require a plan of services, just as the other two student groups require. The assessment for identification of characteristics of dyslexia is the Universal Reading Screening Assessment. The Universal Reading Screener is something we have discussed at multiple board meetings, and the district chooses their specific Universal Reading Screener assessment in alignment with the state board rule passed last summer that outlines the 7 approved universal screening providers. The slide provides an overview of how students are identified using the Universal Reading Screener assessment. Each approved Universal Reading Screener provides a composite reading score and uses a percentile score to indicate that composite score. As a note, percentile rankings are different than the criterion reference tests that we use in TCAP. While we may have a large number of students who are not proficient in the components of literacy expectations of the state standards, the Universal Reading Screener measures the components of reading and provides an overall composite score which identifies whether a student is progressing in reading development in comparison to their peers. In addition, as we've discussed at other board workshops and meetings, that Universal Reading Screener is comprised of a suite of mini assessments that provides educators with an understanding of how a student is doing in the complex skills that make up reading, such as alphabetic knowledge, fluency, and comprehension. In the first bullet, you will see the rule outlines a 40th percentile and an early warning system as a preliminary indicator of reading challenges. Then a student's assessment data must show multiple challenge areas in the identified characteristics of dyslexia. For reference, those characteristics are outlined in Rule Definition 7. The characteristics of dyslexia category is meant to be a warning flag that allows early intervention for reading supports. It does not constitute a specific learning disability in reading. That student would be further assessed to determine if their needs warrant a formalized IEP for a specific learning disability in reading. As we discussed with the students in the disability section, Public Chapter 966 requires an assessment and a plan for each student who qualifies for a weighted allocation. Therefore, if the Universal Reading Screening data identifies that a student demonstrates characteristics of dyslexia, then the district must develop a dyslexia-specific individualized learning plan for that student. We have been providing services and supports for students with challenges in reading since the dyslexia law was passed several years ago and the State Board of Education dyslexia rule was implemented. For TISA and funding purposes, the services will become more structured into a dyslexia-specific plan tailored to each student's needs. The plan provides a clear communication between families, educators, and students of how the students' reading challenges and needs will be supported, monitored, and in addition, allows the district to generate funds to support students with characteristics of dyslexia for the first time. The slide also notes that the Dyslexia Individualized Learning Plan provides differentiated supports for students in grades K-3 and those students in 412. In grades K-3, their learning plan intensifies interventions and supports aligned to the literacy and language-based instruction that they are already receiving in their classroom. The focus ensures coherence between standards, services, and intervention for our early grade students. As students move into middle grades, their academic content expectations increase in accordance with the Tennessee content standards. The differentiated service plan for grades 4 through 12 allows districts to continue to focus on interventions for students and ensure they have access to daily on-grade level content.
Question, Mr. Eby? We didn't wait till the end, but I'm so sorry for that.
That's okay.
No.
It's a lot.
Can I
There's a
hold it
lot
back?
in this section.
It is a lot. It
Yeah.
is, definitely.
And it goes back to what you said, that we have had a lot of discussion on the universal reading
Yes, sir.
screeners, et cetera. And I just wanted to understand, since so much influence is put on that universal reading screener, as you said, we have 7 different screeners that we use across the state. Have we ever looked to see the consistency?
Yes.
Okay.
My Assistant Commissioner of Special Education and Intervention Programs is in the audience, and her team looks very closely with school psychologists and experts across the state to make sure that we are measuring an equitable composite regardless of the universal reading screener used.
Thank you.
Yep, no problem.
Madam Chair, Jordan Mullenhour.
Please, there you are. Please proceed.
Thank you. First of all, let me say thank you so much for being here today. I know that you've all burned the candle from both ends and maybe in other directions as well, getting this done. Really appreciate what you're doing, and the Commissioner as well. Dr. Coons, I had a question for you, and I'm going to reframe perhaps a question that our chair asked a few minutes ago. She asked about what's the maximum cumulative percentage that a student might qualify for. My understanding, based on data provided by the department, is that you estimate there to be 288,000 or so students that would qualify for one or more ULNs, as we've been discussing. Have you determined how many students qualify for each of those ULNs?
We can do that based on the Easy IEP system and the coding tracking that is already in place. So the Easy IEP that districts provide for special education services, the coding inside that system and our student information system is something that our districts are already doing. So we already have that coding system in place and can track that. Okay. They also code characteristics of dyslexia. Now that's an estimate because we are tightening that definition with the universal reading screening assessment. So we have estimated that information. We also track English learners and the practice. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that, but the practice of ILPs, and that data is also already tracked in our student information system software.
Thank you. So I have seen an individual report or two for specific counties that the department has provided that indicate how many students would apply for a given ULN within that county. But is there a cumulative report that's public that I could go look at that would show us how many students fit into each of the ULNs across the entire state?
I would have to defer.
So there is, it is in the presentations that were provided to the General Assembly. So there's actually a list both on the website and then in a number of hearings that list for each ULN what that translation would be. Based on the date at which that was pulled, that's going to change throughout the school year. And then certainly based on the rules as presented now, we expect if anything changes in the rules, then that number is going to change. It's also going to change based on any data between the date of presentation and the end of the school year.
Sure,
But we're happy to get you that.
And presumably that will migrate over time each year as life circumstances change.
Absolutely. And as even throughout the year, districts, as they have meetings and identify students or students kind of move between districts, we would expect those numbers to shift.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Of course.
For the sake of efficiency, Dr. Coons, is that something, could you email me that link?
Sure, we can get that for you.
To
Yes,
that cumulative
absolutely.
statewide report? Okay. The follow-up question then is, you made a previous statement, and I'm paraphrasing you slightly here, that the ULN designations were sort of set by statute, and I realize that the percentages are set by statute. My understanding, however, is that part of the purpose of this rulemaking process is to determine the definition of the number of kids that might be included within each of those buckets. So please help me understand if I'm mistaken, but the rules that are being promulgated would in fact determine the number of students that would qualify for each of the ULNs. It's not going to change the percentage because that's set by statute, but it changes what qualifies a person to fit within that ULN tier.
Yep, that's absolutely correct. What I had said was the statute defines the percentages and the rule defines the definition of each of those ULN categories. Okay. So yes.
And then a quick follow-up question,
Sure.
And I can calculate this myself later once you provide that data, but have you determined, our chair asked about what the maximum percentage might be for a given child. Have you determined among that group of 288,000 estimated students that would qualify for one or more ULNs, have you been able to estimate what the average cumulative ULN percentage is likely to be?
I don't know if we have calculated the average. We have calculated what a single student, the maximum could be, and then we've calculated each ULN and created an aggregate in those reports.
Okay. I will eagerly await that link. Is that something you could send to me after our meeting today?
Most likely, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Continue. Thank
Okay.
you.
So we will move on to our final group of students in the weighted allocation section of Public Chapter 966. I am going to refer a lot to your definition section in your TISA rule in this space because there are a lot of definitions for our English language student group. So English learners are currently identified in Tennessee using the WIDA assessment and also require an individualized learning plan or ILP as outlined in current state board rule. You will find several definitions. First, you will find the tier of services for English learners outlined on this slide and in the rule definition number 19. As we know, the statute outlines ULM weighted allocations, and the TISA rule defines each ULM based on the level of supports students will need to have equitable access to their learning experiences. Therefore, you see 3 different tiers based on the services that different groups of English learners need. The first tier of English learners outlined in the rule includes 3 groups of English learners. First, it includes students who have met the exit criteria and passed their WIDA score in their first or second year of exit. Long-term English learners, as defined in the rule definition 33 and also in alignment with the IDEA definition, and our students whose family members have chosen to waive services and only allow a student to receive indirect services as defined by rule. Definition 28 in your packet for the rule. The rule outlines Tier 2 and Tier 3 services by grade band and are differentiated by the educational needs that students need in those different grade bands. Therefore, a student who needs access to those complex level grade content and those standards and needs support in career development will receive a weighted allocation for ULN 4, which is a 60% additional weight to the base. The ULN 5 weight of 70% will be allocated to those students in grades K-3 who need more intensive language support. This support and plan will focus on preparing students for upper grade success. Thus, the data to determine the tier of the English learner is determined both by their WIDA score and the needs the students require, rather than a direct matching of BEP funding to their WIDA score alone. This approach is also represented in the individualized learning plans required for the ULNs that we just discussed. Educators will use the WIDA data to understand each student's level of access to the English language, and then they will determine the services within the context of the student's grade and the setting that the student receives educational services in. These practices are already required in our state board rule, but now the services will be incorporated into a differentiated individualized learning plan that will align to grade band expectations. In the EL listening tour session I presented to you in June, I mentioned that educators across the state consistently asked for standardized ILP templates to create coherence in current practice. TISA allows us to provide standardized ILPs and create coherence in their existing practices of using ILPs to support students' unique learning needs. As we've discussed through the Unique Learning Needs section of Public Chapter 966, the statute provides an outline of unique learning needs, weighted allocations, and how students are identified and served through an assessment and a plan. The TISA rule outlines how students qualify for weights, what types of assessments identify students for the student groups outlined in statute, and then helps define how districts will develop plans to ensure weighted funding is allocated for student needs. We will continue to work together to clarify and update the programmatic components through revisions to the appropriate state board rules. Happy to take additional questions.
Are there any questions? There are no additional questions. We can proceed to the next presentation section.
We are now going to transition to the direct allocations. And direct allocations generate additional funding for groups of students in addition to the base and the weights that we've already discussed. The criteria for these direct allocations are directly from the statute. However, the funding, kind of as Charlie mentioned earlier, would be determined by the amounts appropriated by the General Assembly. The direct allocations that are cited in the law are the following. Students enrolled in CTE coursework, students taking ACT or other post-secondary readiness exams, students in grades K through 3 to support early literacy, rising fourth grade students not proficient in ELA, and finally, students in public charter schools. The rules here are specific to the CTE courses categorized to generate funding, and Deb Knoll will walk us through those rules specific to CTE courses.
Great. Good morning. So students enrolled in career and technical programs. So this is what the law says for this section. So the law explicitly lays out this definition of career and technical program as defined pursuant to TCA 49.3.104, which is definition number 6. It also lays out that pursuant to TCA 49.3-105, a direct allocation amount is generated for each student membership in career and technical program based on 1, the level of the program, and 2, the student progression in coursework through the program. As both Charlie and Eve has noted, the direct allocation amounts are determined through the state budget and appropriations process. So just note that this rule does not get ahead of those appropriations. It simply describes the methodology to determine these amounts. The following definitions were added to the rule. You will find the high wage occupations as defined by the Tennessee Department of Labor and Workforce Development Systems, which is definition number 26. In-demand occupations is defined by the Tennessee Higher Education Commission, THEC, which is definition number 27. And the wage earning potential means a combination of both in-demand occupations and high wage occupations, which is definition number 51 on page 7. So moving through the rules, the career and technical program shall be designated into one of 3 levels. Programs will be classified into the 3 levels based on alignment to wage earning potential indicators and additional resources required to support the program and aligned to in-demand and high-wage occupational pathways. So the level of the programs are going to be determined by the following. The program weights will be assigned to each program using the 2 wage earning potential indicators, as described before. That's the both in-demand occupation and the high-wage occupations. So the in-demand occupations will be determined using the state's annual Academic Supply for Occupational Demand report. To note, the Supply and Demand report is part of the Skills for Jobs Act 2021, which is TCA 49.7.112. The data for the Supply and Demand report must be reported to THEC by October 1st of each year from ECD, Labor, and TDOE, and the report then is published around January 15th of each year. And that's also cited in TCA 49.7-112 sections D and E. So just of note, this is based off historical, informed, and statewide practice across multiple agencies. So these programs will then receive an assigned weight for each aligned occupation designated as in-demand occupation as outlined in the rule. And those are those no statewide demand at 0.1, going forward, statewide demand at 1 region at 1, so on and so forth. But for framing purposes, the BEP funded every single BEP course the same, but that's not properly emphasizing the value of different CTE courses or the value of intentional progression. So TISA will now encourage students to progress through the program of study, thus leading to earning potential aligned industry credentials or earning aligned EPSOs, as there is value added rather than just taking a course. We will have more concentrators, completers, and super completers, and not just participants in CTE. The framework determines the program of studies tier. We want to determine if a student has the ability of getting and earning a high demand wage job. The law says that we must look at both high wage and in demand, but high skill is not called out in the law or rule. I want you to know that high skill was not used in this TISA model, as skill does not always equate to wage earning potential, the term that is included in the Perkins 5 legislation. Many high-skilled employees may be in jobs that are not in demand or not in high wage. One thing I want to really make clear is that we're not inventing anything new here related to high demand or high wage. We're deferring to other state agencies who set this. The law calls out that we must simply just look at those. It's not new data, and that has to be collected. So So again, we're just referring to these reports that other state agencies are providing us. We are just using the pre-existing data by a different means. This is very cohesive with what we're already doing. It goes along with the needs assessment pursuant to Perkins. It does not mean it's a one-size-fits-all. Comprehensive needs assessment will align to programs of study. While we really truly expect districts to continue to use the CLNA to determine need, and then a combination of state and federal fund, plus any local funds to create programs that best serve the communities, we know that some districts could choose to make decisions solely based on the state funding formula, but given the number of funding sources available and the other incentives to really looking at your CLNA, we would expect more districts to make student-driven decisions. In the rule, we have a lot on the mechanical explanation of the rule. This will be one place where the law gives us a lot of space to establish the framework and the mechanics of the framework, but does not include the execution portions. So moving forward in the rule, in that list that talks about the statewide demand in the different regions, one thing of note is that the no statewide demand means it is high wage but not in demand per the supply and demand report. So I just wanted to clarify that. And then the regions include the state's 9 local workforce development areas, as well as the 10th region. High wage occupations will be determined using the Department of Labor and the Workforce Development's Jobs for T and Wage Analytics. The high wage occupations will be determined using the Department of Labor and Workforce Development's Jobs for T and Wage Analytics. And those programs will receive an additional weight for each aligned occupation designated as a high wage occupation multiplied by 0.5, representing the state as a whole. And I'll go through an example here in just a minute. Programs will then be assigned once we've done the leveling, and I think that's really important. We need to do the leveling first. And then the programs will be assigned the initial program levels based on the program weights assigned above. So programs in that top quartile of program weights will be designated a level 3. The middle half will be designated a level 2. And then the bottom will be designated as a level 1. Once that is leveled, then following that initial program leveling determination, using that wage earning potential indicator weights, an additional weight will be added to the programs in level 2 for programs requiring additional resources to support the program. So those are those resources needed to implement and to sustain a program of study. For eligible programs, the weight will be added equivalent to 50% of the average program weight in all programs. If a new program weight is higher than the threshold and the initial quartile threshold of level 3, then the program will be moved directly into the level 3. Further guidance will be pushed out in the TISA guidance document on this. So I know that there's a lot of math involved in determining the level, so I wanted to give an example just for clarification. So if we were looking at our Megatronics Advanced Manufacturing Program of Study, this is how it would play out. So our program manager would look at the SOC codes and level those into what is aligned to those programs of study, to those courses. So for an example, if they were to look at those SOC codes, our program manager determined that there was 9 total aligned occupations. So then of the in-demand occupations, 4 of those were not identified as statewide in demand. 1 of them had a demand in 6 region, 1 a demand in 7 region, 2 in 8 regions, and 1 with statewide demand in 9 regions. When we looked at the high wage occupations data, 5 of the 9 are identified as high wage. So how we would calculate the math on that would be the ones that had no statewide demand would be multiplied by 0.1. So we had 4 of those. So 4 times 0.1 would give us a 0.4 for that. We had 1 in demand in 1 region. The multiplier for that is a 1. So the total point would be 0 for that. Or excuse me, we had 0 for that, so that would be multiplied by 0. So that would be 0. We had 1 in 6 regions. So the multiplier for that would be 1 times 6 would be 6. We had 1 in the demand in the 7 regions, so we would multiply that out. We got 7 points there. We had 2 in demand in 8 regions. When we multiplied the 8 by 2, we got 16 points there. We did not have any in all 10 regions. But for the high wage, we had 5 of them. So 5 out of the 9 were identified. So we multiplied the 5 times the 0.5, we got 2.5 for our total points. So when we added those up, we got a total point of 40.9. When we look at the cut scores based on the draft rules, they range from 0 to 96.4. The lower quarter ranged from 0 to 4.4, and the highest quarter was 44 to 96.4. So the initial program of study level for Megatronics Advanced Manufacturing would be a level 2, and that is before any additional weight for additional resources are needed. If it was determined that this program of study required a lot of additional resources to implement and to sustain this program of study, an additional multiplier would then be added to that. If then the calculation put it into that level 3, that top quarter, then we would move it into that level 3 of funding. So I wanted to offer that explanation just because the math doesn't always make sense in the rules, so I just wanted to give you all of that. As we move forward into the student progression, so the second point is the student's progression of coursework through the program shall be determined by each course's alignment to a first, second, third, or fourth year course of the Career and Technical Education Program. And this is something we do every year. It's through our comprehensive career cluster review. So all of our program managers review their programs of study on a 3-year cycle, and they ensure they're in the correct order and the correct content is contained within. CTE program managers look at this, and they also use the same data that we're using to determine this calculation. They also look at the supply and demand report in determining this, and they also look at the Department of Labor report data on the jobs4tn.gov site as well. When we look through special considerations, career and technical program levels, the first year courses aligned to multiple programs will be valued at the same as the student assigned to a first year of a level 1 career program. Second year courses aligned to multiple programs will be valued as the same student assigned to a second year of a level 1 career and technical program. And then third year courses aligned to multiple programs will be valued at the same as a student assigned to a third year of a level 1 career and technical program. And then the same thing for the fourth. They're aligned to multiple programs to be valued as the same as a fourth year level 1 career and technical program. Our work-based learning courses that are not aligned to specific CTE programs will be valued at the same as the student in the fourth year of a level 1 career and technical program. A list of those courses can be found on our website. I just want to note that. The career and technical programs for elective credit in middle school career and technical program courses will be valued as the same as the student assigned to a first year of a level 1 in a career and technical program. Funding for general education courses that are part of a career and technical program will not be funded as part of this. Note, this goes the same for the dual enrollment courses. If the course code is marked as a CTE course, it will be valued and assigned accordingly. Courses that have the G code for our general education courses will not be funded using these formulas. By July 1 of each year, the department's going to create and publish a listing of all approved career and technical program courses and determine for each course whether it aligns with first, second, third, or fourth year of the career and technical program. Like I've stated before, this is already a current practice. This is not something new. We also create and publish a listing of all approved career and technical programs by level. We also do that every year using our matrix. We conduct an annual review of the wage earning potential indicators through the data from the Department of Labor of Workforce Commission and THEC for all occupations to ensure alignment to approved career and technical programs. We really do this even through our C3Rs currently. And then we also conduct an annual review of additional resources required to support the career and technical programs. And that's what I mentioned before. Those are those additional resources to maintain and to establish those programs of study. However, please note that program levels and course assignment to progression of years will be used every other year to update TISA funding for career and technical program membership, allowing LEAs appropriate time to align programs. And this is really beneficial. We don't want to keep changing things every year because that makes our districts pivot every year. So this gives them time to establish a program of study, know the content, and then if they need to pivot a little bit, it gives them a little bit more flexibility in that. The July 1 analysis dates are for the various metrics, but just like I said, we're not going to do that every year. I think that covers everything under that section. Happy to take some questions.
Sorry. Thank you very much. Are there questions for Ms. Knoll?
This is Larry Jensen.
Yes, Mr. Jensen, please go ahead.
Okay.
I think we can hear you. Let's try that again.
Well, I'm sorry not to be there today, but I think you prefer me to be where I am rather than there. COVID finally caught me, so I do have several questions that I'd like to ask, and that is, what are the direct allocation amounts called for in TCA Section 49-3-105C? And I don't know if you want me to go one by one or give the questions and then go back. It depends on what, Madam Chair, you'd like to do.
I can take that question, Mr. Jensen. There are not direct amounts that are there in the law because that will have to go through the annual appropriations process. So that will be set on an annual basis as part of appropriations.
Okay. Beyond charter schools, how will the department calculate the other direct allocations?
I would defer to Ms. Knoll on that one. I think that's a lot of what she was walking through. Do you have a specific question about any of them other than the CTE programs?
Just, again, if we got direct allocations, it's more just making sure we understand how those work. So there is clarity about that as it goes forward. And you may need to look into that, but that just put that in there for me if you don't mind. Another question is how will program levels,
Mr. Jensen, before you move on,
course assignment to progression years be used every other year to update TISA funding for career and technical program membership?
Can he repeat the beginning part of that question?
Mr. Jensen, can you repeat the beginning of that question because it was not heard? Thank you.
Okay. Kind of a related question to that is the July 1 date. Where is this? Is there, what it says is the Department of Education and Labor have the input. What about the Tennessee Department of Economic and Community Development? Where are they in the mix of that somewhere? Because they're going to be on the leading edge of what the job demands. Seemed like it was interesting that that's not addressed.
I can address that. So in reference to the supply and demand report, ECD, Labor, and TDOE all supply data to establish that report.
Okay. Another question. What does the review of resources required to support CT include, and will input from LEAs be sought? So, for example, the LEAs won't discontinue a program just because they lack resources. And again, you may need to look into these and answer these, but just questions that seem worth asking.
Are you talking in reference to the additional resources, or are you talking about selecting programs?
Well, what does the review of resources required to support CT include? Maybe ask it that way.
So the additional resources. So yes, we'll be pushing out. No, you're absolutely fine. So we'll be pushing out more information about that in the guidance document. But that would be us going to our CT directors, talking with CT directors across the state to get a statewide perspective as to the cost of these programs to, one, establish, and then also two, to sustain. So we would be doing that.
I guess that question is how, what is the process to see what's working and support it and not, and so that you're not carrying a bunch of programs that don't work, but you're also missing opportunities that are on the front line. That's really kind of the question.
Yeah, so we require districts to do a CLNA, which is a comprehensive local needs assessment, and that does identify those needs in those specific regions, and they are to align their programs of study to those needs. And then Perkins reserve funding then also supports that.
Okay. Another question is the wage earning potential indicators. What is the timing of data availability that might inhibit completing the review in a timely manner?
That's
So
correct.
you're looking wide, region to region.
Yep, that's a great question.
What's the age of that data, and what's its availability, and who is it coming through? Is that going back to the Tennessee Department of Labor, or where is it coming from?
So the first piece of data that we look at is the supply and demand report. And right now, we have to give our data to THEC by October 1st of each year, and they are to publish by January 15th of each year. That's how that is established. As far as the data coming from the Department of Labor through the jobsfortn.gov, that data gets updated consistently throughout the year. There's not a single date. It's my understanding that the data gets updated because things are changing so often in the state when it comes to job openings, those types of things. But what we do is we actually go to our contact at the Department of Labor to pull that job-related data for us specifically. So while it's the same data that's being fed into that Jobs for TN site, we're able to extract that through the Department of Labor.
And I think Mr. Eby has a follow-up question on that, and I know that I do. In case he might ask my question. Let's see.
Yeah, to follow up what Mr. Jensen said, so if this data is being updated regularly, maybe real time, sometime annually, what happens if a student is in a CTE class that lasts 3 years, and they get in that class, and it's a high wage demand class, and so they get TISA credit for it, and the next year that class is no longer high wage or high demand? What happens to the funding for the that student?
So a couple of things. I think one is the every other year assessment is intended to give a little bit more window for districts to get the information and be able to plan. The second safeguard that Deb spoke to was thinking through the additional costs. So you might have a level 2 that also just is quite expensive to run. We have some kind of cushion within the budget that allows for us to help districts in terms of that transition process. Now, all that being said, the average amount on CTE programs is going up. On average, we were spending just about $4,500 per student. The new average is just above $5,000 per student. So part of this is just, it's not an every year and it changes from year to year. Part of that is that additional kind of expense related to equipment and machinery. And then a third part is overall the funding for CTE is going to be going up, but that will need to happen year over year.
So I'm still trying to understand. So if the funding supposedly goes with the student, and CTE's classes are like 3 years or something like that, then what you're saying is that there will be some mechanism that if that no longer is a high wage, that student the district wouldn't lose the funding for that student to finish that class.
Yeah, and I think where you're going to see kind of the only real kind of big shift is if you had something that was, let's say, a level 2 or a level 3 that is off the list completely. I don't think we have a lot of examples, if any, of that. That's not typically what happens, but let's say in an extreme example, you had something at a level 2 and then it's actually doesn't qualify for anything. I think floral design is an example, maybe not ever at a level 2, but it is no longer on the list at all. In those cases, we would essentially allow for a grandfathering out of those CTE programs so that that student who's a sophomore or junior, certainly we would want to make sure that they could finish that program, but we wouldn't continue to fund new incoming students in the same way.
Perfect, thank you.
Of course.
That was not my question. Mine has to do with jobsfortn.gov, and I believe it's still controlled by the Department of Workforce and Labor. There have been some challenges in utilizing that in the past, and I used it with some frequency in my former position. And the information within it is only as good as the information that's put into it. And I have found that a lot of employers do not even use it. So that's part of the challenge with that system. I think it's a cautionary tale that we need to be aware of, that it doesn't have everything in it. As I said, some businesses just do not use it. So that's just for our edification and knowledge and understanding that it's pretty good. It's a pretty good system, but it doesn't have all of the employers included in it. So we're missing some really good data. And that's, I think there's something that Department of Labor can do in requiring employers to put that information in there, because it's another tool that's free for them to use. So there is certainly conversations that should be had with labor and workforce. So.
It's a great point. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Holt.
I have a follow-up to one of Mr. Jensen's questions, but first I just want to echo some of the words of appreciation that other board members have shared about all the expertise and thoughtfulness that have gone into these draft rules, which is very evident from reading them and then from hearing you speak about them even more so. Separate from the CTE direct allocation, how do we calculate what, with sub C and sub D for post-secondary readiness assessments and K-3 students, what the amount is? Is that just, it's whatever the legislature allocates? Because for weights and for bonus, outcome bonuses, there's some calculation tied to the base amounts, but I wasn't seeing that in here. And so I was just wondering if there's some math that goes into it, or it's just the General Assembly allocates an amount and that flows through.
Ultimately, it will be the amount that gets allocated by the General Assembly and it goes through. But as part of developing the proposed budget, which will first come through the governor's office, and we always advise on the portions of that budget that deal with education, we'll be looking at exactly those kind of things and proposing what the total amount is. And then it will be up to the General Assembly to go with that amount, make changes, and that could change sort of what they might be as it goes through that full process.
Thank you. And then when there is math that is, where there are steps to calculate what the amounts are, such as with CTE and with the public charter schools where there's the calculation, is that information going to be published anywhere so that the public can see what the inputs were and then what the final amount is?
Yes, it will. And in fact, I mean, the law requires us to report those. It says that the department shall provide what those amounts are. And there actually has been some confusion. That's kind of why we said the thing early on of the department doesn't get to choose those because it's an appropriations, but the law does say the department will name them, right? And so we will have to do that on the back end as part of that process. And Commissioner, I don't know if you had something else you wanted to add.
Yeah, the only other thing I would want to add is on the other calculations, it is as simple as dollar amount appropriated divided by the number of eligible students. The intention of the entire formula is to have that simplicity. The only thing I wanted to add on the earlier question is that we do have those opportunities for districts and the TISA Review Committee to provide significant feedback before the governor proposes his budget. And that is to say, let's say we have $500 for a K-3 student. We get a lot of feedback that number needs to adjust for a number of reasons. We are able to make those recommendations for the governor to consider and then also for the General Assembly to consider. So there's a process for that feedback loop.
Great, thank you.
Other questions?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Mullenhour, thank you.
Thank you. Let me start by just challenging a previous statement that you made, not because I disagree with the sentiment, because I think it's just a trap we need to make sure we don't fall into. Just because we've done things a certain way for decades certainly doesn't mean that that's how we should do things going forward. And I think the fact that we're all here today is representative of the fact that we want to improve and that we want to, with the governor and commissioner and the department and many others involved, we want to improve the future and not do things as we have always done them in the past. And Commissioner, I'm going to turn to you for just one moment. I know you and I had an exchange on this, and I think we may have missed each other just a little bit. One of my previous questions to you was, I was referencing a report and asked, is this the foundation for the data upon which these CTE calculations are made? And your answer was no. I think we just misunderstood each other. The report that I was referencing is the report that we learned about today. My question is specific to, first of all, I think you do a great job of presenting that information I guess THEC does a great job of presenting that information on the website. They also include a data set. There's an Excel file that you can download, and you can look at every single one of the SOC codes, and you can look at the number of regions and so forth. Technical question, but I think it's an important one. Are we filtering out the SOC codes that, for example, require higher education degrees and so forth? Are we making sure that the trades that we're evaluating and that we're using to rank all these different programs aren't including in-demand calculations for skill sets that we would never teach in a CTE type course?
I would have to get that 100% clarified, but I believe so, yes.
Okay, okay. And you don't owe me an answer for that. I just wanted to make sure that we at least had eyes on that.
Yeah,
there are quite a few.
We do filter out those SOC codes when we look at our programs of study, when we look at using that same data when we're developing our courses. We do filter out those high codes, so I feel fairly confident in that.
Okay,
yes.
okay, thank you. Follow-up question would be, and this is just something maybe for us to ruminate on, and after TISA is implemented and after we've begun rolling out some of the benefits of this program, but long term, I'm thinking 5, 10, 20 years down the road, my concern with the way that this formula applies, as I understand it, is that if you're a smaller locale, if you're a small town in Tennessee somewhere, and you have a handful of programs that you can offer to your kids, but as it turns out, while there may be demand while there may be employers who need that skill set in your local area, none of them happen to be in demand across the state in other regions of the state. My understanding of the formula is that they would be disadvantaged by this current approach. Help me understand, is that a correct understanding of how this formula applies? And if it is, what are the safeguards that we have in place to make sure that, again, smaller markets with far fewer employers and job opportunities aren't finding themselves in a situation where their programs are funded less than the programs that might be available in other larger markets?
So I think the first thing to note is that with TISA, all districts stand to get more funding with this funding formula. So we currently fund CTE at the same across all districts, and TISA actually provides more money for those small, sparse districts, and the BEP does not. So just
that's based on them being sparse or rural, but not based on the CTE. That's not CTE funds specifically. That's based on the other weights that are applied, correct?
So I think what she's speaking to is that the average of what we spend on CTE programs under the BEP is less than what any district would get under TISA. So even if you are that very small community within a region and you have a very niche program, that is what the Perkins dollars are for. Perkins Reserve dollars can be used for that, and your state and local funding can be used for that. For a statewide formula, the smallest grain size that we go to is a regional approach, because we are not working under the assumption that students will stay in their small town within their county, that they might have movement within the county. And so we do have a number of regions in which we do a regional approach, and then we also have a statewide approach. But no matter what, all of the programs get, on average, through the course of that student's program of study, higher dollars than more dollars than they would under the current formula.
Okay. Follow-up question then, if I'm a superintendent in a small district and I'm considering the different programs that I might want to offer to my kids, what guidance are you providing at this stage in the process that would help them understand to what extent one program might be funded more, potentially significantly more, than another program that might be an option for them? Where would they find that resource?
So I think it begins with the CLNA that they would do every year, that comprehensive local needs assessment, because then that draws out what programs of study align in their region, and then that's where the Perkins funding also kind of connects to.
I understand, but my understanding is the Perkins funding is outside of the TISA
That is
CTE
correct.
funding. So my question is, when they're evaluating through the lens of the CLNA, how are they able to tie those decisions, or the decisions that they would make based on that CLNA, how are they able to tie that directly to the CTE funding specifically, so that they can determine, if I'm going to get X number of dollars for this program and X number of dollars for this program? It seems like that would be information that they would want to take into account, but it's I think that most people would struggle walking through the formula that
No,
has been presented
that's
here.
fair.
So my question is there a resource for them? Is there a calculator for them? Is there some other way that
I
they
can
make
take
an
that
informed
one.
decision?
Deb, I think it's a great point, and I think it's something that is still to come because we haven't set these rules yet, right? And so I think that's a good example, and this has been referenced from a couple of the rules so far. There is a whole lot more that goes into implementation of TISA than just these rules, right? There's a full TISA guide that we have to develop that we haven't talked to now, which will cover in great detail all of these things we're talking about and that the law requires us to update annually. That would be one resource. But I also think that there's a number of guidance documents and resources for various different stakeholder groups that the department will be preparing in all of these areas. And I think you are right to point this out as a critical need for us to do that in this area specifically.
Thank you for that, Charlie.
Thank you.
Are you good?
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
I do want to stop for a moment. There could still be some other questions, so I do need to find that out too. But I want to stop for a moment and level set us. We are scheduled to stop at 12:20 with the presentations. We are not going to end at 12:20 with the presentations. We do not have enough time as it stands, but we are going to take the time. We'll stop at 12:20. Everybody can break for a 30-minute lunch or whatever it is you need to do, and we'll come back and continue the presentations. But I want to set that expectation now because we're not going to short-circuit you in sharing what you need to share, nor will we short-circuit board members asking their questions. So this is important. This is the most important thing that we're doing today. So everyone, thank you for your patience. But before we continue on, just you now know we're breaking at 12:20. Are there other questions before we move away from career and technical programs and the direct allocation?
Madam Chair, I have 2 or 3 more questions, if I may.
Okay, please, go ahead, Mr. Jensen.
But first, just a comment to follow up on what Mr. Molyneux was saying. I just have a concern that how are we measuring what's going to happen in CTE courses? For example, the needs in Gibson County are going to be very different from Oak Ridge. And, industry is what we're trying to work towards to solve for labor, good labor, qualified labor. And I don't need an answer to this. I just want to make sure that Commissioner Schwinn, that we're looking at that. How do we measure what's going on in Collierville, for example, and Gibson County or Johnson City? That's a lot of work to get down and see what industry, and it just seems a little concerning to me that we're relying on the Tennessee Department of Labor and others that, how far behind is that information as to what's needed in the communities? That's a comment. And listen, I appreciate the work you guys are doing. You've been given an awful lot to get done in a short amount of time. So I don't want to diminish the hard work and the results so far. That's a concern. A question that I do have is, how is the student progress through the CTE programs going to be measured? Is it grades, standardized assessment? If in fact it is a standardized assessment, will the results be available in time to determine that the student has made progress to be counted in next year's funding?
I'll go ahead and take a first stab at that. So based on the last question in terms of performance and how those are evaluated, we look at a couple of things, but certainly completers within their program of study. We also look at those students who earn their Tier 2, Tier 3 industry credential, as well as other kind of post-secondary credits, course completion, et cetera. What I will say is a real highlight that I think our districts have worked very hard to accomplish and is not consistent with what we see in other states is that our students in CTE programs perform approximately the same on an academic achievement level as those students who are not in CTE programs. So in Tennessee, what is very unique and special, and it is a credit to our educators, our districts, and how they've structured their teams, is that we see that the academic performance is approximately the same. So we do look at that year over year. The measurement tool that we use is both the ACT as well as our end of course TCAP assessment. So both of those play out in terms of academic performance. But for the purposes of this, it really is about what do students do in their programs of study, What do they earn at the end of that program of study? And then what do they matriculate to do either in workforce or post-secondary? And is that aligned to their high school program of study? So all of those are metrics that we look at on an annual basis.
Okay.
Other questions?
Two more questions and I'll be done.
Okay. Thank
Is
you.
enrolled and membership used throughout the rule the same as average daily membership? If not, should that be clarified?
Can you clarify that question a little bit? Are you asking whether average daily attendance is the same as membership and enrollment, or are you saying, is there a reason we're interchanging those?
Is,
Do you want to talk about that a little bit?
say it again. Is enrolled, in quotes, and membership used throughout the rule the same as ADM? Should that be clarified if not? Are they the same?
I will try to answer that. Membership is equivalent to enrollment. A student is considered a member of the district if that student is enrolled and has a schedule. Average daily membership is a calculation that we do every 20 days during the school year, and that it takes into account the number of students enrolled in that 20-day period divided by the 20 days. So if a student is enrolled all 20 days, that student has an ADM of 1. If they're enrolled for 10 of the 20 days, they would have an ADM of 0.5. So ADM is actually a calculation that is used throughout the funding formula.
Okay. And then finally, are students who graduate early counted for purposes of determining direct allocations until their expected graduation date under TCA section 49-3-105D? For example, would a student graduating a year early who had been enrolled in a 4-year level 3 CTE course still be counted as enrolled in that course for the remaining time, 1.5, 1 year, 2 years, whatever it might be?
Yes, the student continues to be counted for funding in the same manner as when they were last actually in physical attendance.
Okay. That's all, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Okay, moving on to the next part of the presentation.
Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair. Charlie Bufalino again. I am going to talk about the student outcomes incentives. So we will start once again by what's in the law. And this outcomes section is actually probably one of the areas that is left most open to rulemaking without very specific sort of pieces being mandated sort of under the law. But in terms of what's in the law, I would start again first in talking about appropriations. So as part of the annual budget and appropriations process, the Governor and the General Assembly will appropriate a specific pot of money for student outcome incentives funding. And then the department is tasked with distributing those funds. On top of that, any TISA funding allocations that are not spent, and as part of the annual appropriations process, it is very common to over budget, and then in the past with the BEP, that funding would revert back into the general fund. The TISA law specifies that any of that unspent funding would actually be redirected into the student outcomes incentive funding, so that may provide additional funding that the department will then distribute on an annual basis. The law directs the department to establish the student outcome goals and to do so via rulemaking, and it also requires the commissioner to convene a specific group of individuals to advise her when setting outcome goals and if there are any changes to outcome goals in the future. So we'll start there. Under the law, it requires that at least the following individuals be included in the group that advises the commissioner on these outcome goals: 3 directors of schools, 1 urban, 1 suburban, 1 rural, 1 teacher, the chairs of the Senate Education Committee, House Education Administration Committee, and House Education Instruction Committee, the chair of the State Board of Education, 1 parent of a student enrolled in a Tennessee public school, 1 additional resident of the state, 1 private business leader in the state, 1 member of a local school board. The list of the individuals that we named when conducting our first advisory committee, which was done in May, those engagements, covered all of the individuals called out in the law as well as some additional participants. In total, the group was made up of the following 16 individuals with a balanced representation of individuals from East, Middle, and West Tennessee. It included the following individuals: Senate Education Chairman John Lundberg, House Education Administration Chairman Mark White, House Education Instruction Chair Lady Deborah Moody, our own Chair Lady Hartgrove, the following directors of schools: Jason Golden from Williamson County Schools, Director Doris Ray from Memphis Shelby County Schools, Valerie Hamlet from Fayette County Schools, and Director Wes Kennedy from Union City Schools, and Director Sarai Pierce from Sequatchie County Schools. It included Morgan Rankin, a second grade teacher in Johnson City Schools, Elaine Swafford, who is a school leader with a charter school in Chattanooga, a parent and students with disabilities advocate, Ms. Jen Apria from the ARC, Victor Evans of Tennessee CAN, Ralph Schultz of the Nashville Area Chamber of Commerce, Betsy Henderson, who is a school board member in Knox County Schools, and Teresa Sloyan with the Hyde Foundation in West Tennessee. We hosted 3 separate meetings for the advisory committee. We had 2 options for an initial meeting in May, and I'll talk a little bit about what was discussed in the meetings in a second, and then a second final meeting in which the final sort of recommendations were put forward to the department. The purpose of that first meeting was to present the advisory committee with some initial ideas. And really what those initial ideas were driven by is what came up in legislative hearings. The law did not set specific outcomes, but there was certainly a lot of discussion on the legislative record and in the subcommittees before legislation was proposed about what sort of things should be included. We used that as a starting point, as well as general framing questions to encourage discussion and spark ideas. Those guiding questions included: how broad or narrow do we want to begin with outcome measures for this first year, and defining the pros and the cons for each approach? What we want to include as a measure for outcomes and why? Of the things we want to include in the outcomes conversation, what currently has available data? How you may want to consider different student groups in the outcomes, and how you may want to consider funding the different outcomes, division of the pot versus a weighted percentage of the base versus a straight dollar amount. All of those were things that were left open in rulemaking and were discussed by the committee. We discussed multiple options in these meetings and the pros and cons of each approach, and we also asked individuals to provide written feedback as well, which we took into account and used to frame the second meeting. We then asked the full committee for comments and feedback on that framework after that final meeting to adjust even further so that the proposed rule reflected the group's collective thinking and agreements. What you see in the proposed student outcome incentive rules is a direct product of the recommendations of that advisory committee. There are a few guiding principles before I walk through each of those that I want to highlight for you that came up in these conversations with the Outcomes Committee. First, it was made clear in the Outcomes Committee meetings, as well as legislative hearings, and the TISA Steering Review Committee made up of legislative leadership, that there really was a strong desire to highlight third grade reading proficiency in these outcomes. Second, both legislators as well as the Outcomes Committee stressed that it was important, particularly in this first year of implementation, that we were better suited to focus on a small number of goals rather than a large number of goals. A big reason for this is that a smaller number of goals will allow the individual funding amounts to be higher, whereas multiple goals spread across would dilute the overall level of funding. And the group discussed this as a potential pro from starting with a smaller number of metrics. It also, I think, came from a place of we'll learn sort of in the first year, and we fully envision that these are going to be looked at annually and perhaps adjusted annually. And so for that reason, too, I think the group felt that starting with a smaller number made more sense. Third, which I sort of just said, was that the group really stressed their view and their need to revisit these goals regularly, get input from our schools as these sort of play out. The commissioner spoke earlier about that annual process for feedback. We surely would anticipate that feedback on outcomes goals would be a regular part of that as well. Fourth, it was important in the discussions for outcomes bonuses for the groups for it to be percentage weights of the base rather than flat dollar amounts. In this way, the funding can be allocated based on percentage with whatever that overall pot of the outcomes funding is, rather than needing to be appropriated as an individual line item or flat amounts on an annual basis. And finally, the group, as you'll see, often took a hybrid approach to try to both honor the emphasis on proficiency that was sort of shared throughout the committees, and finding ways to look for opportunities to incentivize growth metrics and to incentivize making sure that these goals reflected higher weights for at-risk student subgroups to provide further incentives for districts to continue to try to serve some of our most at-risk populations in the context of these outcomes goals. So we will start with some of the elementary goals that are in the proposed rules. First, as mentioned before, we start with third grade ELA proficiency as measured on the TCAP. In the proposed rules, it is 15% of the base for students who score on track or mastered on that third grade ELA TCAP, and then a weight of 30% of that base if the student achieving on track or mastered is economically disadvantaged, an English learner, or a student with a disability. There also, in the discussions with the group, was a desire to provide another student outcomes incentive at the fourth grade, and this gets at what I was sort of talking about in terms of a hybrid approach to try to incentivize growth as well. There would be a weight of 10% of the base for students who scored approaching or below on the previous year in third grade, but that made it to a level of on track or mastered on their fourth grade ELA TCAP. And then again, 20% of that base, if a student achieving that is economically disadvantaged, an English learner, or a student with disabilities. Clearly this really focuses on the third grade reading proficiency as kind of the key driver here at the elementary level, and you see the higher weights for at-risk groups. And again, as I mentioned, there is that sort of hybrid approach for a growth metric that you sort of see there with the inclusion of the fourth grade metric as well. At the middle school level, and I will mention, initially in the discussions and with the legislature, there actually was not any sort of discussion of having goals at the middle school. That is something that came up with the student outcomes incentives, that they really felt like there was a need to have something there, and that is reflected in these proposed rules. For middle school, it would be 10% of the base for a student who scored on track or mastered on the 8th grade ELA and math TCAP, or a student who significantly exceeded growth in ELA and math. So there is a direct sort of growth metric there that would be included as part of it. And then again, that percentage would be 20% if a student was economically disadvantaged, an English learner, or a student with disabilities. At the high school level, and you'll see here in these proposed rules, and this is something that came up in the legislative hearings very consistently, a desire to have a measure of college-bound and college sort of readiness or preparedness, as well as a career sort of pathway as well, and making sure we had outcomes incentives for both. So first, there is a goal in the proposed rules for 10% of the base for a student who scores a 21 or higher on the ACT, or a student who increases their ACT score by at least 3 points between their first ACT assessment and a subsequent ACT retake. And then again, 20% of that base if the student is economically disadvantaged. I gotta switch this. Moving on at the high school level, there also is an outcomes goal for an industry credential. 10% of the base would be awarded if a student earned a Tier 2 or a Tier 3 industry credential, and it would be 20% if the student is economically disadvantaged. There also is a separate new outcome for students with disabilities, and that's largely a product of the fact that we don't have the same sort of measurements that we do in elementary and middle school, and we were pushed to make sure that we included one at the high school level as well. So there would be 10% of the base for students with disabilities in a graduating class cohort who meets at least 3 of the 4 annual performance report indicators as required under the federal IDEA. And then finally, and this is something I'll talk about in a little bit more depth in a second, once all the outcomes bonuses have been allocated, if there is a remainder of available outcomes, and there may not be, but if there is, that would be proportionally allocated based on our existing Ready Grad indicator at a level of 10% of the base if a student meets the Ready Grad indicator and 20% if the student is economically disadvantaged. Again, I mentioned that the legislature in going through the hearing stressed the importance of that college-bound track and a career-bound track. And part of the reason that we chose the industry credential is that metric marks a level of completion and achievement rather than just participation, which is also something that was stressed throughout the legislative process. The advisory committee also wanted to make sure, as I mentioned a second ago, that we had an additional weight for students with disabilities at the high school level, just like we did in earlier grades. And feedback from a particular committee member with expertise in this area suggested using that annual performance report indicators, given that this is already required under federal law and is something that we would have data available for. And again, the idea here is that to ensure that all students with disabilities would have an outcome goal that could be pursued, and thus would be an incentive for districts to try to earn these additional funds. And then finally, we did receive some feedback and discussion about whether or not we should weight all of the Ready Grad indicators rather than just this industry credential piece and ACT, both of which, by the way, are part of the Ready Grad indicator. Ultimately, the committee chose to limit it to the ACT and the industry credential because, again, that was specific feedback we got through part of the legislative process. And then B, it also goes back to what I said earlier of this desire to focus on a smaller number of outcomes goals in initially starting this out rather than a broader group of outcome goals. And so ultimately, that was their recommendation, and that is what is reflected in these proposed rules. So with that, I'll pause for any questions that members may have.
Are there questions?
Madam Chair, I have some.
Yes, Mr. Holt.
Mr. Buffalino, it seems as if there's been a very strong process to get to this point with the outcome bonuses. My questions are kind of targeted for some of them in particular. I believe we talked about this, and I think I saw on the slides that for 3A for literacy ELA third grade proficiency for that bonus, that the 30% bonus would be if a student is any of economically disadvantaged, English learner, or disability. There's not a, because I think the word "and" is in the draft rule, but that I think is a typo, and that's "or."
I did say, or Commissioner, do you want to address this one? Go ahead.
Yeah, where it says "and," it should just take off the D. It should just say "an."
And, okay, great.
Well, and I did say at the beginning we would not commit to sort of any changes, but you have pointed out a typo, so I think we can make an exception in this case.
Thank you. And then sort of proficiency versus growth, and kind of the relative importance of those in these outcome bonuses. You know, one thought, a question I have is for 3B, for growth in ELA fourth grade, as I read it, it is for students who go from below proficient to proficient, they receive the bonus, but there would not be a bonus for going from, you know, below, you know, basic to, for any other levels, there wouldn't be a bonus. And I wonder if tying it to something like TVOS, where there would be an incentive for schools and students to go from on track to mastered, the same way that there is to go from approaching to on track, or to go from below to approaching. That essentially, whenever there's growth that is rewarded, it's not just moving from one side of on track to the other side of on track.
Yeah, and I think the Commissioner may want to share some broader, and this is a big question, it's a really important question, and it's one I think that has been coming up in recent years in discussions with the legislature and other stakeholder groups in increasing earnestness, if I can put it that way, in a way that goes far beyond sort of just these outcome goals. Is absolute proficiency what's most important, or is it growth? Not to be glib, but I think the answer is obviously that both matter, and both matter very importantly. And we as a state for a number of years, I think a lot of the increased growth and achievement and moving up NAEP rankings and things like that are because we have really focused on accountability in these areas. Really, the reason that we have focused, I think as you point out, more on sort of proficiency specifically for the third grade metric is that was the feedback we got directly from the legislature sort of throughout this process, and I think that was made pretty clear to us as an expectation. We discussed all of that with the Outcomes Committee, and again, there was this sort of hybrid approach to sort of do some growth in other areas and I will not speak on behalf of the General Assembly other than to relay to you what I heard from them, but I think there has been a desire in the last couple years, and it stems to some great work that we worked on collectively with them and passing the Literacy Success Act in the special session of 2021, a laser focus on third grade proficiency in everything we do as a state. And before that reason, we really wanted to focus on that specifically here. You're bringing up a more subtle point, I think, about fourth grade and whether that should just be sort of straight TVOS rather than moving into from a below basic or a far below basic or basic to on track or mastered. But again, we sort of discussed that with the committee using kind of that legislative guide to sort of get us sort of there. But this is also something that I know I've seen in some of the public comments so far. This is certainly an area that stakeholders are continuing to weigh in on. And, these are not finalized rules or the draft proposed rules. And, we are looking for additional feedback beyond just what the advisory committee gave us that developed these rules that are before you today.
And I guess my push on that is if we already have 3A as the bonus for on-track or mastered for third grade ELA, then 3B being what I understand to be a growth bonus for moving from below on track to non-proficient to proficient, crossing over that line, that it sounds as though it's still sort of serving as a proficiency measure than a true growth measure. And so I don't want to understate the importance of proficiency, but then you have two different metrics, both third, fourth grade ELA, that are focused on hitting that proficiency. And my concern is, are we sufficiently incentivizing the work to grow students who may be below, and getting to proficient might be a challenge in 1 year, but to get them to approaching so they can get to on track the next year. Similarly, the on track students to get them to mastered. And so if, to have a true achievement or a true growth measure in elementary school is just, that's sort of what I'm pushing for.
No, and I think that's a very fair perspective and point, and we will absolutely take that feedback into consideration as we continue to look at this. And one more plug for folks listening in, would encourage you and anyone who sort of wants to weigh in on this to shoot us a public comment at tisa.rules@tn.gov.
The only thing that I do want to make sure to add is that from a conversation perspective, we also do not want to double incentivize districts who have just a higher performing group of students. And so the nuances, the entire 3B is new and very much driven by the Outcomes Committee. It was not in kind of the original conversation. So that is a new thing. It is intended to essentially give those districts where students were not proficient in third grade another bite at the apple. So I think what we probably wouldn't want to do from just a kind of incentivizing all districts the same. I think we would want to make sure that we were not giving maybe our higher performing districts a bonus for third graders and then again giving them another bonus for fourth grade. I think that would penalize some of our districts with higher kind of economically disadvantaged percentages, et cetera. I think the part where we would welcome additional feedback, send your comments please, is on that growth from below to approaching, because it is focusing on below and approaching to on track and mastered. It is that binary. So if there is additional interest in moving from below to approaching as an incentive or outcomes bonus, that's where I think we can kind of thread that needle between legislative expectations and ensuring that all districts essentially have the same opportunity to receive those outcomes dollars.
Thank you. And it wouldn't even need to be the same percentage amount. I mean, you could have a different percentage amount from going to below to approaching and then approaching to on track. With middle school, I assume it was deliberate that in order to receive the bonus, the student needs to be proficient in both ELA and math.
Because that was a long conversation that we had. And so part of the challenge is trying to meet both of, I think, frankly, at this point, kind of competing criteria. If you have ELA and math as separate, then it dilutes the total amount that each student could earn. So there was a lot of conversation on that, and I think where the committee ultimately landed was ELA and math, but not just proficiency, but actually allowing for that significant growth. So if the student demonstrates, let's say, proficiency in ELA and significant growth in math, that student would still qualify for that outcomes bonus in the same way they would as if they significantly grew in both content areas. But there was a lot of back and forth about just picking math or just picking ELA, and that it wanting to be a comprehensive approach that included improvement.
So is the intention then that if a student is on track or mastered in ELA and then significantly exceeds expected growth in math, that combination would trigger that middle school outcome bonus?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. I'm not sure that I read that
Okay.
in 3C. I think it's either or, the proficient in both or growth in both.
Yep.
As I read it, but
No, that's really helpful for us to be able to clarify.
Can I just jump in there? I wasn't sure how growth is defined there either, in terms of, is it TVAS or is it movement across levels?
So at this point, we do not have individual TVOS scores for individual students that would meet kind of the criteria for something at this level. We have that for groups of students together. And so for significant growth, that would be an annual kind of approach to look at, just like we do every year for assessment. What is growth in that year for the state? What would then constitute significant growth? We usually do that kind of in that comparative sense based on year to year. So that will come out through the TISA guide and then also after our assessment data is released.
But one,
Go ahead.
sorry, Madam Chair.
No,
One
go
one
ahead.
additional question on this. Is there any guidance in the rules or elsewhere on how the funds that come to districts for outcome bonuses make their way to individual schools? So if those remain at district level with public charter schools, if those shall be passed in full to public charter schools whose students earn the outcome bonus, is that something that's anywhere in these rules or forthcoming?
Thank you for the question. I think the law states fairly clearly that any funding that sort of is designated for a charter school must sort of flow through, and that would include this. I think we certainly could, again, going back to sort of an exchange we had with board member Mr. Mollenhauer, there will be sort of future guidance kind of after rules are kind of finalized as well, and that can be included in the TISA guide as well. But it's certainly fair to say that if a public charter school is triggering that outcomes, the district must pass that through to the public charter school. In terms of individual schools within the district, I believe that's left up to the district, just like all of the rest of TISA in terms of having discretion on where those dollars go. And we didn't mention it before, but the law also has a provision that's very clear about reporting per pupil spending at the individual school level, and that is going to be a very important part of transparency and accountability. TISA will allow you to see very easily the amounts of funding that's generated sort of for different students, and districts on the back end will have to report it. And in that way, that will be the public's opportunity to see what are the actual allocation decisions that our districts are making. We're not tying their hands in terms of being prescriptive, and that was a very large part of the discussion sort of throughout the legislative process. We're giving them the autonomy, knowing that folks on the ground know best sort of where resources should go, but essentially making them show their homework sort of very clearly so that the entire public and all stakeholders know where those funds are going.
Great, thank you.
Other questions? Okay. Yes, Mr. Wells.
So Charlie, you piqued my interest on one of the comments you made. Well, first, let me say, I know all of my colleagues have said this, but I would be remiss if I didn't say it too. I know what it's like to pass a big piece of legislation, and then when the dust settles and the media stops looking at it, it's then thousands of hours that go into implementing it. And so I just wanted to say thank you all so much for everything, and we understand all the time and hours that you're putting into it. So you said, so unlike BEP, the funds that are allocated here, if they're not spent, they will not go back into the general fund. Was that just the outcome bonuses or just TISA in general?
It's specific to the oh, sorry, I think I understand your question better. TISA in general, any funds that remain unspent, which under the BEP normally would have reverted back, any funds with TISA would be redirected to outcomes funding.
Oh, okay. Okay, I think that actually helps me then. Thank you.
Other questions?
Madam Chair?
Let's move on. Yes.
I have a question. One is regarding the ACT, and is that the ACT, is it a composite score in D, students who score 21?
I believe it is a composite score. Commissioner, can you confirm for, yes, it's a composite.
And is it that in their, administered in the school, or can they report an increase from one to another?
I believe they can report an increase from one to the other, yes.
My other question was, it talks about a 3 percentage point increase. That 3 points, where did that come from as far as landing on that number of 3 points?
The outcomes committee and the discussion, sort of what they had. I think if I recall, much of what that was with the discussion is just that's a significant sort of amount of growth based on what that committee's knowledge was of how much students might move. I think that's borne out by the data sort of that we have currently. But to answer your question very directly, it came directly from the outcomes committee.
Okay, because I know there's been growth when students take it again, and the state has paid for that, which is wonderful.
Yes.
But I didn't know if that was what was reflected in that data or just where the 3 points came from.
Yeah, and just to clarify, it's 3 literal points on the score, so the 21 to the 24. I will say that number came directly from our superintendents. So they looked at what their data looked like. We looked statewide. The thing I do want to clarify, because we have seen a little bit of this in public comment, is we are talking about high school. So it does point back to the part of code that's talking about 11th and 12th grade. So this wouldn't be you give your 7th graders the ACT, right? And then see 3 points of growth. It is about kind of that definition that's already in statute.
I think we can continue with the presentation. Thank you.
I will turn it over to our CFO, Mary Ann Dursky.
Thank you, Charlie. Good morning. The first section that we'll talk about is .07, fast growth. This section explains the methodology that will be used to determine if an LEA is categorized as fast growth for purposes of receiving either the fast growth stipend and or the infrastructure stipend. Fast growth stipends, both of them, are subject to annual appropriation by the General Assembly. Therefore, we're not able to adjust the amount via rule. The rule essentially is designed to memorialize the calculation of these stipends. The first one we'll talk about is the fast growth stipend, and that fast growth stipend under TISA is very similar to fast growth under BEP. There are 2 changes that we will note. The first is that BEP based fast growth on an increase in ADM. TISA looks at an increase in the total allocation generated by the students. So we're not looking at just students for fast growth, we're looking at the total allocation. The second change is that under BEP, the growth threshold was 2%. It is lowered to 1.25% under TISA. And that growth is measured year to year. LEAs that experience growth in ADM in non-virtual schools exceeding 2% for 3 consecutive years are eligible for the infrastructure stipend. This is the second piece of the growth funding, and it is the infrastructure piece. Both of these, again, are subject to annual appropriation by the General Assembly. Under TISA, we will distribute the fast growth stipends 5 times per year, roughly every 2 months, instead of just twice a year as we did under BEP. The infrastructure stipend would be distributed once every year. Regarding charter schools are actually funded on current year ADM, so growth is not applicable to them in the same sense that it is to our LEAs. Any applicable fast growth provision that would affect a charter school will be addressed in the charter school rule, which we'll be presenting to this body at a future date. Are there any questions on fast growth?
Questions?
Madam Chair?
Mr. Holt?
I have just a few questions about timing. I see, and I believe you mentioned that the calculation for whether schools are fast growth are at 5 points throughout the year. I don't see in the rule when those are. Is that something that should be specified in the rule, the timing of those determinations?
I believe that will be addressed in the TISA guide. It will be roughly after each 2 months of validated ADM.
Okay.
So after month 2, 4, 6, 8, and then the final payment at the end of the year.
Okay.
But that will be spelled out more more specifically in the guide.
And I assume that that timing would then allow for the calculations to be done in order to make the determination under the timetable laid out here in the rule.
Yes.
I also saw this language, it's the last subparagraph for each of fast growth and infrastructure, that the amounts shall be fully funded by the state, and wasn't sure what that means.
That's a great question. What that refers to is that there is no local share requirement. The fast growth stipend and the infrastructure stipend will both be fully funded by the state.
Okay. And I wonder if maybe a little bit of additional clarification in that language could be helpful, just so that anyone immediately reading it would know that it refers to the fact that there won't be a local contribution, not that there's, in some ways, it's tying the hands of the General Assembly to, fund a certain amount going forward, which.
That's good feedback. Thank you.
Madam Chair? Jordan Molinar?
Yes, please.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Ryan, I'm assuming you're done?
I am. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Just had a quick question, and this actually came from someone who's become a friend of mine, a superintendent in our area, and she recently showed me a set of rooms off to the kind of the side of her offices, and she pointed to the fact that she had students who were coming in and learning virtually on a fairly regular basis. And she emphasized the fact that that was still infrastructure, it was still a cost. Of course, we've, in the last 2 or 3 years, have experienced a tremendous amount of change and investment in ways that none of us could have anticipated even a few years ago. The concern is, under 1A, there's an exclusion for the non-virtual schools. I'm not aware of a statutory requirement that would exclude virtual schools or a combination of in-person and virtual, and her concern was she still has to spend money on that infrastructure, and it's come hard and it's come fast, and in her mind, it should qualify for this type of additional funding. I just want to get your take on the rationale behind excluding that particular type of student.
Do you want to go? You go.
Christy Ballard. The non-virtual school portion is actually in the statute, but I think what you might be referring to, and I need a little more information, and we can get you a stronger answer. It might be a virtual program within a regular brick and mortar school, which would not be excluded in the statute. So I think there's a little nuance to that, because a virtual school is specifically set forth in law and further defined in state board rule. But I think what you're describing is more of a program, which most LEAs have virtual programs for certain areas.
Thank you for that. Would it make sense to provide additional clarification for that, just because her impression was that those investments on her part would have been excluded under this formula? Is there an opportunity to clarify that somewhere?
We will certainly look into, and if you could get us some information so that we could connect with her maybe and ask some questions and follow up.
Will do, thank you.
Other questions?
Yeah, that brings a question up I have. First, I also will say thank you for everyone who has worked so hard. And Jordan and I participated in East Corps, had a special meeting, and Megan McElroy and Allie Gaffey-Reed both did an outstanding job in facilitating those, and I thought got some really good comments. So my question follows up to what you just said, Christy. I was glad to hear you were willing to respond to that. When you get these hundreds and thousands of comments, et cetera, how do the people know that those comments have been read, heard, understood, and at least somehow considered? I know you can't respond to all of them, but just the process.
Actually, the UAPA requires, when we're filing our permanent rule with the Secretary of State's office, we have to include those comments and how we've addressed them. So that will be publicly available on the Tennessee Administrative Register's website, so the public can look back and see how we've addressed those comments.
Other questions? Mr. James?
Just for the record, that's exactly the same process that we go through every time we create rules, and every one of them gets something on there. So it's welcome to our world, you know. So.
Thank you. Others? Okay. Do you want to move on to, I think we could potentially go to the next part of the presentation and then break at that point, and I think it'll probably be more realistic to come back at 1 p.m., but we'll check where we are at that time. Thank you.
Thank you. The next section is section .08 regarding fiscal capacity and local contribution. This section is actually taken directly from the law, and so is provided really as a summary for your information and understanding. The calculation of local contribution is unchanged from the way it is calculated under the BEP. We are following the same formula. When we determine local contribution, the first step is to multiply the entire total statewide allocations generated by the base and by the weighted allocations section of TISA by 30%. The law states that the state and local share statewide will be 70% state, 30% local. And so we take each of those two allocations, the base and the weighted allocations, separately and multiply them each by 30%. We then take that 30% amount and multiply it by each county's fiscal capacity. That gives us the amount that each county is required to contribute to the TISA formula. For counties that have multiple districts within them, there is an additional calculation. We first determine the proportion of the total county funds generated by each LEA for each component. So if there were 3 districts, we would add the 3 districts' base allocations together. We would add the 3 districts' weighted allocations together. We then determine how much of that total is attributable to each of the 3 districts within that county, and that proportion is then multiplied by the county's local contribution to determine each individual district's contribution. It's a little bit weedy in the math, I know. It's hard to do without a board. As I said, we calculate those local contributions separately, and then we add them back together to determine the district's total local contribution. And again, this is just on the base and the weights, the direct allocations, and the outcomes are fully funded 100% by the state. As we do under the BEP, the department will use fiscal capacity indices provided by TASR and the Boyd Center for Business and Economic Research at University of Tennessee, CBER, and we will weight them equally. The fiscal capacities are, indices are to be delivered to the Department of Education no later than May 1st each year, so that we have them for the final estimates and then the final allocation for the upcoming year. The formulas established by both TASR and CBER are to be evaluated annually by the Comptroller of the Treasury and approved by the State Board of Education. I'm happy to take any questions on that.
I can feel him over here. Don't have to look at him. Mr. Eby.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Tursky, and I understand the law is the law and there's no change, but I had a couple of questions. Using both TASR and CBER, is that different than the way that the formula's been done in the past?
No, it is not. It has been that way since 2008.
Okay. Have you looked with this new process, or maybe it hasn't changed, versus the BEP for those municipalities that have counties and cities? Does the new method change how they're going to get their funding, and is there any effect on
It does not change it at all. This is the way it is being done under the BEP.
Okay.
It's a little simpler under the TISA because there is only the 70-30 overall split, whereas the BEP had different state, local shares for each of the different components. But it is, the calculation, it mirrors exactly what is done currently.
Okay. Does the department mean to tie the local contributions to the budgeted amount or the actual amount?
I'm
The
sorry.
Will the local contributions be based on the budgeted amount or based on the previous amount, the actual amount?
It will be based on the actual amount of their calculation for the school year. So when we calculate for fiscal year '24, whatever that calculation, that final calculation is, that will be when we determine the final local contribution that's required.
Okay. And then my understanding is the rule requires annual review of the Department of Rules requires an annual review of the fiscal capacity formula, whereas I think the law requires a review of the calculation. So why does the department require annual review of the formula established by Sieber and Tasser? State law only requires the calculation.
Can
not a
you
review
point
of
to
the
where you're
formula.
looking at? Because I think we're trying to, there's a
Yeah.
couple places where there's the annual review.
So if you look at the law, it says each county's fiscal capacity must be determined pursuant to the fiscal capacity calculation no later than May 1st. And then I think you say in your rule, let's see, let me find it here, that the formula is established but shall be evaluated by the comptroller, the treasurer, and approved by the state board annually. So my question is, one of them requires a formula to be evaluated by the state board, and the other one is just looking at the formula, looking at the calculation.
Oh, that's helpful. So I think just, and Marianne, and y'all correct me if I'm wrong, but for the part that you referenced in the law 49.3109C, that's actually this Tasser-Sieber work. So that is them actually doing the calculations to give to the department. The review of the formula is the work that happens after, which would be that annual review of how that works when when that data that they calculate is put into the overall formula.
Yeah.
So does that mean that the formula can be changed annually, or?
It's just, no, it is just a review. I mean, well, actually, let me step back. General Assembly can do whatever it is that is in their purview to do, and I don't want to speak for that. But assuming that they are not making those big changes every single year, Tasser-Sieber do the calculations, which is in the law C, and then the formula review is what will happen in a couple of different ways as a result of just kind of like the BEP review committee that we do now. We have a TISA review committee. The state board and the comptroller have a review of the formula and how it works as it relates to fiscal capacity. So it is reviewing the formula. The calculations are a part of that formula.
Okay. All right. I think I understand that. I think that just needs to be clear how that's going to be done, the process for that.
Thanks for that feedback. We will look into that.
Okay. And then how does the state ensure that the review and the approvals occurs in a timely manner so the indices can be shared by the May 1st deadline by the Department of Education? To provide estimates to the school systems.
Well, Tasser and Sieber are both required to have to us the formula, the fiscal capacity indices by May 1. And that would give us time to run them through the estimated calculations in May and June and provide them to both the comptroller and to the state board for your review prior to that. I believe that's something we can flesh out in the guide.
Okay. That'd be helpful. Thank you.
Do you have more to share, Marianne?
Not on that particular section.
Okay, do you have more before we break for lunch? I want to make sure I'm not cutting you off because of your presentation.
No, this is a
good
would be an
stop,
okay
a good
breaking
stopping
point, yes.
point. Well, before we do break for lunch, I do want to say at this juncture, excellent, great job on everybody's part. Thank you for your patience. We'll go ahead and break now for lunch. We will come back at 1 p.m., giving you an extra 10 minutes. But when we come back, we obviously have a lot more to cover, and let's make sure that we do our best to get through this. We have other presenters. I said this already. This is the most important topic. We will probably end up cutting other presentations shorter. Don't like short circuiting in anybody. What was that? I know we said that on the agenda, and so you want to stick with that so everybody else can be. She's mine.
It's just not cutting, we're not giving them extra time, we're just giving them.
I'm talking about making sure when we come back, we will not begin with the next presentation item. We will continue with the TISA presentation and allowing board members to ask their questions. So I want to make sure we're clear. Is that?
Yep.
Sorry about that. But she's right. What's been posted on the website does make a difference, but we have to ensure we give the amount of time due this particular topic what it needs. So I want to be clear. I think the goal is still to try to finish at 3:30, and I'm taking away from your time to go break, but let's do that and come back at 1 p.m. promptly. Thank you. I do want to let everyone know that we will get started in 1 minute. Just the alert for you to take your seats. I'm giving you an extra minute because it's 1 o'clock right now. Thank you. Charlie, do we have other presenters that are going to be with us again, or you three of the remaining?
So I think we are good to start with what we've got, and if we need anyone to come back up, we'll have them come back up to the table, if that's all
Okay.
right with you.
That sounds perfect to me. Well, let's go ahead and get started, and we'll take up the next topic. That's cost differential, I believe?
Yes, thank you. Yes, the next section is .09, cost differential factor. Again, this is taken directly from the law. The cost differential factor grant is going to be subject to an annual appropriation by the General Assembly, so we don't have any way to estimate what districts might receive from this not having an appropriation. The grant is actually outside of the TISA formula. That uses data from the formula, but it is a separate grant. And Section 09 outlines the methodology for distributing the cost differential grant to eligible LEAs should funds be appropriated by the General Assembly. The department will use data from CBER, as we do currently, to determine those counties in which the cost of living is greater than the statewide average. The department will multiply an eligible county's CDF ratio by the sum of the base, weights, and direct funding from the TISA allocations for either the single county district or all of the districts located within a county. The initial calculation is done on a county-wide basis. The sum of all of the allocations for districts within the county will be multiplied by the county's CDF ratio. Each county's sum of allocations will be divided by the total allocations to determine each county's proportionate share of the total. That share will then be multiplied by the total amount, if any, appropriated for the CDF grant. And that will determine each county's share of the grant. For those counties with multiple LEAs, again, there'll be another step, and the grant funds would be distributed according to each of the LEA's proportionate share of the county total. We will distribute CDF grant allocations 10 times annually on the same payment schedule as the TISA payments. Because TISA has no individual salary component that we have in the past used to determine CDF, the total value of a county's TISA allocation will be used in determination of the grant award amounts. Happy to take questions if anybody has any on the cost differential factor.
Are there questions? Mr. Holt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. One minor language point. For sub 1, where it says the department may disperse the CDF grants, I believe that the statute says that they shall be dispersed. And I think there's an understanding that if the funds are appropriated, then the department would disperse those funds. But my suggestion is, because we already have that preface subject to the annual appropriations starting in subparagraph 1, then maybe we change the language from may to shall to mirror the statute to show that that's a mandatory as required by law.
Yes, and I agree with your synopsis of what's in the law there, and we certainly can take a sort of another look at that. And it was not the intent in the rulemaking to make it somehow the department's determination as to whether or not those would go out, because the law is clear. I think the may was there as a reflection of, well, if there aren't appropriations, but as you suggested, there are other ways to craft that language-wise to more closely mirror the statute. So we will look into that.
Thank you. And then a more substantive question. In 2A that explains how the CDF amount is calculated, it's you take the ratio, multiply it by the sum of the base, weights, and direct funding, but not outcome bonuses. And I was wondering what consideration was given to including or not including outcome bonuses. And specifically, you know, if the idea is that this is an adjustment to account for higher cost of living in certain districts, do we want to incentivize those districts equally adjusted for cost of living? as we are with other districts with those outcome bonuses?
I think that's a fair question and sort of something we can look into. I'll take sort of an initial stab at it. I mean, the outcomes funding is really intended to be additional sort of funding that can be earned sort of on top of the formula, if you will. And something like a cost differential factor, doesn't necessarily relate to that portion too. And so it may be a fairer sort of analysis of something that's based on something like cost of living for something like student achievement to not factor into that. So I think that's the reason that it wasn't included in the initial version of the proposed rule.
And is the idea that when you say fairer allocation, my understanding of the reason for the cost differential factor is to account for the fact that some districts are more expensive to live in and provide services in than others. And therefore, if you want to make those same incentives with the outcome bonuses in such districts, would it make sense to account for that increased cost differential for bonuses as well as all the other factors that go into funding?
It's certainly something we can look into it as we continue to sort of prepare for the final version of the rules. I'm not sure if that's something we've got additional feedback on specifically to date, but it's something that we can look into more. And I should say too, we talked about this in a previous meeting, but this was probably the very last thing that was amended on to the piece of legislation. This actually happened the very last week of session and the week that TISA was passed. And cost differential factor is something that has a sort of interesting recent history legislatively. It was basically being phased out prior, and we were sort of lowering amounts over time after the legislature took action in 2016. There was a desire from certain members, an amendment that sort of got brought forward to have a cost differential factor again. But as Marianne noted, there was a very conscious decision to do that outside of the funding formula. So, and the reason for that is it really there were some other proposals or discussion about should it be calculated on top of the base, but that would defeat the purpose of a base, which is supposed to be equal for every student anywhere in the state, regardless of any other circumstances. And so it was our position as an administration, we were neutral on that amendment, but that if it was going to be added in, that it should be done outside the funding formula and a grant sort of outside and on top of TISA if we were going to look at that. And that was the final version that was passed in the legislation.
Understood. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Mullenhour, please.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And I believe this question is to be directed at Ms. Dursky, but Charlie, obviously, feel free to step in if you'd like. So I reached out to a couple of gentlemen at at CBER, in particular the fellow who's the director, and I'm in the process of just asking them a handful of questions just so I can understand kind of how this formula works. And I think it is where it may have been getting phased out in years past, and it may have kind of fallen off the radar for many. Under current economic circumstances, and given a lot of the shifts and the winds of how our economy is developing, and more specifically regionally, and even our state here, thankfully, is growing quickly, and there's many good things happening in Tennessee, but there are also many costs that are increasing as a result. So I do think that this is an important consideration and that we do it well. I want to, again, I am doing a deep dive with them to understand kind of how their process works, but just for all of us here today, a couple of basic questions. One is, how are changes instituted in the CBER model? Are you made aware of those? Is the department made aware of those? Is it kind of a black box? What's the process for their determinations and calculations on an ongoing basis?
They send us an annual report, which outlines the process. It does not go into a great deal of depth, and we obviously have the chance to talk with them and ask questions, which we routinely do if we see a county come onto the list of qualifying for CDF or falling off of it. We would talk with them about why that happened.
Okay. Is there an approval process by which those calculations are changed, or is it just strictly their professional?
We have entered into a contract with CBER, the department has, for the calculation of this annually, and the terms of that are governed by the contract.
Okay, so just to clarify, does that involve, are any of the terms of that contract such that the department has the ability to influence how those calculations are determined?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay, okay. A couple remaining questions. One is, my understanding of the model is that you look at each county as a unit, and you would follow the SEBR report with respect to that particular county. You would determine whether or not the CDF applies. If it does, then once all other counties in the state are also taken into account, those counties are allocated based on their initial sort of apportionment.
Mm-hmm.
And then within those counties, they're also required to then apportion to each of the individual schools within those counties. Is that a correct account?
That is
of the
correct,
model?
yes, exactly.
Okay, thank you. All right, last question is, so just what's the rationale for the departure from the BEP being, purely sort of a base, if you will, and then the TISA being a base plus weighted? What's the rationale for applying the CDF to both of those? I think I understand your previous comments, but I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page.
Yeah. The weighted allocations were part of what was appropriated under the BEP, so that the base, under TISA, the base and the weights
Within the
together
BEP base, you mean?
were funded under the BEP, so we're still encompassing the same categories of funds and generation of funds by capturing both the base and the weights and the direct.
Do you anticipate any material departures from how the CDF funds might be allocated in the world of TISA versus the world of BEP in the past?
I would not. We're still going to use the same CDF measure that we have always used, and it's going to be proportionate to the size of the district's allocation, which really, when we use the instructional salaries, as we did under the BEP, that also really bore out proportionally. The larger districts, receive more based on size of allocation. So I believe it will be roughly the same.
Yeah, and just a little bit of context, each year, and this ebbs and flows just a bit, but we're talking about 6 to 7 districts total in the state. 3 districts encompass approximately 80% of the total of CDF right now. So the impact is still going to be within that realm, but it is likely to just be whatever money the General Assembly has set.
Okay. And kind of final question, kind of following up on that, again, taking into account current economic circumstances and so forth, do you anticipate that what might currently be 6 or 7 districts might become 37 districts as a result of the cost of living increases that we're seeing more broadly? And if so, does the model, as I understand, the model accounts for that. It simply would reallocate accordingly, and the districts that might have gotten more in the past because there were only 6 or 7 will presumably get less now because there's many others in the pool.
Yeah, we have not seen very much change in the handful of districts that receive CDF over the years. There may have been 1 or 2 who came on or off, but the core group has been the same for any number of years. And I think as the economy changes, if the entire state changes, I think everybody would change proportionally, and not. I don't anticipate that we're going to see another large number of districts.
Presumably, if the whole state increases because it's a ratio of the average of the entire state, there would be no difference.
There's no
The issue would just be if there's some areas in the state that are growing much, much more quickly than others, and there's more of those counties that are growing much more quickly than others. That's where we would see potentially more counties sort of triggering that 1.0 threshold. And I just wanted to make sure that I understood that the implications would therefore be the districts that might have, or the counties that might have received more in the past because there was such a small number across which those funds would have to be allocated would now presumably receive somewhat less because there could be more counties on that list. I just wanted to make sure I understood that that was the case.
It could
And,
be.
and Mary Ann, before you answer, could you bring your microphone a little bit closer
sure.
to you? Because the people that are on the phone are saying they're having difficulty hearing you. Thank you.
Apologies.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I will say too, it's subject to annual appropriation, so the legislature would have the option obviously at their discretion, to increase the amount if they saw a significant increase in the possible number of eligible districts. But again, that's a legislative decision that we are not part of.
And the last thing I would add to that is so let's take kind of Southwest Tennessee, which we expect will have lots of changes. The economy and might be disproportionate to the rest of the state. That growth, you would also have to see kind of labor costs and things increase, and that would have to increase at such an exponential value compared to, let's say, kind of the three places that tend to get the majority of the funds. I think what we've been kind of projecting out and talking to external groups and experts in the modeling is that if that were to happen at that rate over a sustained period of time, it would still take quite a while for it to hit kind of above the 1.0 threshold. So it's something that you all will get that information year over year and start to see how different districts relate to one another. So you can see like it's Metro Nashville, Shelby County, Memphis, Shelby County Schools, and Williamson County are the three that get the majority of those funds. You'll be able to see how other counties and districts relate to them year over year to see who's kind of starting to catch up and then who's kind of falling off that list.
Great, thank you very much. I will follow up with Seabird again for my own edification and to understand their model. Appreciate the work you're doing on this. Thank you.
Other questions? Excuse me, other questions? Okay. Oh, you do?
Madam Chair, sorry.
Please. No, that's okay. Go ahead. No.
Is it the department's understanding that the CDF funds that come from the allocations for public charter schools would have to flow from the districts to those public charter schools? So for transparency, I think the districts that have the CDF funds are also the districts that have the vast majority of the public charter schools in the state. And if the funds for public charter schools are being used in the calculation to determine the CDF amounts, those are then going to the districts. Do we have clarity in the rules that the districts then have to pass those funds along to the schools that are the reason for that additional CDF amount?
So a couple things, and then I'm going to defer to Mary Ann. So I will state the law is certainly silent on that part for this specific portion of code for sort of CDF. You heard us say previously that it's clear sort of in the law that funds that are generated by charter schools sort of go to them. Because this is outside the formula, though, I'm not sure that necessarily carries through as a statutory mandate. I don't believe the rules address that currently, but Mary Ann, do you know for current practice with cost differential factor if those funds have flowed to charter schools in the past? Maybe we can start there.
They have in the past and are doing so this current school year. They are part of the state allocation to the districts, and currently the districts calculate a per pupil amount inclusive of all of their state and local funding, and so the CDF would be included in that, and so that is part of the per pupil amount that goes to the charter schools.
So I wonder if, given the silence in the law and the rules, if it would be prudent to enumerate in the rules that is the requirement with respect to CDF for public charter schools in those counties, those more expensive counties.
Yeah, I think that's a very insightful thing to point out, and we will look into that more and take that feedback.
And then just one more question on this. If I were the operator of a public charter school in one of those counties, is there a place where I could go to determine, to find all of this information that is then being used to calculate the amounts that I should expect for a district to be providing to me, so that I'm not spending a lot of time and all the different public charter schools aren't having to each individually figure out, what are the weighted amounts, what are the direct allocations, what's the additional enhancement for CDF, but all of that math is shown somewhere, ideally published by the department who is going to be doing the good work of crunching those numbers and figuring out what those amounts should be.
Yeah, we currently publish at the beginning of the year and then at the end of the year the per pupil amount for each district for its charter schools. And so we have, that has been a practice that we have engaged in over the years. I believe this is something we're going to address in the charter rule that we have coming up to bring before you in the near future. But I believe we'll be addressing the distribution of TISA funds specifically to charter schools.
Great.
And actually, I'll make a note on that. It's something we haven't addressed today that we probably should have. You know, these are rules specific to TISA, but they may trigger further rule changes, and there are some ones we've identified that are coming at a future meeting that will need to be changed or edited in order to align with the funding distribution, which is primarily what's driving these rules. And this is a good example of one in which there's an existing charter school rule that has been around that talks about sort of fund distribution. So rather than doing that all through this rule, and, you know, deleting it sort of from that one, it probably makes more sense to have that all sort of in one place for the charter school rules, given that's how sort of from a regulatory standpoint we have kind of had a framework there. So it's a good example of something that I think is to come in more depth and detail, but just in a different vehicle in terms of the rule.
Great. Thank you all.
Next topic. You ready to proceed?
Yes.
It's still Mary Ann, so.
Still me. This is section .10, data collection, calculation, and appeals. This section of the rules outlines the process for collecting and verifying data from the LEAs and data reporting requirements of the Department of Education. The data required to be collected for the TISA calculation currently exists at either the state or the LEA level. So we are not asking districts to change or increase the amount of data that they are reporting to us. It is already currently being reported, as you've heard from some of the other presenters. The TISA guide will provide further clarification on the data collection guidelines and time frame, and putting this in the guide is going to allow the department to seek additional input on this process from all of our stakeholders. We want to make sure that we are working with our stakeholders as we outline the guidelines and the time frame particularly. One key change to note in the data collection is that we will be using all 9 reporting periods of ADM in the final ADM calculation for the TISA allocations. This is a change from the current practice where we use 4 months and weight them. Under TISA, all 9 months will be used, and they will be weighted equally. This will allow us to more accurately represent the students in each district, as well as to take into account any mobility during the year, if they move from district to district, or if there is a change in their individual students' characteristics, if they become eligible for additional services, that can be picked up mid-year, whereas that is somewhat more difficult to do under the current practice. LEAs will submit their data to the department on a regular schedule that will be outlined, as I said, in the TISA guide. Data will be certified monthly, particularly the ADM data. We're asking that that be certified monthly by the districts, and that will allow us to give more accurate estimates much earlier in the year. Currently, districts have until June 15th to go back and make changes to any of the prior month's ADM data, so that a district has the ability at the end of May, for example, to go in and enter their at-risk students that they may not have previously entered. That causes a big shift in the allocations that we have estimated to date by having that sudden jump in ADM in one particular district. Having the districts under TISA verify that data monthly is going to smooth out any of those big changes. And as I said, it's going to allow us to give much better estimates earlier in the year, something that I think the districts will appreciate greatly. The department will also administer an appeals process for the final allocation. If a district disagrees with us, they will have 15 days from the date that we provide them that final allocation to appeal to us and undergo a review and reach a determination. And finally, the department will report annually certain data points that are used in the TISA calculations, such as the districts that qualify as sparse by their geographic size in square miles, the CTE data, and fiscal capacity indices. So we will be providing that data. And again, more of this, much of this section will be fleshed out in the TISA guide with more specifics, but that is the general overview of the data piece. So I'm happy to take questions.
Are there questions on this section?
I have
Yes,
some,
Mr. Cobbins.
questions related to Mr. Morrow, who couldn't be here in person, who's also an education administrator. Wanted to have a few questions put on the record. Is the 25 students per mile calculated using only the county LEA's ADMs, or would it include ADMs of any special school districts or city systems in that county too?
That calculation will use only the ADM for the county system. Only county systems are eligible for the sparse weight, and we will use the county ADM divided by the total square miles of the county.
Okay. For the purposes of calculating sparse districts, will the department use the entire county's area or only the portion of the county served by the county LEA for multi-system counties?
We will use the entire geographic area of the county.
Okay. What happens if the director of schools does not certify the data by the last day of the month?
That has not, that has not yet been determined.
It's a big hypothetical.
We would, of course, proceed with our, if we were making a growth payment or we were doing an estimate, we would proceed with the data as not verified. We will be in contact with our districts to, as we are now, to ensure that they are looking at and verifying that data.
Mr.
We
Eby
hope
has-
that will not
oh, I'm
happen.
sorry. I was going to say he has a follow-up
Yeah,
question.
I'd like to follow up on that because we got comments that if the data is due on the last day of the business month, the systems don't have their reporting done until till the end of the month. And so I know that there was a lot of requests if that couldn't be put off or until the next month or sometime later. I mean, how do they report the data if it's the last day of the month and they don't have it through their system?
Well, the month that we're referring to is the ADM month, which is 20 instructional days. And so what we're asking is that at the month following the end of that 20-day period, that data be verified. So
Okay.
it's not concurrent with the end of the reporting period.
Okay, so
there is some time in there.
In the rule, it says LEA school district director shall certify their period data submission by the last day of each month. So you're saying that's the next month or something, or they understand what the period, maybe you could clarify that?
The TISA guide is going to have a much more detailed reporting schedule with actual month one will have to be submitted by X date and verified by X date. So that I think we can look to the TISA guide for the specificity. I will say that we have heard that from almost all districts, that we don't want to require them to have to verify the data too quickly so that it is not accurate. And we understand that, and particularly in this first year, we are going to be working very closely with our districts, listening to them, talking with them, and seeing what works and what doesn't work, and how we can best get the data as quickly as possible and have it verified, and yet not place an undue burden on our districts.
Thank you.
Final question. If the department finds a substantive reporting error, will TISA amounts be recalculated?
Yeah. I believe if there was a significant error, yes, we would go back and recalculate.
Would it be only for that LEA or for other LEAs that might be affected by that?
I'll take this one. So there's kind of two components there. I think it depends on where that calculation issue occurred. So if this is about fiscal capacity, that would be TASER and SEBR would need to recalculate. That's where it might impact everyone. For the formula itself, if an LEA submits, let's say, incorrect data or needs to make a substantial revision, that should not impact others because it's on a per student, it's a per student funding formula. So in that case, we would recalculate and provide that estimate. I think the positive is that we provide those estimates. In the rule, it says TISA allocations, those projections will start in April. We do expect that we will start those significantly earlier to align more and more closely, frankly, with when our districts are doing their local budgets. So if we can give them that information, and frankly, most of our districts can calculate that on their own because it is a much more simple formula, they'll be able to see those iterations as the year progresses. So we would always want to make sure it's accurate. We're all audited against that, and there's lots of checks and balances to ensure that it's an accurate appropriation.
All right, thank you.
No other questions? Okay. Next topic.
Section .11, ADM calculations. This section describes the ADM calculations that are used to implement the TISA formula. The ADM is calculated in the same manner as we are currently doing under BEP, the 9 reporting periods that I mentioned earlier. We will use all 9 periods, equally weighting each of the 9. Early graduates will continue to be included for funding purposes through the date which they would have normally graduated. It's important to reiterate, too, that as we are doing currently, we will use prior year ADM to fund the following year. So data from this current school year, 22-23, will be used to calculate the formula for 24. We always use data that lags 1 year. And then the section of the rule goes on to really talk about the actual math. And as the commissioner said earlier, it's the ADM for the base. It's the ADM for the district times the base, and that's the base funding. And then for the weights, it's the base amount times the weight times the eligible ADM. So it's a very straightforward multiplication process to determine the amounts. And direct funding works the same way. It's calculated by multiplying the direct funding amount by the eligible ADM. And then the total of the base, weights, and direct funding amounts are added together, and that is the district's total TISA funding. So that really is, it's a more lengthy section, but it details a lot of the calculations. Any questions on any of that?
Questions?
Just 2 questions related to small district funding and sparsity funding and the calculation. Should small district funding include multiplying by the small district weight and then multiplying by the small district ADM?
I may have misspoke. I believe that's how it is. It's the ADM of the district.
Okay.
Well, it's the base amount times the weight for small district times the ADM for the district.
Okay. And is that the same for sparsity funding?
Yes, sir,
The
it is.
sparsity weight is multiplied by the sparsity ADM.
The base times the weight times the ADM.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
Thank you.
Next topic.
Okay. Okay, section .12, distribution of funds. This section documents the methodology by which TISA funds will be distributed to our LEAs throughout the year, and it also addresses the distribution of supplemental grants named in the law. The TISA funds will be distributed to districts 10 times per year on the same schedule that funds are currently distributed. The first distribution will be August 15th, and the 9th payment will be in April, so August through April, they get a payment every month. The final payment is in June. Typically, that June payment, we give them a portion on June 15th, and then we give ourselves some time to true up at the end of the year for any changes that may have occurred. There are several things for which we have to adjust under the law, not necessarily related to TISA. And then we make a final payment. We anticipate that final payment would be in July, early in July. If for any reason the state funds that are appropriated for TISA would not be sufficient to meet the allocations as calculated, we would apply a pro rata reduction to the amount that each LEA was allocated. That has not happened in anyone's memory. We don't know of a time when that hasn't happened. We've been very fortunate in this state that our governors and the General Assembly have seen fit to fund education. But that provision is there should it be needed. The TISA law does provide that an LEA's allocation will not decrease more than 5% from one year to the next. If that should occur, the department will allocate additional funds to the LEA to ensure that the reduction in funding is no more than 5%. So if the reduction was 6%, we would give them the 1% to really soften the impact of that reduction and help them, give them a little bit of time during that year to right size and prepare for the next year. An additional provision is that if an LEA is located in a county designated as distressed or at risk by the Commissioner of Economic and Community Development, and if that LEA's maintenance of effort amount should increase as a result of a change in their fiscal capacity, then that LEA would receive a grant equal to the amount of the required increase in the local contribution. This grant is subject to appropriation by the General Assembly. So if that were to occur, there would have to be funds appropriated for that purpose in order to allow us to provide a grant to that district. And finally, there is a provision for an LEA located in a county with an active tourism development zone agreement that meets certain other criteria, and there is an annual grant amount of $1.8 million, again, subject to appropriation by the General Assembly. Any questions on this section?
Questions?
I see some.
Yes, Mr. Wells.
All right, thank you. In 1C, it's talking about on the settlement, the final settlement. It has all records and reports required by the department. If I'm an LEA, is that easy for me to understand what all those reports and requirements are, or is it spelled out? Or I'm sure you probably ask for a lot of things from the LEAs.
I'm just going to say too many things. Yes, we do.
Yeah.
But they'll know what they're required to.
Yeah.
It's
typically the two biggest reports that we require are at the end of the year, their annual financial report, and then at about the same time, their budget for the upcoming year. Those are the two main reports to which this has referred.
And you talked about that kind of June delay. I'm sure that's kind of what you're trying to receive, get all that in. Okay. And then let's go down to 4B. So it's talking here on the TISA allocation to set the state and local contributions for the original TISA allocation. So obviously for the 23-24 year, the original is the 23-24, but then every year after that, does it move with the year, or is the original always 23-24?
It looks back to the previous year. It's a year-to-year calculation.
Okay. And then on, does local funds mean the actual local funding for the fiscal year 23-24, or just the required local contribution?
I believe in this context, it's the required local contribution. I'd look to Charlie to clarify that, but I believe it in the TISA law, when it talks about local contribution, it's the required share.
Okay. And then when we talked about decreases, if there's a decrease of any percentage, will the LEA still receive additional funding for the mandatory increases for like salaries, insurance premiums?
No, that is a BEP provision that is no longer
So that will go
part of the law. They will,
completely?
yeah, if there is a decrease less than 5%, they will just receive whatever the allocation comes out to be.
Okay. And then let's go down to 5A and 5B. Can you help me understand the maintenance of effort provision there? I've heard this term a lot in my old career, but can you remind me how it works?
Sure, and there are any number of areas where there is a maintenance of effort, and so the maintenance of effort that I will speak to is purely for the state and local funding. Maintenance of effort requires that a local funding body maintain the same level in dollars of local effort from year to year. So a local funding body, a county commission, for example, cannot decrease the amount of local funding appropriated to a school system from one year to the next. The only exception to that is if there is a decrease in the ADM of the district. In that case, the local contribution amount can be reduced as long as it stays at least the same on a per pupil basis. So the maintenance of effort, the first test is just an aggregate sum. What they contributed $5 million one year, they have to contribute at least $5 million the next year. The second level, if there's a decrease in ADM, if they contributed $4,000 per student, they have to contribute at least $4,000 per student the following year. That would allow them to decrease the total, but keep the per student funding level.
Okay. And then we talked about that one county that has the grant there. I know that's something that's been going on for a long time, but why is it spelled out directly in this that they're gonna get that exact amount? Does it not change at all? Or?
At the time the agreement was reached, that is the amount that was determined to roughly make up for what the loss they were experiencing in local revenue due to the agreement, the Tourism Development Zone Agreement.
Okay.
And the law has been changed such that this situation cannot occur again.
Right.
And so it is limited to this particular district.
It's also time limited, so it's essentially kind of that 30-year agreement that when that happened, once that agreement at the local level runs out, then this funding would also fade out. So it is a time bound to, I think it's a bond.
And when the development bond is paid off.
And what
this
year
agreement.
are we on now?
I don't know.
I think at least year 7,
Yeah.
7 or 8.
Okay.
Yeah, first half of it.
Yeah,
That.
we have a ways to go.
Yeah, okay. And I think this is my last one. Is it possible for counties with the status of transitional or better to have less fiscal capacity per student than a county with a status of at-risk or worse?
I'm not familiar with those designations.
Okay.
To be honest, I'm not able to answer that.
Can you say that one more time? Just
Yeah. So is it possible for counties with a status of transitional or better to have less fiscal capacity per student than a county with a status of at-risk or worse?
I technically maybe. I think those are determined by two completely different groups. So ECD is going to determine those who are distressed and at risk, and then CBER and TAS are going to develop kind of all fiscal capacity measures. So I guess there could be a world in which the fiscal capacity of a district that is not deemed distressed or at risk is actually not as high as a district who is. I can't think of a specific example, but I don't want to say that's an impossibility because they're two completely different groups of organizations and different calculations.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, Mr. Eby?
Yeah, just to follow up, it's probably something I don't understand, but going back to the maintenance of effort, does the maintenance of effort come into any part of the calculation of fiscal capacity?
No, it does not. Fiscal capacity typically uses what a district is able to provide for education funding based on some universal parameters. It does not take into account actual funding.
How much they're paying? Okay, that's what I thought.
Does not.
Thank you.
Sorry, and just as a follow-up, we'll actually do that it's a really interesting question we didn't look at because they're just completely different from one another. But I think as a checks and balances, we'll do a crosswalk and get you that information and see kind of where folks fall as a result of that. Yep.
Other questions?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Mullenhour, I believe?
Thank
Yes.
you. I think I know how Charlie's going to answer this question, and it's probably going to involve the TISA guide, but I'm going to step back for just a second and kind of put myself in the shoes of a superintendent who, I'm from the private sector, so I'm going to think of them in terms of investing their funds in the objective. They need to be able to think ahead. They need to be able to plan for hiring. They need to be able to plan for curriculum. They need to be able to plan for facilities maintenance and playgrounds and all the other important things that further this effort. One concern that I've shared with the commissioner and with a handful of others and gotten her feedback on, and it's been very helpful, is if we take into account how the model functions and we take into account the unknown variables, because there are some that are unknown. I'll use the ULNs as the primary example here. There is the potential that, and Commissioner, you and I may still disagree on this, there's the potential that, at least in future years, the number of students who qualify under ULNs could, for example, cause an overcommitment of funds. In other words, as you heard me ask, I believe it was Ms. Knoll earlier, what is the average percentage that applies to the 288,000 students? And I appreciate the department getting back with me so quickly. I received that math as we were sitting up here, ran the numbers. The number is 43.9%. So of the 288,000 students that are qualified for one or more ULNs, the combined, the cumulative percentage, weighting percentage is 43.9%. My concern is this: if you run the full math, the model works based on information we've been provided by the department so far. $6.6 billion in base funding, 1.8 I think it was in weight funding. The model works up until that number is 45.1%. Anything above that, the model starts to overcommit at least the funds that I referenced just a second ago. There's nothing wrong with that. That's perfectly normal. I understand why the provision in the statute is there, which essentially says, hey, if we overcommit the funds, we're just going to reduce everybody's funds proportionally. That makes perfectly good sense. My question is this: what are we doing to set the expectations of these superintendents as they're trying to make these investments, as they're trying to think 1 year ahead, 2 years ahead, 5 years ahead? How do we make sure that we don't put them in a situation where they're looking at their particular calculator for their particular county or system, and it's telling them that they're going to receive X number of funds, and then a year or two later, we see they're told that, no, actually, you're not going to receive that full amount. You're going to receive something less than that per, the statutory reference is 49.3108 for those who care to look at it. My question is, what are we doing to communicate to those superintendents so that they can make forward-thinking investments without overcommitting to funds that they may not receive?
Yeah, I'll take that one. So I think what I would probably say is, taking a step back, is it's not a fixed amount. So it doesn't work any differently than the BEP. We get the information from the prior year. We are able to use that information and project early until the governor proposes the budget, General Assembly. This is how much funding is going to be required to fully fund the formula. And so it ends up, it's not as if we say we're only going to do this much and then we have to prorate back. It's the same thing in the BEP. So let's take the ULNs. Right now we have special education option codes. There could be a massive shift in special education option codes, which would have changed how much money needed to be appropriated for the BEP. The General Assembly would then appropriate that amount, and we do as good a job as we can to project what that will be. We always have a little bit of cushion at the end in case there's kind of a big increase in student enrollment, et cetera. That goes back to the earlier question about reversion funds and where those reversion funds go if we underestimate what that commitment will be. So the same process will happen under TISA. And so let's say there is a change in ULNs, or we have significantly more, as we expect, English learners in the state over the next several years. We will expect ULNs to go up. We'll provide those projections to the General Assembly, and unless there is some major budget issue, which again, as Marianne said, hasn't happened that we know in recent memory, what we have seen traditionally is they fully fund the amount that we expect will need to be appropriated for the following school year. So that would actually be an issue of the General Assembly saying either we don't have the money or we are unwilling to fully fund the formula, and we have not seen that.
So my question then is just what is the plan for the communications and the timing of those communications to, I guess, the General Assembly first, to determine, are they willing to fully fund, yes or no? And if they say, no, we're not willing to fund that, we didn't expect that much of an increase, we're not going to fund that, to then go back to the superintendents and explain that they need to be planning accordingly.
That would happen through the budgeting process during the General Assembly's regular session. So they usually do the budget at the very, very end. If the governor proposes a budget at the beginning based on the data that we have, and it is significantly more than anyone expected, that signal would happen in January and February. But ultimately, they vote on that, the Appropriations Act and that final budget, usually end of April, beginning of May. Again, we haven't seen that before, but if there were going to be an issue like that, One, I think we would also have really good data from superintendents because we would have had prior year data. We would have seen some really massive upticks in any of these ULNs and probably addressed that proactively. Had some good information of, we had a ton of people move to Tennessee, or, yep, we had a plant open up and this happened. I think those are the types of major changes we would expect to see there. But it would not be a surprise to anyone because we fund on prior year data.
Yeah, and I'll go back to a comment, Ms. Dursky, I believe that you made, where you were talking about the importance of updating the data on a more regular basis so that we can be more sensitive to changes that are occurring, which makes a lot of sense. I think one of the perhaps hints of reality that was embedded in that statement is that we may be surprised at how many ULNs begin to appear in this formula. And maybe that's because they weren't properly recorded previously, or or people weren't, they were either incentivized or disincentivized to recognize the facts at that time. In this particular case going forward, based on this funding formula, which I think has so many merits, it does incentivize, I think, recognizing ULNs where maybe they wouldn't have been before, and it just runs the risk of being surprised at how quickly the weights can accelerate beyond what we might have anticipated. And I'm not saying that it's not done the right way. I'm just saying from a business perspective, it's a sensitive variable in the formula that we won't have real good visibility into until maybe it's a little late in the game. And I just want to make sure that there's a plan, it sounds like there is, a plan to communicate both to the legislature as early as possible, or governor's office and all of those stakeholders, but then also making sure that we're not forgetting to remind the superintendents that this is not an impossibility, because I believe the response that I had heard originally from the department was that it was viewed as an impossibility, and I don't think that that's correct. So again, my emphasis is just, are we communicating expectations appropriately and at the right time to make sure that superintendents aren't overcommitting themselves?
So I'll take that because we spoke about this at length during the hearings, and essentially there's no change in the financial incentives. So the only difference in terms of the groups that we would then incent through the weights is going to be characteristics of dyslexia. We've been super transparent that we have an estimate of those numbers, but certainly it does look different, and I think Lisa spoke to that earlier. In terms of students with disabilities, English learners, et cetera, those are all numbers that we provide additional funding for through the BEP. And so we do not expect that districts will then over-identify students because there is some kind of dollar difference between what they would have received in special ed option code 3 versus ULN 2. There's still a dollar attached to whatever those service hours might be. I think in a good way, under TISA, we are aligning those dollars more towards the actual costs of what those services are. I don't think we did that effectively in the BEP, and that's why you're going to see so much more funding going to students with disabilities, for example. And it should, because we know districts spend a lot more local dollars on that than they should. So I think to the question about there's like the actual numbers that feed into the system, I think similar is we believe our districts are submitting good data. We also have significant auditing processes on the back end to ensure that if a student is getting funding for a disability, they have an IEP as well as additional services recorded about that IEP, et cetera. So we do believe that data is going to be good. If there is a significant change in those ULNs, again, we have the auditing and monitoring that will ensure that that's real information. We provide that to the General Assembly. Certainly it is possible that they could say that they do not want to fund public education in the formula that has been created based on really good multiple times audited data. We have never seen that, and that's not really a common practice in state. So that would be a very, very big deal for them to do that. The times in which we would see that would be if we were in a significant economic downturn and we literally just didn't have the state funds to do so. So I'm saying that all to say we don't actually have a plan, and I don't think we have intent to communicate to superintendents that they should plan for contingency. That has not happened in our state before.
Yeah, and this may go back to, I think, a comment that was directed to Ms. Knoll earlier. I recognize that it hasn't been done in the last many, many years, but we lived in the world of BEP then, and we live in the world of TISA now, and there's a lot of other factors that are at play. So I guess to be as succinct as possible, my question then to the department is, do you believe that it's possible that that scenario could happen? Not that we want it to, not that it's even likely, but that it could happen. And you're nodding your head, so I'm assuming that you're acknowledging that it could.
Of course.
And that you have eyes on that, and that if it were to happen, the expectation really on the part of the legislature and the governor's office and superintendents and really taxpayers, everybody, would be that you would communicate that as quickly as possible so that we can get ahead of it as quickly as possible and not pretend like it's not at least a mathematical possibility.
Yep, so I see the distinction there. So one, it hasn't happened in recent memory. So that's, Mary Ann's like, not ever. It's like, yes. So in recent memory, I think, yes, if we saw at the end of the year data that we were trending in a way that was going to be a significant and unexpected, frankly, increase in terms of what that appropriation would need to be, we would absolutely be communicating that in very real time and in a very kind of ongoing cadence, certainly with legislative leadership in the governor's office, but also with our superintendents that would say, look, this data is very different than what we've seen. This is the implications of what this will mean for our state budget, and we need to have some very serious conversations about what that will mean for next year's funding.
Okay.
100% and immediate.
Okay.
That would be a very, very big deal. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
thank you for answering it that
course.
way. Bob?
If I could add just a couple of things to further what the commissioner has said. First of all, we're going to be doing a great deal of training with our districts, our superintendents, our finance directors, everyone, school boards. And so these are some of the things that we can talk about with them as well. I think we'll have a great opportunity to engage with them more so than we may have in the recent past. We do encourage every district to have a long-range plan, a 3-year, 5-year, 10-year plan for capital facilities, for growth, for changes that they foresee, and to update that regularly. And so that'll be part of our training conversation, and that does play into your looking ahead at what might come. And finally, every district is required to have a fund balance. They must keep funds on hand for unexpected circumstances, for either an unforeseen shortfall in revenue or an unforeseen increase in prices, or both. And so that is the district's cushion, if you will, against a sudden change in their particular financial circumstances. They would always have at least 3% of their operating balance, and every district has more than that on hand that they are not allowed to budget or expend, that must be saved just for that emergency. So kind of all those things together would help defer any kind of a catastrophic response to the situation that you described. And again, we'll be communicating with our districts about that and making them even more aware of the necessity for some long-range planning and for some good fiscal management to make sure that they're on top of it.
Mr. Eby.
Yeah, I think Ms. Dursky basically answered the question I was going to ask, but the way that the process, I think that, Jordan, you're talking about is sort of a lagging process. I appreciate the auditing and that after there's an issue, but I think there's a real opportunity here. The fact that we got these ULNs now is to do some upfront training to be sure there's consistency across the district so they understand, so they are applied in a consistent manner. So I was glad to hear that you're going to be working with the districts, et cetera, to explain the process ahead of time. You want to be a leader, you don't want to be a lagger in this, and I think that would prevent a lot of the issues.
Other questions? We ready to move on to BEP transition funding?
Yes, transition section .13. This section in the rules is basically taken directly from the law. It adds hopefully some clarity on how we will calculate the BEP transition funding during the first 4 years of TISA. In year 1, we will take a look to see if any district is receiving an allocation under TISA that is less than what they received in FY23 under the BEP. And that will become the group of districts to which this provision applies. It's only those who in the very first year of TISA receive a lower allocation. If the allocation is less than the baseline funding from FY23, the department in year 1 will make up 100% of the difference in funding. Baseline funding is defined in the rules on page 2, and it is basically the sum of the FY23 BEP allocation and then 3 grants that have formerly been outside the BEP and are now rolled in Coordinated School Health, Family Resource Center, and School Safety. After the first year, if there continues to be a difference between the TISA allocation and the baseline funding amount, the department will gradually step down its support for that district. In year 2, the department would provide 75% of the difference. In year 3, 50%, and then in year 4, 25% of the difference. By the end of that time, the LEA would have had sufficient time to right-size and reevaluate their operations to align with the available funding. This is a safety net provision for any of those districts. We estimate that there will only be a handful, probably less than 5. Any questions on the transition funding?
Yes, Mr. Eby?
Yes, section 5C1, where it talks about the process, calculating the gap, et cetera, that's very confusing to read. I would hope that your guide is going to give a specific example of something, or if you can look to see how to clarify that. I mean, I could read that section right now, but it's just very confusing to read.
We will certainly take a look at that when we write the guide, and I think that is the intent of the guide, is to be even more expansive.
Thank you. Also, is the transition funding subject then to annual appropriations by the General Assembly?
I think it would have to be. It likely would be part of the Appropriations Act. We would be able to recommend to the governor's office when we present our budget if we think that there's going to be a need for it, and we could estimate the amount.
So if there's not 100% availability, then I would assume that those transition funds would be prorated.
We would do a prorated
similar
reduction.
To the way,
yes.
The same way the state and local.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Other questions? I think it's time to move into the last topic, educator salary increases.
Last topic, thank you. This is educator salary increases. This, again, is taken directly from the TISA law and other existing state laws. Should the General Assembly increase the base funding in a given year, the General Assembly has the ability to restrict a portion of that annual increase to provide salary increases to existing educators. And existing educators, again, is found in the rules, in the definition section on page 4. If a portion of the annual increase in the base is designated and restricted for existing educator salary increases, the following actions would be required. The state board would increase the state minimum salary schedule based on the amount of funds restricted for existing educator salary increases. LEAs and public charter schools would have to use the portion restricted to provide salary increases to their existing educators and to report to the department how the funds were utilized. And finally, the department would have to provide a report to both the state board and the General Assembly on how these funds were used. These requirements are actually currently in state law. Districts do report to us annually how they have used their new instructional salary dollars, and we in turn provide that to the BEP Review Committee as part of their annual report. So this is current practice moved into the TISA law and rules. So that actually is the end of that section. Are there any questions?
I have a few questions. With item 1A, the state board shall increase the minimum salary schedule, as we do every year. Help us to understand, how will the appropriate increase in the minimum salary on the state schedule be determined whenever the General Assembly earmarks the funds for that purpose?
So what we will do is we will take the total amount, so let's just $100 million, $125 million, whatever that is, and then divide that by the number of educators who are eligible based on the definition within the law. And that will be essentially how much goes per teacher, and that's what we would recommend that you increase the minimum by.
Okay. So is there anything in particular that you need, or you all will have everything that you need at your disposal. You know the amount, and that's the simple factor that you'll use.
That's right, and we would.
Based on the number of educators, existing educators, okay.
Yes.
And then, will there be a separate schedule for existing educators? Will it be developed, or will there be a single, I'm sorry, I'm not even reading my own notes, sorry. Will a separate salary schedule for existing educators be developed, or will the existing single schedule be used to drive increases in the salary increases of all instructional personnel whenever the General Assembly is earmarking funds to increase the salaries of existing educators defined by the new law?
So the only thing that the law requires is that if there is earmarked funding for educator salary increases, it goes to educator salary increases. It is silent on whether that is the same for everybody. Every district will be able to allocate that in the way that that district sees fit. The only essential kind of component for the department is to monitor that those are spent as intended in the law. And then for the state board and the department, we will propose that kind of shift in the minimum salary schedule. But in terms of how each individual district chooses to use those funds, that will be left 100% to district discretion, with the caveat it must be spent on educator salary increases.
Okay. Will there be a standard format for the LEAs and public charter schools needed when compiling their reports to the state board and to the General Assembly? Are y'all recommending that?
Yes, we currently have a survey that we send out, and each LEA responds to that, and so we will be sure, obviously, to include the charter schools in that going forward, but that the data comes to us in a standardized format, and then we have a format that we have developed for reporting it back.
Okay. And then in item C, the department shall provide a report to the state board and the General Assembly on how LEAs and public charter schools utilize the additional funding for salary increases. And so when do you expect that to be reported to you, or to us, I should say? I know it's stated in the rule.
We typically have gathered that data for the preceding year, so we gather it early in the year for the preceding year, so that they have the opportunity to tell us if they used it for bonuses or salary increases or steps or however they chose to use it. So we would have that, and I believe it's intended to be part of the BEP Review Committee report that is due November 1st.
Okay.
So that would be in the first quarter of the year.
Okay. I think that's all my questions. Anybody else have questions? Yes, Mr. Eby.
So in the past, districts, the BEP says they fully fund teacher increases or something like that, but most districts have more teachers than what's being funded in the BEP. So if a district has 100 teachers and the BEP had 70 in there, then those other 30 teachers to get a raise would have to come out of the district funds. Is that the same situation here, that if the minimum salary increase, say, is 4% or something like that, and TISA funds 70 students, do the districts pay the difference, or how does that work?
So two things there. I think the first is that this is kind of the challenge when the General Assembly would put a dollar amount, and then we would talk about it in percentages, right? Everybody would talk about it in percents, because then it's, I feel like I'm going to get a 4% increase. And that's where that challenge came with BEP funded teachers, where that's where the money was kind of calculated against, and then everyone who was funded outside of the BEP. Under TISA, there are no more kind of TISA-funded teachers, non-TISA-funded teachers. There is just a pot of money. Mm-hmm. And so that pot of money can fund whatever the district believes is in the best interest of that district. So as an example, you might have some classroom teachers who are funded out of the base. You might have an ESL teacher who's funded out of the weights, and a teacher of students with disabilities funded out of another option code or a ULN. So what will happen now is you put $125 million, that gets divided in the base on a per student amount. The district has a designated amount of money. That designated amount of money needs to be used for existing educator salaries, and they will determine at a local level what that would mean. So we're going to move away from kind of percent increases, who counts and who doesn't count. It is truly based on how many students are enrolled, that dollar figure, and then how the district wants to allocate that locally.
Okay, so if a district has 100 teachers
Mm-hmm.
and they get $100,000,
Mm-hmm.
then that would say each educator would get $1,000 per teacher. or something?
If they wanted to do it the same for everyone, we have a lot of districts with differentiated compensation plans. And so they might say, we are going to give additional money based on our differentiated compensation plan. Or this year, we are going to use our outcomes funding that we generated to make that an even bigger number. So there is no kind of one size fits all. And I think.
But if we
yeah.
raise the minimum teacher salary, say from 42,000 to 43,000, I thought I heard you say before here that the funding that would come for the teacher educator would be commensurate with what that minimum teacher salary would be. Is that right? Or did I miss that?
So those are kind of two different things. So that we have a number of districts who do pay on that minimum salary schedule.
Right.
And so the law does require that you have to do a commensurate increase on that minimum salary.
Right.
Most of our districts pay above the minimum salary. And so the amount of money, yes, for those minimum salary, those districts who follow that, they will have like a very forced kind of increase on that minimum salary. For the vast majority of teachers and the majority of our districts, it's just going to be a single pot that they will then distribute in whatever way they see fit. But it does not have to be equivalent across all teachers. Some may choose to do that. It does not necessarily, some will do kind of salary increases within their schedules, as Marianne said. Some might do bonuses. That's the report that you will get year over year.
So it just has to go to educator increases. It could go, like I say, very.
Existing educators.
Existing.
I think that's the big change.
Existing
not
educators.
for newly
No, I
funded
understand.
positions.
Yeah,
That's
no,
right.
but I understand that, but we were talking before about that there would be a minimum increase, and then that somehow this was being tied to that in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah,
the
it's
minimum.
both.
All right.
I think the real goal is that if this money is being appropriated for the purpose of increasing salaries, it needs to go where teachers see that when they open up kind of their bank accounts at the end of every month, that number should be higher, and that's how it should be used.
Other questions or comments? Sorry. Hearing none, can you believe that you're finally done? Thank you so much, Ms. Dursky, Christy Ballard. Yes. Somebody's saying my name? Larry? Yes, Larry.
One question going back. What happens, this is hypothetical, what happens if a couple of school districts get together, three, whatever the number might be, and they form a CTE academy that's going to serve a larger geographic area than their district? What happens to the student dollars in the formula so that is there an incentive or disincentive for the superintendents to work together to create that type of opportunity where they get, a lot more emphasis on that than they might if they did it by themselves?
Yeah, it's a good question, and we do have a number of districts who are forming versions of consortia where they work together on a single program. We also think with the innovative school model, that's that $500 million in one time. We are seeing a number of districts who will be working together to create like a regional hub or school. I think one of the benefits is that as a student-based funding formula, it makes it much cleaner to be able to do that work because you're not having to work on averages, et cetera. So if I'm a district that has 50 students using that program versus a district that has 20 versus a district that has 10, there's a per student amount appropriated specifically for those CTE programs. And that is a very clear dollar amount that can go towards that work. It will be a function of those local districts creating an MOU in terms of who's going to be the lead on that, how they want those dollars to flow. But the actual dollar amount is very clean and easy to distinguish in a formula like this than it would be in a resource-based formula.
Other questions?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mullenhour.
Thank you. I'm sure you're going to adequately thank all the members of the department here before they leave, so I'm going to leave that part to you. One of the concerns I'd raised some weeks ago, speaking for myself, was that this is a $9 billion-ish bill. It's fairly complex. I think there's so many wonderful things that that I think will come of this, but it's a complex piece of legislation, rulemaking process, and so forth, and it's substantive amounts of taxpayer dollars. I had raised the concern, will we have enough time between the final draft and the time we have to vote to appropriately consider all the different implications. As I understand the calendar currently, it's 5 days. That strikes me as a narrow window within which this board would be able to do its job. And again, I had this conversation with the commissioner, and she heard the concern and I think responded and kind of helped me understand kind of how she was thinking about it. I think it is important for just the department going forward to remember that we are all volunteers. All of us have sometimes one or two other day jobs, and we love this work. We see the importance of it, and we all work very hard to make sure that we rise to that occasion. In this particular instance, my understanding is that the 5-day window is expected to be enough time because there's not expected to be substantive changes to that final draft from when it was issued on June 6th. My question, I guess, just broadly for the department is so that we can plan accordingly and calendar accordingly. After all the public comments that have been received and after all the input that's been received from so many stakeholders, do we anticipate substantive changes to the final draft that we need to account for and plan for to tackle during that 5-day window, or do you anticipate that it's going to look more or less the same as it did when it came out on June 6th?
I can take that, and Commissioner, please add on if you want to. I think it's difficult to say because we're still in the public comment period. These aren't going to look like totally different rules or anything like that, and substantive change to you might be different than a substantive change to me. I think what I would say is we are going to highlight for you all very clearly what those changes have been, so it is very clear, in red line format and all of those things, what's different. And then I know we have also been talking about a little bit internally ways that we can engage with each of y'all in that week sort of before August 11th, to maybe walk y'all through some of those as well ahead of the hearing. I know we were talking about that sort of just yesterday and trying to get some of those scheduled, or at least to give board members that opportunity. So in short, I would say I can't commit to your question of whether there sort of would be substantive or not, because we want to let that full public comment period close out. And, based on what we've seen in public comment, maybe the answer today looks like no, but it could look like yes, sort of as we get closer to that. Our commitment to you is we will make that clear and walk you through that and give you every bit of our time that you need in order to sort of see those sort of between. But I know, as the commissioner said, it's an aggressive timeline, and it needs to be so that our districts have the information they need going into next school year. But you certainly have the department's commitment to do what we can to help dig into that with you after we send you the final rules.
Thank you for that, Charlie. And in similar fashion, as I've communicated before, you have my commitment, and I think I am speaking on behalf of the board in this regard. You have our commitment to work very hard to make this come to fruition on the timeline that's best for everyone. I just wanted to flag that as a consideration, and we'll do our best to work through it with you. And thank you. And I'm going to cede my time to our chair so that she can close this out. Thank you.
Well, and if I can address that just briefly, this has been a very collaborative process even already to date. And this is a new process too, I think, for everyone. For those tuning in at home, this isn't typically the way we sort of do rulemaking. And really, and perhaps I should have said this at the beginning, the motivation for the department to sort of promulgate these rules and carry it through is not about, they got to be our rules, not the state board's rules. These are elements that weren't in rule before under the BEP, right? These were things that the department was doing under existing business rules, and we had a lot of discretion to sort of change things sort of as we see fit. The idea here, and this came through in the legislative process, if you were listening in a committee hearings, was to have a more transparent process for everyone involved, to codify things in rule that maybe weren't normally. And most of those things are sort of about the internal administrative operations of the department, and we possess that rulemaking authority under statute, and so that was sort of the way we did this. The legislature made its will very clear in wanting to still include the state board of having a very important role in that process, and that's where this formal recommendations period comes in. So I appreciate your comments, Mr. Mollenhauer. I would share those, and we look forward to the next sort of phase of this work and working with y'all. And even once the rules are finalized, that's certainly not the end of implementation. It's a critical milestone and marker, but then the TISA guide is coming, and the training and the ongoing engagement with our most important stakeholders here, and those are the folks with boots on the ground.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. your time here today has been incredibly important, and certainly your patience in taking all of the questions. And I know you understand very clearly the role that's entrusted to the board, and we know the role that's entrusted to you. I'm confident with the feedback that you've been getting, it certainly behooves you to take into consideration all of the recommendations that you're receiving and the process that you'll have to go through to vet each of those and to make the modifications. But the fact that we do get a red line version, if you will, I think does help the members to sink our teeth into what those changes are and reflect on the things that we've shared with you today, the questions that were asked, the comments that were made. It is tight, and no one likes to be put in such a tight situation, but you've had this large window, as you've indicated, and I've been cognizant of it from the beginning, and so that does allow everybody to weigh in, and that's a lot of information to wade through. But I know you're posting it as you get it, and everyone is expecting that to work well. And so we know that we will be voting on each one of those rules because it's expected of us to give that positive, neutral, or negative opinion on each one of those. That's what's expected of us. And we want to give those, we want to make sure that it works well to the benefit of everyone and we do what we're supposed to do. The General Assembly, government ops, they're counting on that from us. They're counting on you. They've been counting on you all along, and you've been in front of them untold numbers of times. So with that being said, there's no way to adequately thank you for what you have been doing over the last, how many months is it now, Commissioner?
Please don't make me answer that.
It's been a long time. I know that it's been a long time, and the thoughtful engagement of so many stakeholders, and everybody had an opportunity to provide input. I think that you are to be complimented for the great work that you've done, and we look forward to the next step and seeing you all on, I think it's August the 11th, in a special called meeting where we will then do our voting at that juncture. Points are all well taken from everyone, and so thanks to everyone, all the board members, for your due diligence and the questions and comments you asked today. We will let you all move on. I'm going to ask that our three public speakers come up here together. You will not speak together, but we'll individually we have our public comments coming from Jeannie Pupo-Walker, and we'll have you sit in the first position, and we'll have you go first, and then we'll have Dale Lynch, Executive Director of TOS, sitting right next to her, and then we have Bryce Warden from SCORE, who's representing David Mansouri, and so we'll have you come up, and 5 minutes each for each of our speakers who are from the public. So we'll listen to your comments and take those into consideration. So thank you.
Thank you,
all
Madam
again.
Chair and members.
Thank you. I do ask that you each state your name for the record and your organization and/or title. Thank you. Yes, please begin. The right next to the arrow.
How's that?
There's a button. You press it and just have the microphone as close to your face as possible.
Great. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Jeannie Pupo-Walker. I am the State Director for the Education Trust in Tennessee. I also happen to serve on the school board in Metro Nashville Public Schools. I'm excited to be here today with you all. Just quickly for a brief introduction, Education Trust is a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization based in Washington, D.C. with offices in 7 states. We convene advocates, parents, students, stakeholders, educators on issues of education policy. We conduct research and analysis and advance policy solutions that seek to close achievement and opportunity gaps for students in Tennessee, particularly students from low-income backgrounds and students of color. We opened our office in Nashville in 2020, and since that time, we have spent a lot of time talking about school funding reform, finance reform. In January of 2021, we launched a Dollars and Cents series, a public-facing series on school finance reform, helping advocates understand the BEP and possible solutions. We created a lot of webinars, toolkits, fact sheets. 2 of those you have with you today. They're right here. They look like this. And so I'll refer to our rulemaking advocacy tool, which is really for our partners and advocates across the state. So I just want to thank you for all of your work as a board and with the BEP Review Committee and all the work you're doing to date. I'll quickly go into our recommendations in 4 key areas. So if you're looking at our book, I'm looking at pages 6 through 9 in the document, specifically around ULN, unique learning needs. I'll start with our recommendations around English learners. We believe that English learners should be assigned to ULN tiers based on their level of English language proficiency, which is determined by their performance on the WIDA Access Assessment. There's only one other state with a student-weighted formula that assigns weights by grade level as opposed to proficiency. EL students enter our schools at all grades, and their level of proficiency is what drives their instructional needs much more than their grade level. We also believe there are other national designations like long-term English learners, students with interrupted formal education, the prevalence of a particular native language in a district, or their level of literacy in their first language, which could be incorporated into ULN's categories. On students with disabilities, we believe students should be assigned to one of the multiple tiers based on their skills and abilities listed in an IEP or 504, increasing funding for students with more significant needs. Funding based on time does not capture nuances always, because 1 hour of services can have a broad range of costs related to those services or interventions or student-teacher ratios. Most states that we've studied use multiple weight systems to differentiate funding based on disabilities rather than time. And then I'd like to just talk quickly about outcomes funding. We believe that the large majority of funding, K-12 funding in Tennessee, should be allocated through the base and the weights, as it is done now, to ensure stability, flexibility, and flexibility for districts. And we believe that we should keep charter funding, direct funding, and outcomes funding to a small percentage of the overall funding, ideally less than 95%, in order to allow districts to know how much money is coming their way. We believe those metrics for outcomes funding should be tied to existing, targeted, and growth-based measures like 3rd and 8th grade math and reading, growth, or Ready Grad to promote stakeholder transparency, efficiency, and evaluation. We're pleased to see that districts would receive additional outcomes funding for their students from low-income backgrounds and those with disabilities or English learners. We're hopeful to see consistent growth measures and subject areas across goals. We really feel strongly that growth measures should be included. And we also would like to see English learners added as an additional funding category in outcomes for high school students. We look forward to seeing regular monitoring, evaluation, and the publication of reviews and recommendations by the Outcomes Committee as well as the TISA Review Committee. And my last remarks are around data collection and reporting. As you know, any funding formula is only as strong as the monitoring and evaluation procedures that are codified into rulemaking. Strong data collection and reporting requirements allow stakeholders and parents and community members to understand the efficacy of this formula. We believe the state should report all existing and new data used to calculate TISA, including school and district level funding and district, state, and federal level per pupil expenditure data together in a central location, such as the TDOE data downloads page and requests web page. We also ask that all data used to calculate TISA be publicly reported in an annual longitudinal, comparative, and interactive format, including on the state report card, to promote stakeholder involvement, advocacy, and transparency. I want to thank you for your time. I'm here with my colleague Brianna Summers, who did the hard work of putting a lot of this information together. I'm happy to take questions at any time, happy to follow up at any time, and really appreciate this time with you today.
Thank you so much, and thank you for providing the booklet, because we are so short on time, we will not be able to take questions, but I think anyone could reach out to you. The contact information, is it listed here?
We'll follow up.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Dale Lynch, or Dr. Dale Lynch.
That's fine. Thank you. I'm Dale Lynch, Executive Director with the Tennessee Organization of School Superintendents. You all took 5 hours almost to go through this. I get 3 minutes.
You have 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay, that's right.
I
I will do my
you
very, very best.
5 minutes.
All kidding aside, I truly want to thank you all for the opportunity to be here today. I served as a superintendent or director of schools in East Tennessee for almost 20 years in 2 different districts. Started as a high school teacher in Washington County at David Crockett High School, and have spent the last almost 35 years now in public education. I've been at TOSS as executive director now for 5 years. We have 145 superintendents or directors of schools across our state. However, I think my greatest accomplishment was my wife being with me here today. She was a special education teacher of 32 years that just retired. And so every time we were talking about ULMs and all those things about special education, those folks who do the work in the classrooms every single day know the answers. So I just, again, want to thank you for your work and your service. I also would be remiss if I didn't thank the commissioner and her team. They have gone countless times across the state working with superintendents. Just yesterday, Eve Carney and Mary Ann met with many, many superintendents across the state at our request. The commissioner met with our staff the day before yesterday, and this continues to get better. The more questions we ask, the more answers we receive, the better it gets. So we are here today to make sure that this is good for all students here in Tennessee. So Commissioner, thank you. Sarah, thank you for your leadership, and the board as well. There are some things that I'm going to go through real quickly again, and I'm going to follow the format that you all used and the department used. I'm going to start, first of all, in the introduction to TISA. And I would ask that you would look again at the rules that have been presented to you by the Department of Ed. I would simply call to your attention in the introduction, the very first part, where it says rules beginning with the 23-24 school year. The base funding amount that each student generates toward the student's funding allocation in a given year is what is stated in the introduction of TISA. You all talked and discussed, and I just want you to know, to remind you that we are in two worlds right now. This coming school year, which is starting actually right now, our school districts are going to be responsible for making sure that all of that data is reported and is accurate. I would request that you look at and consider where it says, in order to make this maybe more transparent, the word given might be replaced with the word preceding or prior. Again, it says there in 2A, it says funding allocation in a given year, because we know that the funding allocation is going to happen in 23-24, but what is reported actually is going to be starting this school year. So that would be one suggestion under the introduction. Under definitions, on page 3, and I would ask you to turn to page 3 in definitions. Lots of discussion. This is on number 14, dyslexia, individualized learning plan, that definition. There are lots of discussion that you all had today with the department about this. This is going to be new for school districts. This is going to be new for teachers in our state. These services are needed for our students, but we have to adequately prepare our teachers, our staffs, to meet the needs of these students. I would just tell you and just plead with the Department of Ed that we need the capacity in our schools to make this happen, to meet the needs of our kids. And I would also tell you that our teachers in classrooms, our district leaders are very nervous that we need ample opportunity to provide training to meet the needs of this new group of students that we're going to be providing services for. Again, that is number 14 on page 3. I would also call your attention to page 4, number 22, existing educator. That's actually where you finished, where Mary Ann finished the presentation almost a minute ago. There is no question that Tennessee Code is very clear in defining what a teacher is. However, the additional phrase on number 22 says provides direct services to students at school sites. I think the clearer that we can be and the more transparent we can be at the beginning of this process rather than later in the process is going to be better for everyone. We don't want any surprises after we start this process of TISA. So defining what an existing educator is in the law. However, when you add the additional phrase, provides direct services to students at school sites, that is not in the law. And I would tell you that's going to be very important in how that is defined. Lots of services are provided to students in our Tennessee schools that aren't just classroom teachers, but are also very important to the success of students. I would next ask you to look at weighted allocations on page 9. Just ask that the department look at the word deficits and make sure, whether it's in the TISA guide that's been suggested numerous times about clarification, let's make sure that the word deficits is clearly defined on page 9, which is number 1, letter I, number 3, Roman numeral 3. Next, I would call your attention to number 5, direct allocations. I think this kind of falls with Mr. Molinar's question. I have heard from many CTE directors and superintendents about really looking at a local/regional approach to high demand and high wage occupations. I heard the great discussion today, so I know the department will take that into consideration. So thank you for calling that out, because I've heard that from superintendents and CTE directors across the state. Number 6, outcome bonuses. And I've had this conversation with the commissioner on page 17, number 2. It says that the commissioner shall convene a group of individuals. I would just simply ask and urge the commissioner as well as the state board in the TISA review process to include TOS. I was a former superintendent director of schools, and when I was a superintendent, I spoke for that school system. As executive director of TOS, I don't speak for one school system. I don't speak for one director. I have to make sure that our board, that I speak for all superintendents across Tennessee. So I would urge you, TOS is a collective voice of 145 superintendents. And when we can use that collective voice, I would ask you and urge you to consider to allow that to happen. Page 17 and 18, it says on number 3, letter C, define significantly exceeded expected growth. I think Mr. Holt, I think you brought this out, and I commend you for that. And you also talked about this outcome bonuses, ELA and math. We had the same question as well too. I think that was answered by the department, but I do think we need to clearly define what significantly exceeded expected growth is, and I know the department heard that. I think also another additional weight that was brought out just a second ago by my friend to my left is consideration should be given in outcome bonuses to additional funding for English language learner students who actually pass out or who actually move from concentrated services and actually are now taking the state mandated tests and master that content. I would urge the department, I would urge this board to consider that. The next, number 7, fast growth eligibility, page 19, 1A4. I have read that 6 and 7 times, and I would just, maybe through the TISA guide, I don't know, but we just need clarification on that. And I've asked several superintendents to read that also. And I'm going quickly. Number 8, local contribution and physical capacity. And I think you've answered that with the formula and what the role of the state board will be. And the last I will tell you on number 10 in closing, data collection. Thank you for the conversations that you had. Please remember, and I know the department and I know the commissioner, and especially Mary Ann knows this, the people responsible at school level or at the school level for entering this data that is going to fund all the school systems in Tennessee actually are in an incredible position at the local schools. I said the schools, and that is not their sole job. They are taking temperatures. They are meeting with parents as they come in. They are handling responsibilities for teachers. So this is an enormous task that these folks have. So we need a grace period, especially this first year. And again, I have shared this with the commissioner, and she has shared with me, Dale, don't worry, it's going to come in the TISA guide. So thank you for this opportunity. Thanks to the commissioner of the department, and thanks to the state board. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Bryce.
Well, good afternoon, Chairman Hartgrove and members of the board. My name is Bryce Warden, Director of Policy at SCORE, and thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment on the proposed TISA rule today. First, I just want to emphasize SCORE's support for TISA as Tennessee's new K-12 funding formula. We really believe that this is a game changer for students in Tennessee and moving from funding districts based on a list of like the cost of school resources to really funding districts based on the individual needs of students in their schools. We also know that strong implementation of policy is really important to ensure that the benefits of TISA are realized across our state for students, and we believe that this proposed rule really outlines important aspects of that implementation. And so as you all consider this proposal today, I'd like to highlight a few recommendations based on SCORE's review of the proposed rule, conversations with national and state leaders, as well as our research and analysis about best practices in education finance. So first, the direct allocations component of TISA. provides important investments for literacy needs, college and career readiness, charter schools, and several other important areas of focus. And we really appreciate the clarity in this section that stipulates that the distribution timeline for direct allocation and specifically for charter schools will be the same timeline as the distribution of base and weight funding. Another recommendation for this section to consider in terms of increasing transparency and fairness, whether in the rule or through another mechanism, is just to ensure that there's a fiscal transparency process to make sure that the amount received by charter schools from their authorizer matches the total generated from all components of the formula. And then secondly, the proposed rule also outlines the data collection process for school districts, as well as specifies some of the specific data measures for that process. And so we'd also recommend that the rule provide additional clarity about the annual reports that will be generated for expenditure accountability. And so knowing that those accountability reports will be really important for monitoring how TISA is implemented across districts moving forward. And then finally, TISA includes bonus funding based on outcomes, which is a really important and innovative funding structure. SCORE supports rewarding school districts with additional dollars when their students achieve specified goals, and we really commend the proposal for including growth measures, for weighting historically underserved students, and for clarifying that the Outcomes Advisory Committee will actually meet annually. But as this process proceeds, we also have a few recommendations for how the outcomes bonus structure might be strengthened. And I think the first one is around thinking about simplicity in the outcomes measures, and I know this came up a little bit in the discussion and appreciated it. Tennessee is very new to K-12 outcomes funding, and the rule proposal offers us a variety of different outcomes measures, and so we'd recommend narrowing that list to focus on an elementary growth measure, a middle school growth measure, a comprehensive high school measure, and also consider a post-high school measure. And so first, this was a discussion that came up earlier and that you were asking questions about, Mr. Holt, around the fourth grade literacy measure. And so we'd also recommend amending that proposed measure to instead use growth in fourth grade literacy. And so know as it's proposed that the measure would prioritize students who are nearing ELA proficiency over the students who are the furthest behind or who have just barely met that proficiency benchmark. And so we believe using a growth measure for students who exceed expectations would reward those students across the continuum instead of that binary jump from non-proficient to proficient as currently outlined. For the high school measure, the proposed rule allocates funding to districts for student performance on a few different measures. The ACT retake, a student who earns a Tier 2 or Tier 3 industry credential, or who meets Ready Graduate criteria. And so we recommend simplifying this measure to only include Ready Graduate criteria because we know that measure includes a student who makes a 21 or higher on the ACT, takes a combination of early post-secondary opportunities like dual enrollment, advanced placement, takes the ASVAB, which is an assessment that measures military readiness, or earns an industry credential. So we know that that measure is a comprehensive measure of readiness. It's already familiar to school and district leaders across our state because it's a part of our accountability system now. And we would also recommend just on that the department consider improvements to the Ready Graduate measure through the Every Student Succeeds Act amendment process to make it more rigorous, for example, to ensure that the industry credentials in that measure are valued and preferred. And also that students who take early post-secondary opportunities, it's not just a measure of their participation, but their passage of the test at the end of the course, like if it's an AP course and they take the AP exam at the end of the course. And then we also recommend considering a post-high school outcome, the college going rate, which I think you all will be hearing about in a moment. And so that measure captures the number of Tennessee public high school graduates that enroll in a TCAT, a community college, or a university after they graduate high school. We believe an important measure of our K-12 education system is also whether they're being set up for success after they leave high school as well. And our last recommendation for the outcomes bonus structure is about the flow of funds, which I know has also been discussed some today. And so the proposed rule doesn't clarify whether the outcome dollars will flow to the school where the student generated the bonus or whether it will remain at the district. And so we would recommend that the state empowers districts to choose whether all of those outcomes funds remain at the district, whether a portion of those funds flows to the schools, or whether all of those funds flow to the schools. And so our suggestion would be that the rule provide districts with a sort of framework where they could think about how to wisely reinvest those outcomes dollars based on their district-specific strategy. Thank you for the opportunity to provide feedback on these recommendations today. Just want to say that we're really grateful for state leadership in Tennessee in advancing this modernized student-based funding formula. We're looking forward to the ongoing public input process, as well as seeing the next draft of the rule and continuing to partner with our state leaders to maximize the benefits of this new formula for Tennessee students. And I want to close by saying thank you again, Chairman Hartgrove, Dr. Morrison, members of the board, Commissioner Swin, and the department for the opportunity to provide feedback and to speak with you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As I said, we will not take questions. Everybody, we should have your contact information if anyone wants to reach out to you, or we can look you up,
Yeah,
right?
that'd be great. We
On your
can definitely follow
website.
up.
Very good. Thank you all so very much. Appreciate you being here today. We're going to move into our next agenda item, college going and the class of 2021 report. Sam is coming. She's making her way up here. If you state your name for the record and your organization. Thank you. I think your microphone needs to be turned on. Do you see the arrow? And there's a button right next to it.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Samantha Guter. I'm Chief Access and Outreach Officer at the Tennessee Higher Education Commission, and I oversee the Bureau of College Access and Outreach at THEC, which includes 3 divisions: the Adult Learner Initiatives Division, including Tennessee Reconnect, College Access and Success in K-12 education programs, and statewide outreach services. It's an honor to be with all of you today to share research and analysis from THEC on the college-going rate, as well as our planning process toward an action plan to increase education and workforce opportunities for Tennesseans. To come right out with it, the college-going rate in Tennessee has declined by 9 percentage points since the onset of the pandemic. So we're going to talk to you about some of that data today and what we're planning to do about it, seeing this as a true call to action for our state. I'm joined today by Paige Elliott, also from the Commission, and Dr. Stephen Gentile, our Chief Policy Officer, is in the audience as well. Paige will begin by walking through the report, so I'm going to kick it over to Paige to start out with the data.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board, and thank you for having us. As Sam said, my name is Paige Elliott. I'm a research and strategy analyst with the Tennessee Higher Education Commission. Today I'll be sharing some data from THEC's inaugural college-going report, as well as digging into how the data are produced. College-going in the class of 2021 is THEC's first college-going report. Typically, we've just reported a little quick view of this data in our annual fact book, but this year we've expanded to a full report. Published in May, it can be found on our website, along with a variety of other reporting outputs. I want to highlight that in addition to the full report, you'll find on our website 2 sets of college-going data downloads. These downloads provide further college-going data at the high school level for public high schools in Tennessee over the last 5 years, and we're very excited for the additional insights that these data can provide. So what exactly is the college-going rate? To begin, the college-going rate is a measure of the proportion of the graduates in each public high school cohort that seamlessly enroll in post-secondary education in the summer or fall following their high school graduation. So when we say the class of 2021, we mean public high school students who graduated in the 2020-2021 school year, who then enrolled in college in summer or fall 2021. This begins with data on the public high school graduates provided by the Tennessee Department of Education through the state's longitudinal data system, P20 Connect. This data is where we get demographic information for students, namely race, gender, and the high school's county, which you'll see reported in a moment. These data are then matched into data from the THEC Student Information System, which contains enrollment data from our public universities, community colleges, and Tennessee Colleges of Applied Technology. We collect enrollment information each term, at the end of term, from all state public institutions as part of THEC's legislatively defined responsibilities to track and report on post-secondary education. These data are supplied by institutional research offices at each school and collected through the Tennessee Board of Regents in partnership with the locally governed institutions and through the University of Tennessee system. We also use National Student Clearinghouse's Student Tracker to match graduates to college enrollment at out-of-state and at private institutions. So we really have the fullest picture possible of where our students are going. So once data are matched, we can calculate our college-going rate. We'll have a list of all the students counted by TDOE in the public high school graduating cohort, meaning that they graduated with a regular diploma from July 1st through June 30th of the subsequent year, so we do capture those early graduates. We'll also have an indicator of whether that student was found enrolled in college, and again, that's at a Tennessee Public Community College, university, TCAT, a private institution, or an out-of-state institution. The college-going rate is simply then the college goers divided by the total number of high school graduates. Now that you know what CGR is, here's the punchline. The college-going rate for the class of 2021 dropped 4 percentage points to 52.8%. As you can see in this graph of the statewide college-going rate for the previous decade, declines in college-going over the last 2 years have lowered college-going below where we stood prior to the implementation of Tennessee Promise. Here we see college-going rate for the previous 3 cohorts, shown by 3 of the racial demographic groups that we capture in our reporting. The groups shown here are not inclusive of all student groups, but do represent most of the students in Tennessee. And more detail, of course, is available in the full report. We see that the decline in college-going rate for white students, which is the group that makes up the majority of high school graduates in Tennessee, mirrors the college-going rate decline overall. We can see this where the blue line at the top runs roughly parallel to that dashed overall line. However, college-going rates for Black or African American students, shown by the gray line in the middle, decreased to a greater degree than for white students, especially for the class of 2020, ultimately dropping to a 44% college-going rate for the class of 2021. Finally, Hispanic or Latino students' college-going rate is shown in light blue at the bottom, with a 35% college-going rate for the class of 2021. Notably, this demographic group is one that is growing within high school graduate cohorts. Over the last 5 high school graduating classes, an increasing proportion of students have been Hispanic or Latino. We also see college-going rates by gender showing disparities. Males are shown on the right side of this slide for all 3 recent cohorts, and they have a lower college-going rate than females, even before recent pandemic-related declines. Male college-going dropped more between 2019 and 2020 than female college-going, but female college-going dropped more for the class of 2021. However, the male college-going rate remains well below the female college-going rate, falling below 50% for the last 2 cohorts. Here we see the impact of college-going rate decreases over the last year, broken out by race and gender pairs. So this figure shows the most recent changes in college-going. The class of 2021 college-going rate for each group is also shown in each bar. Overall, the college-going rate declined 4 percentage points between the class of 2020 and the class of 2021. However, these declines were not distributed evenly. Black, white, and Hispanic or Latino females all saw larger declines in college-going than the overall class average and than their male counterparts. Note, though, that small student groups may experience more volatility. So, for example, Hispanic females may be a small group of students. Clearly, though, college-going gaps between gender and race groups remain. Hispanic or Latino males in 2021 had the lowest college-going rate at 29.7%, followed by Black or African American males at 37.5%. Female students in these race categories also had the lowest college-going rates for females, with 40.4% of Hispanic or Latino females and 50% of Black or African American females seamlessly enrolling in post-secondary education after high school. Here we see college-going rate across Tennessee's 95 counties. The number in the county represents the class of 2021 college-going rate percentage, where counties with a higher rate are shaded in darker shades of blue, and counties with a lower rate are shown in lighter shades. 63 counties have a college-going rate below the statewide 52.8% rate. And college-going rate ranges from 32.6% in Fayette County, which is in southwest Tennessee near Memphis, to 81.3% in Williamson County, adjacent here to Davidson County. College-going rate in counties with a smaller number of high school graduates may be more volatile year over year, since the base of students is smaller. Here we have a heat map of Tennessee's counties where the number in each county represents the 5-year percentage point change in college-going rate. So this is comparing the class of 2017 to the class of 2021. Counties with the highest percentage point increase are shown in darker shades of blue, while decreases in college-going rate are shown in lighter shades. Counties with small student populations, like Lake County up in the northwest corner of Tennessee, and Lewis County may have more volatility in college-going rate year over year due to the small number of high school graduates in the county. But we do see here that college-going rate changes over the last 5 years have not been distributed evenly. 8 counties actually saw gains in college-going. Some counties only saw small impacts over the last couple of years, and some counties have seen large drops in college-going. Finally, to zoom out a bit, this graph shows fall-to-fall retention rates at our public colleges and universities over the last 5 years. This represents the percentage of the fall entering first-time full-time freshman class who returned to Tennessee public higher education in the following fall the next year. Community colleges are shown in blue and public universities in red. You can see that fall 2020 freshmen returned in fall 2021 at lower rates than previous classes, especially at universities. That drop on the red line is much steeper. This suggests that the impacts on higher education of the last 2 years have further reduced the number of students in the pipeline to earning a degree. So not only are fewer students enrolling seamlessly from high school, but fewer students are staying enrolled once they are in college.
Would you take a question at this point in time?
Sure.
Are you including the Tennessee Colleges of Technology?
This does not include Tennessee Colleges of Applied Technology. Their enrollment patterns are different, so it's not a one-to-one retention rate calculation for them, unfortunately.
And the reason I ask the question is these numbers may be impacted by more students going to a TCAT, perhaps.
Yes,
So-
ma'am, and we have seen enrollment increase at our TCATs.
Okay.
And when we look at one of the things in the report, I will say is there's a graph that shows where these high school graduates are going. Is that to a TCAT or a community college? And we do see that proportion of students going to a TCAT increasing.
So I think it's important to put it into perspective and to have that in mind when we're looking at the data. So-
Yes.
Okay.
And they are included in that CGR number, so that percentage of students who are
They are.
going does include TCATs, but this particular retention rate slide does not include
thank-
TCATs. Thank you,
Right.
Sam.
The
Thanks for that
52.8% number does include our TCATs.
Okay.
Yes.
This is Larry Jensen. I had a question.
Yes, Larry, go ahead.
That graph you just put up there showed, is that the returning sophomores, so to speak?
Yes.
The percentage numbers, is that what that represented?
Correct.
Yes? Correct?
Yes.
Hello.
Did you have a follow-up question, or did you get your answer? Can you hear?
He might
Yes.
not have
Did you
heard
hear
us.
the answer is yes?
Thank you.
And I've got one final piece that is some good news. We have seen rising six-year graduation rates over the last few years. Again, here, community colleges are shown in blue and public universities in red. And again, this does not include TCATs on this particular slide. These numbers indicate that for students entering higher education in fall 2015, 34% who entered at a community college and 64% who entered at a university had earned an associate or bachelor's degree by spring of 2021. While the number of students in the pipeline to earn a degree may be decreasing, increasing graduation rates are key to ensuring Tennesseans are equipped with the education they need. I'll turn it over now to Sam to speak more about the work THEC is doing to improve college-going rate and to increase access to higher education.
Yes, so now I'm going to share the what are we doing about it piece and kind of what we're hearing from students and stakeholders through this process. We're happy to go back and answer any additional questions about the data and reporting as well and the analysis there. But moving forward, it's pretty evident in the data that there's much work to be done both on the access, persistence, and completion side for students pursuing a post-secondary credential. And again, we include technical certificates in that and our community and community colleges and universities as well. So the declines and disparities we're seeing are across the board and a true call to action. And going to share now an overview of our planning process. And I will say from the top that this has been an evolution and we are figuring this out as we go, which is why we're starting with stakeholder engagement. So currently THEC is engaging stakeholders to both share the data and hold up a flashlight on the overall college going rate decline, the disparities across race, gender, and the unequal distribution geographically across the state, and the widening of gaps we're seeing in persistence that fall to sophomore year and completion overall, that we're seeing those widening of gaps that we're seeing for those rates. And then part of the process in stakeholder engagement, we're requesting input on the right priorities and approach that would lead to a statewide action plan. So really wanting this to be knowing that we don't have all the answers. We can't do this on our own. We have to join forces with everyone doing this work across the state. So the ultimate goal will be to improve opportunities for students to be prepared for a career that enables economic prosperity, knowing that higher education plays a big role in that. From there, we're hoping to determine and set goals and an approach for a statewide action plan based on what we learn in the stakeholder engagement process. The ultimate goal is preparation for success, life success in the economy. And I think that that's both at an individual level and a state level. And included as part of that plan, seeking to set long-term and short-term vision with strategies, programs, and innovations that for the state and partners to look to the future, both again in the short term and the long term. So we're thinking about what can we do for high school seniors for the class of 2023 and beyond that, and also noting that there are students that did not seamlessly enroll in higher education, as we can see by the college going rate. So there's going to need to be efforts to reengage those students as adults, and also looking forward for the high school pipeline going into higher education moving forward as well. And so from there, after we have a plan and priorities, hoping to cultivate and amplifying networks and partnerships, both new and existing, for increased collaboration toward common objectives. And so hoping to begin this process by hosting a set of regional meetings across the state this fall, where we would share localized college going rate data, which is available on our website now, but knowing that we can't just build it and assume folks will come. We need to go out and share strategies for utilizing the data and making data-informed decisions about how to better align education to workforce outcomes for students. And so from there, any opportunities and challenges that arise for policy and programs, hoping to make recommendations from this overall process, knowing that we'll need to evolve as needs arise, but hoping to identify where we can improve policy and programs and in our work overall through this process. And so through the ongoing stakeholder engagement so far, right after the report was released in May, we had a convening of K-12 education partners, higher education institution leaders, labor and workforce, and nonprofit partners, and that included folks that are doing direct service work for students and also philanthropic organizations. From there, we've been having meetings and presentations just like this with stakeholder groups to share the data and request input and ideas. And of course, we welcome the board's input and ideas moving forward on how we can better engage with stakeholders, and also ideas for strategies moving forward to solve for these challenges. And while all of this is happening, we're doing a research scan of current programs, innovative models, working with other states to figure out where do we go from here, what are the things that we know work in supporting students. And then we have a feedback survey, which is available on our website, where you can find the report. There's a whole section for stakeholder engagement, and the idea is that this section might not be there forever. It might evolve into what would be an action plan, but wanted to have a landing place for folks to go to, and so wanted to share that both with the board today and also with the general public that might be tuning in, that we welcome and encourage input through a very short, high-level survey, and would take any and all feedback, and you can reach out anytime as well. Of course, any process we're hearing, again, from stakeholders and advocates alike, but it's so important to hear directly from students as well. And the report, the college going report that we've released, also includes the high school senior opinion survey results. THEC administers this survey every 2 to 3 years in participating schools across the state during the spring term of students' senior year. The purpose of the survey is to understand students' thoughts and perceptions about higher education, and things that would impact their decision to enroll in college following high school graduation, and things that would influence that decision. THEC administered the latest survey in March and April of 2021, And so this survey actually included questions about the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on college decisions, as well as details about the college search, application process, financial aid and paying for college, the perceived benefits of college to the student, and any high school exposures the students had to post-secondary education, as well as student-reported demographic information. And so despite the evidence of the COVID-19 pandemic on the overall college going rate decline, where we were already in a downward trend, during the time of the pandemic, the rate dropped 9 percentage points. Only 20% of respondents to the survey noted that the pandemic was the thing that changed their plans for the fall after graduating from high school. However, there were disparate impacts based on race and gender with that question. And so specifically, responses from students of color were more likely to have noted that changed education plans due to the pandemic than white students. This is concerning because it could lead to even more gaps in post-secondary enrollment and credential attainment down the line. Respondents who intended to enroll in college were also asked where they plan to attend, and of course this is all student reported, and students expressed plans to attend a four-year college or university at higher rates than a community or technical college, and national polling also shows some perception of community colleges that should be something that we should note going forward in our action planning. And then to understand familiarity with various state and federal financial aid programs, we asked various questions about that on the survey. This revealed significant areas for growth for the state. Students were generally more familiar with the Tennessee Promise, but progress can be made overall in familiarity with the full suite of financial aid options available to students. Tennessee is a leader in this space, but what we found from the survey and what we're hearing in the field is that a lot of students don't necessarily know about financial aid options, and Tennessee Promise is even something that we're finding that students don't know as much about anymore. And so to understand more about Tennessee Promise, Tennessee Achieves recently polled and surveyed students that were in the Tennessee Promise pipeline and received survey responses from close to 1,400 class of 2021 students who did not enroll in post-secondary. So they're reaching back out to students that had applied to Tennessee Promise but ultimately did not enroll in college. And then they polled over 18,000 class of 2022 students, so very recent high school graduates. And 62% of the class of 2021 respondents indicated that cost, desire to work, and the belief in the value in higher education were reasons for not enrolling, or I guess lack of belief in the value of higher education there discouraged them from enrolling. And then 82% of the class of 2021 respondents indicated that more financial aid resources would have impacted their decision more positively to enroll. And then 81% of the class of 2021 respondents designated that they plan to enroll this fall. So we're hopeful for the future, and but hoping that we can solve for some of those challenges that we're hearing from students that ultimately did not enroll. So continued feedback from students is needed, and it's eye-opening to hear, what we think, but confirming it with students is needed in this case to know how we can solve for the barriers that are there. And so to close here, wanted to share some of the emerging priorities that we're hearing from the stakeholder engagement process, both including that student feedback I mentioned, and also input from different groups that are working with students and advocacy organizations. These are surfacing, and in looking at these as a continuum from left to right, each level of a transition point for a student from K through 12 education through post-secondary and workforce, some version of this should be included in key priorities moving forward, with the ultimate goal of opportunity for economic prosperity and fulfilled lives for students. And so starting with K through 12 education, we know that the human capital side of this work matters, so investing in high quality college and career advising is critical, and exposure to advanced coursework and early post-secondary opportunities increases the likelihood of college enrollment and that intrinsic motivation that we know students need. And then FAFSA completion and college application support can give students an extra nudge to ultimately enroll and make that decision on what's best for their long-term career. And then the summer between high school graduation and deciding, what the student is going to do next. So right after they graduate from college, whether they choose to enroll in post-secondary or go into the workforce, that summer immediately following high school graduation is an important transition point for students and should be prioritized in programming through summer bridge programs, and if a student intends to enroll, making sure that there's follow-up with that student, often through an advisor. And then ensuring that students have access is only the first step. We open the door for students, need to ensure that once they choose to enroll, get past all the different challenges that they might face on that path to enrollment, that once they are on a campus, that they have support to succeed. So things like advising, coaching and mentoring, support and wraparound services, additional financial assistance beyond tuition are very important, and the state has invested in those things through pilot programs, but needing to keep the foot on the gas to ensure that those programs are working and that we're fully supporting them as a state. And then gateway course completion efforts are wrapped up in that, with those entry-level courses, making sure that students have what they need to succeed in those courses. And then workforce and post-secondary, we have those kind of intertwined here so far, because what we're hearing is that particularly with students who might not have enrolled seamlessly from high school graduation, that they have the support once they're in the workforce to either re-engage while they're working, and also just alignment efforts with business and industry on the front end is so critical. Instead of just checking a box to say, higher education, we're partnering with business and industry, we need to be intentional about that and have true partnership there. And something that keeps coming up over and over again through our stakeholder engagement process is that marketing communication to students and families across our state is critical, and we need to be intentional about how we're communicating and sharing this information about the value of higher education and how it can lead to long-term opportunity for students. And through that, we have common resources available through collegefortennessee.org, and happy to share more information there, but I think that we're going to continue to build that up as a common place for ready-made resources for educators, for families, really, and students want to drive them there. And then the last piece here on targeted outreach to students who did not enroll in college following high school in the workforce category, wanting to make sure that we're intentional about that, because a lot of these strategies kind of go beyond or go forward in a way that would be on the traditional pipeline for a student, but want to make sure that there's that cycle back to students who might not have enrolled seamlessly. And then, of course, on all of these, we want something that keeps coming up and something that we want to see and advocate for is strategic data reporting across key milestone metrics that we know are indicative of what long-term success could look like for a student. Education Strategy Group released a report recently on milestone metrics, or momentum metrics is what they called them. It represents 8 of the most predictive indicators that are across post-secondary preparation, retention, and success. So that keeps coming up as needing to be part of a core strategy of looking at data use across all of these different strategies for students. So with that, I'll note that a lot of these things are later in the high school experience, and I know the board is thinking about these things, but really want to include you all's goals and priorities in whatever strategy we come up with to move forward. Kind of want to have that be seamless in the work that you all are doing and the goals that you already have. So we welcome your input now and in the future, and look forward to working with you and partnering with you as we treat this as a call to action and move forward on creating an action plan for how we move forward as a state.
Very good. Thank you both so much. I know my mind is just swirling because this speaks so much to work that I've done in the past and how this was challenging before the pandemic. And I think the pandemic has definitely exacerbated the situation. And there were some statewide initiatives that were really drawing a lot of attention to these opportunities. And so I think sometimes it has to start at the top and work its way down, but you have to have every level of engagement in making it work. And when people shift because something major comes along, then it just compounds the situation, which I think you're seeing it reflected in the numbers. And so I'd love to talk with you offline separately. I'd love to engage the entire board in it. I know we're running out of time, but I don't want to stop, and I do want to allow other members to interject, ask questions before we close out this particular presentation, but thank you both so very much. Other comments? Mr. Eby?
Yes, thank you. It's really good to see that THEC and the board collaborating on this. I think this is really good information. I did have one question. Back on slide 5, looking at the college going rate, between 2014 and 2015, you had a significant increase. Statistically, that's, was statistical change. What happened then, and what can we learn from that to turn this curve around at the end?
Well, 2015 represents the statewide implementation of Tennessee Promise. So that's the short answer explanation there.
I thought maybe Tennessee Promise was earlier than that. So.
No, 2015 statewide, so it was in place in other places in the state prior to that, but 2015 is the statewide rollout.
Thank you.
Yeah, so it was certainly a shock to the system in 2015. We saw that it was kind of leveling out the rate from then, but that drop that we saw during the pandemic was significant.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a brief comment, and I want to preface it with this. Don't take this as being, as taking the limelight off of the many other fine things that you're doing, but when you ask for feedback and the kinds of things that we might find to be informative, and you heard our chair kind of allude to this earlier, for some, getting a college degree is the right path, and to the extent that we can help them find that path and come back to that path and stay on that path, that's fantastic. And then, of course, there's many people who maybe a college degree is not the right answer, and it's easy for the research and the money and the narrative and the news cycles and everything else to kind of focus on college graduation rates and so forth. And I just would ask that as we continue to collaborate together, that we never turn away from the also very important work of making sure that people who aren't necessarily on the college path are on a path, to the extent that the work that you're doing can help to facilitate that. I'll speak for myself in saying this. That is as important to me as graduating the kids who are on the college path. Thank you.
And I just want to say to that, the technical college data is a little bit different, which is why it's not represented here. That doesn't mean that we don't collect it and that we're not invested in it, and that, quite frankly, from THEC's position, a TCAT credential is the same as a university or community college credential. And that is something that we are working on, is improving that data collection so that we can share comparable information side by side with those other options.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Cobbins?
Are you able to show the same data based upon household income?
Great question. Unfortunately, that data point, as collected by the Department of Education, has particular usage rules around it that we do not currently have access to that data, but it is something that has come up so frequently. I think every time we've presented this report, we've been asked about it, so it's definitely something we'll be looking at expanding into in the future.
Okay.
It's important to look at that.
Other questions, comments?
Yes,
Mr. Wells?
mine's kind of on top of his, because we're looking at the pandemic, and I think the economy is probably playing a big role in it. But I think I read somewhere the other day that the teenage income is the highest it's been since like the Great Depression or something like that. And so I think if you're a lower income student, it's a lot easier to jump into the workforce. And I think that's probably why you're seeing those numbers of workforces that are going to work is the reason why. And then one other question I had, do you track military at all, where we might, where there's, usually National Guard especially, but even most active duty, you miss that first year of college, but once you get to your base, you enroll somewhere. Just wonder if you track that at all.
Right. And THEC does have incredible partnerships with our campuses who are working with our veterans. Unfortunately, that is not, we don't have the same kind of pipeline data of where students are enlisting straight out of high school. If anyone knows of it, we'd be happy to hear about it. But that is certainly a data limitation that we acknowledge and wish that we had more information to explore.
It's challenging to get that data, so we'd love to think of ways that we could show it in the future. Mm-hmm.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Holt.
I know we're short on time. I hope I can ask this quickly and then have a quick answer, but is your best theory of what's caused this significant drop in the past 2 years the pandemic? Because that's, I think, what I had assumed just looking at the data, but then when I heard you said only 20% of survey respondents were pointing to it, I mean, do you think it's other things happening in the job market, as Warren suggested, arising out of the pandemic? Or what's your best kind of quick theory on what's causing this most recent drop?
Sure, and like I said, the college-going rate was on a steady decline prior to the pandemic. But when you look at from the class of 2019 to 2021, the steep decline, I feel like you can't look at this and say it's not due to the pandemic. But there are other factors that are going in that we all see and feel, and students are dealing with every single day. So I think it's a mixture of a lot of different things. And so I think going back to the most recent survey that Tennessee Achieves did of Tennessee Promise students, that desire to work right now, kind of seeing the short-term things in the economy that they can go and do, and also just understanding the value of higher education, I think has been lost on a lot of students right now. And so I think that's why marketing communications and also just better partnerships and more intentionality from higher education overall is needed. So I think that it's a lot of different things combining at the same time.
All right, thank you.
Yes, Sarah.
Apologies, but clearly you've gotten us all thinking, because this is highly relevant, I think, to the board's work in so many respects. I'm not sure if we're going to have time today for the high school and beyond presentation that Allie was planning to give, but I think this relates so clearly to some of the work that we're thinking about in high schools and hopefully also in middle schools around helping students and making sure that there's the right supports in place to begin thinking about the path beyond high school and what post-secondary opportunities or post-secondary opportunities within high school are necessary to assist students along that path. You may have mentioned this, but in terms of the national landscape, are we seeing similar trends in other states?
Yes, and I think I probably failed to mention that, but yes, this is very much in line with what we're seeing in other states and nationally.
And then in terms of the regional or the district data that you shared, did you see any differences in areas of the state that are having sort of intensive supports and advising programs? Were they a little bit more less susceptible to this decline in the college-going rate?
Yes, that's a great question, and we're actually doing a scan across the state at there's a lot of different work happening, good work happening across the state from many different partners. But I think if you look at some counties where we know that either there is a committed nonprofit or foundation partner that has a dedicated counselor in the school, or at THEC, on my team we have Advise Tennessee, we're in 28 high schools across the state. If you look at the Lake County, the northwest, very tip of the state, we saw if you'll look here, 27-point increase over 5 years in Lake County. It's impressive. There's a dedicated Advise Tennessee counselor or advisor there that is doing work with the high school. And so, I mean, I think that this year's rate, the 73%, is impressive. But if you look across 5 years, that Advise Tennessee has been there all of those years. It's hard to look at that and say that's not due to a dedicated human working with students on their planning process every single day toward a meaningful career.
That's great. I remember that county in particular when we came together at a joint meeting and thinking that, again, that was not the case at the time. So that's exciting to see. Thanks, Sam.
Other questions or comments? Thank you both again. Appreciate it very much. Very informative. Food for thought, as Sarah said. But we'll move on. We have changed the agenda. We have our master plan coming up next, and then after that we'll have the licensure actions. I'm going to take a quick poll. Are you good to continue, or does anyone need us to take, well, that's not fair, is it? Because then you're going to say I need a break. Can we hold off taking a break? Or anybody desperately want? You can, yeah, that's right. You can depart, you can leave, and we'll just continue on. This is the time we would be concluding, and we have two more important things to discuss. So the master plan, Ms. Allie Gaffey. Reed, Mrs. Reed. Mrs. Allie Gaffey Reed.
Maybe. There we go. I just want to clarify what Lillian said. You cannot leave during my presentation. Thank you. All right, we're moving past high school and beyond. You have those slides, but just a quick note on that. The policies, or rather the rule that changes because of the high school and beyond plans will be on first and final tomorrow. And that is just a quick change to the name and the timeline for when it'll begin. And the actual meat of it is the high school policy and the middle grades policy, and that will be on first reading in October. So there is time to talk through that more. Okay. So the master plan update. I'm really excited to talk to you all about this today. Allie Reed, again, Director of Engagement and Accountability for the State Board. And this draft that you received that came with the presentation was first developed in response to the feedback that you all provided in the spring one-on-one meetings that we had. And I want to start off with just naming that this is our opportunity to workshop this draft together, since this is the first time that you're getting to look at it. So I'm going to start with a reminder of why we have the master plan. I'll briefly discuss the outcomes from this past year, and then spend the remainder of the time workshopping the current draft. And the master plan will be presented on first and final reading in October, so that we have time to fully capture and apply the feedback that you all shared today. So the development of the master plan was a responsibility that was added to the state board in 1984 as part of that reorganization, and in recent years has been set to span across 5-year increments with annual updates on our actions that were within the state board's purview. And the master plan provides us with a lens to determine if our policies and practices are successful in helping to prepare our students for their workforce, post-secondary success, and citizenship. So I presented a mid-year update on the master plan back in February at our board meeting, and we'll be quickly wrapping up the past year so that we can spend the majority of our time really discussing this new draft. And I've included in the appendix of the slide deck a full list of all of the different action steps that we had for this last year, and you can see the progress on each if you want to dig in further. You'll notice that when you do look at it, there are several action steps that remain ongoing, and each for their own unique reasons. And this is work that our staff will continue to pursue so long as it's relevant to the revised master plan that you all approve. And part of what's in our current master plan are action steps that aren't all levers that we can pull, which is what we discussed in our one-on-one meetings many of us talked about. And so please bear with me as I move through this pretty quickly in what we did this past year, and then we'll dig into what we want to change. So strategic goal 1, our action steps within benchmarks 1A and B were largely complete through study committee and workshop presentations, as well as rule and policy updates. There is a continued need for tracking and assessing ELA intervention data, such as our statewide tutoring initiative and benchmark assessments for students, especially in grades kindergarten through 3rd, and you'll see this reflected in the 2022 master plan. The action steps under our strategic goal 2 are ongoing as they require more time than we had originally planned for. And over the last year, we've furthered our stakeholder engagement around this goal, and we plan for the department to present today on their planned supports for implementing the math standards. So that was a presentation that we won't be hearing today, but you do have those slides, and we'll schedule some time for follow-up with the department on that. Our action steps under our 3rd strategic goal from last year also largely remain ongoing and will be reflected in the 2022 master plan as well. We've shared our research analysis reports on the class of 2019 and 2020 with you, and we heard from THEC on a few of the topics relevant to this goal. We also planned a presentation on our work around the high school and beyond plans, as I mentioned, but you'll get more information about that as we come up on the October meeting. For strategic goal 4, much of the work under this goal also is ongoing, and you'll see a continuation of a focus on teachers and leaders reflected in our 2022 master plan, as there's a lot more work here to be done. Over the last year, we shared reports on first-time pass rates after the release of the updated report card and made updates to our LEA teacher training program rule and received vacancy data at our last board meeting, all relevant to this goal. And then the action steps under our fifth and final goal really focused on charter school authorizers and the work of ERIC, which saw several bills aligned to the recommendations of the committee passed this legislative session. As I mentioned earlier, this is a really quick recap of our 21-22 year, and additional information is in that appendix, as well as in our master plan tracker, which you all have access to in SharePoint. So any questions on these outcomes before I move into a discussion on what changes we want to make moving forward?
Questions? None.
Okay. So this spring, I met with each of you as well as our outgoing board members to discuss the master plan, what's working, what we've accomplished thus far, and where we want to go next. And so I'm going to share some comments that had the largest impact on the draft of our master plan that you all received. And what I'd ask is that you hold on to your comments until I get through the summary of your colleagues' responses. And I encourage you just to jot down some notes if something comes to mind so you don't lose that thought, because I will give time once I go through each of them at the end for you all to add on or clarify anything that was shared. So your feedback is really what is driving this, so please make sure that you don't lose those thoughts. We do want to hear them. So Daryl was my first meeting. This was way back in January, and we spent time discussing a need of focus on interventions and progress, especially given the impact of COVID. Daryl also suggested shortening the list of goals and actions and considering the addition of a goal around teacher and leader diversity and inclusion. And Daryl's question about TCAP progress is part of what inspired the creation of the two documents that you have for 2022, a main and a supplemental version that we'll discuss next. In my meeting with Garen, he focused on his concern for setting benchmark goals that are ambitious but not yet attainable, and suggested setting goals that track incremental growth and improvement each year as we drive towards that 100%. In my conversation with Jordan, along with our other new members, the approach was slightly different. So during our meeting, Jordan asked really thoughtful questions, including the ones that you see here on the slide. Jordan asked about our alignment with the department's strategic plan, how we're considering the impact of COVID, and the need to pursue actions that will have the greatest impact. In my conversation with Gordon, he had recently rolled off the board at that time, and as he was reflecting on our work, he suggested a need for ensuring our goals are effective and to consider the impact of COVID as well, which is a common suggestion that I heard. With Bob, we talked about the risk of having too many goals and benchmarks, how we can further align with the work of the department, and a need to clearly define our role through the master plan. And with Larry, he suggested that the state board function more as a czar who brings everyone together to unite under a certain goal, and shared ideas about meeting with the governor and key legislators to share our annual priorities. He also recommended a focus on 3 key topics that are central to our state's conversation about education today: literacy, CTE, and teachers. Both Elisa Kim and Mike Edwards had rolled off the board when I met with them, but we talked about this past year and what's next, and they provided excellent perspectives. Elisa encouraged us to go deeper rather than broader and suggested that we carve out time at each meeting to refocus on our goals and how we're advancing the work. And Mike suggested that the state board prepare an annual report, which is publicly released, on the progress towards our goals. He discussed the idea of the state board being responsible for holding education as a whole accountable, and the creation of a supplemental document, which you have in your draft materials. When I met with Nick, he talked about the comparison of our master plan to that of the work that we see in our districts and schools. So at the school level, an effective instructional coach would focus on, with their teachers, one action step at a time and set a focus area for the year. And so Nick suggested that mirroring this model would be the right approach for the state board too. Ryan Holt, another new member, he talked about the master plan more broadly, and one of which in that its goals are based on the highest priorities and matching our resources accordingly. In Nate Morrow's vision for the purpose of a master plan, he shared that the plan should make everyone uncomfortable because it's challenging work and requires focused energy to accomplish. Nate also suggested that we narrow our focus to include goals that are easily articulated and reinforced at every opportunity. And with Warren, he also discussed the role of master plan more broadly, with board members serving as community voices that inform the plan and are creating opportunities to share updates with our partners in this work each fall ahead of legislative session. So our chair, Lillian, in our conversation, this was my final meeting this spring, and she was among the first to actually see the initial draft of the 2022 version. And Lillian asked two really important questions in our conversation. Knowing that we rely on our partnership with the department to provide us with data regarding the implementation of our rules and policies, she asked about the reasonableness of attaining data and what our own capacity was to conduct research amongst our small but mighty staff. So to summarize what I've heard, I listed out some key ideas from our conversations. One being the current master plan is lengthy and has functioned as more of an internal document for staff. Two, we want our master plan to be responsive and reflect our focus on the needs of students. Three, our role is to serve as the people's voice and publicly report and make recommendations on the state of education. Four, our priorities should be restated and reinforced at each meeting with every decision aligned to them. And five, our desired outcomes should be ambitious yet attainable and function similar to how schools and districts set their own goals. So I'll pause here. Anything that you all would like to add?
Maybe it's coupled here on role as to serve as the people's voice and publicly report, but I thought I heard in several here the idea of being more closely aligned with the department and actually the presentation on THEC. You know, how can we collaborate together so that our master plan, their strategic plans, et cetera, all work toward the betterment of the students.
Yep.
So I wrote down trackable and measurable, and sometimes that can be a challenge. Grounded in facts, that we have access to the data, because in previous iterations of our master plan, it was really challenging. We had things that were not exactly under our control, and we did have ours very closely aligned with the department, but it was ideas that were not within our control because we're not boots on the ground in the districts or in the department as the implementers. So having it be truly something that the state board can put as that overarching what's the word, plan, strategy for education in Tennessee, but we need to be able to track it, measure it. And I think we have to have the data to know that we're moving the needle in the right direction. And so that's why I had previously mentioned who can we rely on to provide us with the data. And I certainly would look to the commissioner to say for the future, is it reasonable to even be able to expect the department to provide us with information that is given to them by school districts and other stakeholders. So I think that would be helpful to know going forward as we finalize our plan. My 2 cents worth. Others?
Okay. So based on all of the feedback that you provided in our one-on-one conversations, I'm happy to discuss the draft of the master plan, which you all have a copy of. So first, I want to do a little orientation because there are 2 documents. So there is a main document with the goals and outcomes, and then a second supplemental document. So as we're reviewing these, keep in mind that this suggests a shift from a 3-year approach. Our strategic goals are overarching and represent what we're driving towards overall, are kind of our big picture goals, if you will. And the annual outcomes that you'll see are what we'll track and report out annually over the next 3 years. So we're building towards these strategic goals by making incremental progress to move the needle in each of the key focus areas within the master plan. Knowing that the main document is more of a summary of what's in the supplemental document, we're going to spend more time in the supplemental. So that is the hamburger shaped or hamburger size. If you think about your orientation from school, hamburger and hot dog, we're going with the hamburger one. So that's one we're going to spend the most time looking at. So the first goal focuses on literacy. And our strategic goal is what we want to see in literacy overall as a state, in that all students are on grade level in ELA as measured by TCAP results. From there, if you're moving to the right in the columns, we've broken out the strategies that the state board can use to impact this goal, which includes relevant state board rules, state board policies, and our study committee that's aligned to this goal. The next column shows data from the last 3 years on 3rd grade and 8th grade averages in ELA, and also disaggregates the data into showing all students, English learners, and students with disabilities. Moving beyond that, the action steps column provides the steps that the state board will take to ensure progress in this goal. And then the last column, all the way to the right, is the annual expected outcomes that we'll be tracking for the next 3 years. So a few notes to make before opening up for you all for discussion. One, there are several annual reports in state law that requires the department to submit involving literacy, and so you'll see those listed in the first footnote at the bottom of the page. And this is meant to be more of an FYI so that we can align requests accordingly. And then two, the annual outcomes that we used to set the TCAP results, those goals, is aligned to the way that the department sets the annual measurable objectives. So that is the expectation that the percent of students not meeting the standard is to decrease by half in 8 years. So we're using that same methodology to come up with the annual outcomes for this goal. So I'll open it up to you all for questions, comments, feedback around this one.
So I'll go back to my statement before with regard to the collaboration and working together. As I read Tennessee Code Annotated, it says, State Board's responsibility is to develop and maintain a current master plan for the development of public education K through 12. And I don't disagree with this strategic goal and the strategic goals we have here. What I'd like to see, and maybe they lay right on top of the department's Best for All strategic plans, I don't know, is where those things align, and then, you know, the strategies to get there. So I guess what I'm saying is I would like to see the department's strategic goals in with our master plan to show how it's all aligned, if that makes any sense.
Sure. Yeah, I have done that side-by-side comparison, so I can definitely send that to you, and that was part of what I used to develop this.
Okay.
Yep.
Madam Chair?
Yes, please proceed.
Kind of following up on that question, does the department review this, and do they also provide input? Because I imagine that there may be times when they may be thinking or oriented towards an objective that maybe not even be in writing per se, and they may be able to flag that for us so that we can begin thinking about it, orienting towards it.
Yep. So when we developed our 20 to 2025 goals, the department was involved in some feedback on that process. And this I have not shared with them yet, but that is part of my plan. I wanted to talk with you all first, see if this is the direction we want to move in. But it is definitely part of the plan to have those conversations too.
Thank you. I hope Jack's listening back there. He's talking to somebody.
Others?
I'll
Mr.
say I'll say one more, just to kind of follow up on all that. I mean, what I think would be really valuable would be, just like, you know, we have a retreat, and sometimes we work on our master plan and retreat, is to have a joint retreat between the department and with the state board, and maybe even THAC, can come up with an overall master plan that we can all get behind. If that makes any sense.
Commissioner, should we
Others?
schedule a date?
Does it make sense? I mean, I just.
Yeah, I mean, I think what I would note is just the complication in terms of governance and management structure. So I think our strategic plan is certainly informed by the governor, and comes off of kind of his strategic planning process as well. So there's going to be a couple of inputs to that. That being said, I think it does make sense for us to say, these are the directions we're moving in, roles, responsibilities, to make sure everything is in complete alignment. I think that would be very productive. Yeah, thank you for that.
Ready to move on?
Are you taking more questions? Because I'm just wondering if anybody has any.
Just a comment.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I thank you for your hard work starting back in January with tolerating me for however long you had to. But I mean, I appreciate you taking all this input and going through and seeing various board members' input and comments, and how you sort of synthesized it down to sort of a succinct, manageable, digestible format for us to keep the main principles and objectives in place, but boil it down to some more manageable, measurable annual steps that we can take. I think that's the way to go, and these seem to be the areas that seems like what Larry was sort of getting at, and I think that's fine, and appreciate your hard work on this, and think that it's a good format that we can use going forward to make sure that we're on the right track.
Thank you. I did hear similar feedback from other board members. I did give Larry the credit, but lots of you said similar things. And I found it really telling that when I looked at the majority of our study committees are all perfectly aligned to those ideas. All right, we'll move into strategic goal 2, college and career. So this one states that all students are prepared for success in high school, college, and career. And it's set up the same with our strategies listed next, data from the next 3 years, or the last 3 years rather, action steps, and then those annual outcomes. And you'll see a note in your document that we have some missing data points that are also highlighted in yellow on the screen. This is because, to the best of my knowledge, the department has not yet released the readiness data for the class of 2021, though through historic patterns, if we're following that, we typically receive that in July, so we're expecting it soon. And then that will be added in here. As for the classes of 2020 and 2019, you'll see the percentage of students demonstrating readiness for college and careers, which is broken out into all students, students with disabilities, and English learners. You also have the state average by subject area on the ACT and the percentage of students enrolling in a post-secondary institution following graduation, which is the presentation we just received. So again, I'll point out a few notes before opening up to questions and feedback. Similar to the literacy goal, there are some reports that are required in law of the department, and so those are named here as well that are aligned to this goal. And just want to point out that the Ready Graduate Indicator, a reminder that measures the percentage of students who earn a diploma from a Tennessee high school and meet at least one of the 4 criteria options that are listed in that 4th footnote. Additionally, the ACT averages, those were calculated using the highest scores students earn in the 3 years preceding graduation. And then the goals here were set in consultation with the ACT. So achieving an increase of 0.2 percentage points annually will bring us back to pre-pandemic levels within 4 years, and so that's how we came up with that goal. And then the post-secondary enrollment data point encompasses students who enroll in a post-secondary institution, again, which you just heard about, and just want to clarify that post-secondary term is inclusive of public and private higher education institutions, including 4-year universities, community colleges, and our TCATs. So an increase of 3 percentage points annually will return the state to pre-pandemic levels within 3 years. So So what questions or feedback would you like to share on this goal? I have a question for you if you don't have any for me. Okay.
Go ahead.
So I didn't mention this earlier, but with the literacy and this one, you see that we're breaking out to include all students, students with disabilities, and English learners. Are there any other subgroups that we would like to see tracked as part of the master plan?
Madam Chair.
Please go ahead.
I know that with the discussion of TISA today, that those two plus economically disadvantaged often went together. So I wonder if that should be included.
I like it. Okay, one other question for you. So I think this is an ongoing conversation that we'll want to also engage with THEC in, especially given the presentation they just had. But the goal that we set for post-secondary enrollment at the bottom, or the final annual outcome for this section, is focused on getting us back to, within 3 years, that pre-pandemic level. And so my question is, and also, to Jordan's point earlier, is this where we are wanting to head? Are we also considering, or to Warren's point, is there anything we're leaving out in that number or in these data points? Something to throw out here, is this, like, where do we want this goal to land?
I think it's very challenging to even to determine what it would look like because of the factors that play into why the numbers are where they are today, and what level of control do we have over improving those numbers. So how could we even figure out what the proper percentage is? And I'm not saying we shouldn't do it. I'm just thinking that's why I said I wanted to talk to Sam offline, because we ran out of time. There's just so many other factors. So I want to hear what other board members think with regard to that particular question. So let's see what they have to say. Yes, Warren.
And Madam Chair, on several other things that, and especially our old master plan, anything that we do here, there's going to be a lag before there's a difference made. Same with Department of Education, legislature, governor, everything. You make a change, and it's 3 or 4 years before you see the outcomes of that, and know and can look back and what we did or didn't do. So I think it's hard when you have a 3-year master plan to set yourself some of those goals. So I just wanted to make that comment.
The other thing too, we're so dependent upon other agencies, other organizations, school districts, higher ed, you name it, so many other partners who would help to move that needle in the right direction. So I think that's what makes it doubly challenging. But I certainly welcome other people's input.
Just jumping in on that, I think in part, having the exercise of reporting out each year is part of the process that we have to engage in just to kind of keep ourselves accountable as leaders in education. And I agree, in 3 years, it's unlikely that we're going to see these numbers move significantly, but we want to see progress in the right direction, and we can unpack like we did with Sam, if the numbers are moving in the wrong direction, what is happening. So just something to think about in terms of balancing what we had in terms of a 5-year plan, which is a little bit more probably where the board might think of ourselves in terms of that lag, versus a 3-year plan that is a little bit more immediate, but again, potentially we'd see less of the impact in that period of time.
I'll add one comment, and this is going to relate partly to the work that you're doing, Ali, and then also a lot of the other conversations we've had here today. Yes, it's important for us to roadmap what we're going to do and then look at whether or not it's worked and whether or not it has not worked. I think it's also very important that we communicate where we're going. And I think things like TISA, for example, are also a calling card for people. It also tells the world, and it tells people who are considering moving, or businesses that are considering relocating, or teachers that are considering getting back into the profession, or maybe they're coming from one state and moving here, and maybe they're not sure if they want to teach or not, but doing things like painting a picture for people to explain immediately, this is what we care about, this is what we prioritize, and this is what we're going to be working on. It can have an immediate impact well beyond what we may be able to measure ourselves or even the department measure. It can have a lot of implications, and I think that we need to. I think you're doing a great job of it. I think you're hurting a lot of cats, but you're doing a great job of it. But I think it is important for us to continue to promote the work that's being done, because it can have, it does have an immediate impact. We just won't always be able to measure it. Thank you.
Thanks for saying that. And I was going to add that there really isn't there aren't any new initiatives in here. So we're really tracking things that are already in place and that have been in place and have already started to see some progress. And so I 100% agree with your point, Warren. And I think that what's currently in here is all initiatives that have already begun. And so we're really focusing in on them and reporting on them and keeping them in the forefront of our minds, so we're not creating new things all the time.
Question, just kind of a process question. These numbers, whether it's 3 percentage points, 0.2 percentage points, 3 points, where did those numbers come from? What basis are we setting those on? I mean, is there some basis on that? And then also, just from a clarification standpoint, just are we talking about percentage points or actual points, and 0.2 percentage or 0.2 point? That's just a clarification on that, but mainly what's the basis for these increases each?
Yep, they're all percentage points. And for the most part, well, if you look back at the literacy ones, those were using the same methodology as annual measurable objectives. And so I mentioned that earlier, we're looking at in the next 8 years, we want to reduce it by half. And the number of students who are not meeting that goal by half. And so we're applying that to the literacy goals. The college readiness, those will probably follow the same. I've been working with Erica. She's helping me on that. The ACT one, that comes from conversations with ACT about what is a average amount that we could, or what's a reasonable amount that we could expect to see, and what's too much to expect. And so that's where that comes from. And then the similar AMO methodology was applied to the post-secondary institution.
Thank you. The college going rate, going back to the data that THEC presented, the one big increase was because the Tennessee Promise. Obviously, we're not going to see that was a six point increase, and I think you had 3 points a year. So that basically says that our goal is to increase that by half of what we were able to increase. Just the realism on that. I mean, I'm great for setting strong goals, but they ought to be achievable. So.
Yep. I made a note after listening to their presentation that I'm going to circle back with her on that too. Okay. Our third strategic goal.
I believe that, did you have something to say? Okay.
Okay. Our third strategic goal is around teachers and leaders, and our overarching goal is that all schools are staffed with qualified and effective educators. So the recent data that you'll see here includes outcomes from our 2021 Ed Prep report card around teacher retention and candidate diversity, as well as data from, or that the department shared last meeting about teacher vacancies and educators teaching on a permit or waiver. We created annual outcomes based on our recent data, and you'll notice here that we have one that's incomplete. In order to set this annual outcome, we've asked the department for just some additional information on that internal source that they used on the vacancy data presentation. So I actually just received that today, so we'll be applying that in here, and I'll send around an updated version as soon as I have it. You'll also see in the footnotes about how we set the annual outcome for teacher retention. So this annual outcome aligns with our Ed Prep report card target of 90% retention after 3 years, and applies that same AMO calculation to determine our expected annual percentage point increase. Similarly, the diversity outcome uses the same calculation method to move us closer to a target of 35% racially diverse candidates. And this target is also used on the Ed Prep report card and reflects the percentage of racially diverse students in Tennessee public schools. So with this, questions on our goal 3 or feedback?
Okay.
Silence is golden.
All right, our fourth and final goal looks different from our others and is focused on the state board's oversight responsibility. So this strategic goal states that we are conducting public meetings to ensure transparency, accountability, and effective implementation of education policy. The strategies for our oversight goal includes all of our rules and policies, and has data on the reviews and updates we've made to our rules and policies within the last 7 years. So we consider the last 7 years because it aligns to a requirement that's in statute for the department to submit a report which includes our rules administrative history, and a determination of whether each rule should be amended, repealed, have further review, or continue without amendment. And so the first report is due December 1st, 2023, which means we're in year 7, and that's why you see the 7 years in your data points. So we set an annual outcome to identify rules and policies for review each year so that we're tracking towards this report and providing a map of the minimum rules and policies we plan to receive updates on and consider over the course of a year. So this does not mean that these are the only ones. This would not mean that we're going to make updates to every single one of those. We're just reviewing them. We're looking for data and updates on how they are being implemented. So questions on this oversight goal or feedback?
Since we have measurable goals for all the others, and we're looking at past data, why wouldn't we have some kind of measurable goal? This one is conduct public meetings, participation by state board members that, look and see what the rate's been for the last 3 years and try to increase that or something. I mean, just
Participate, say that again.
participation at board meetings or at meetings or something like that. We can look at the data that we've had, and maybe we've been at 95% participation over the last 3 years. Set a goal for 95.2, 96, 97. I mean, everything else has a measurable goal. Why shouldn't we have a measurable goal here?
Okay, I like it.
Point for clarification, public meetings, are we talking about our days in the district, those types of meetings besides our board meetings? Our board meetings are public. They are required to be transparent, et cetera, live streamed, et cetera. So I want to make sure that I'm clear when we say conduct public meetings to ensure transparency, et cetera. What do we really mean by that?
Yeah, we didn't intend to limit it to these meetings. So it could be our study committees, it could be any meeting that we're participating in. So I'm sure a day in the district makes sense to fold into that.
Okay, wanted to make sure. Thank you. Yes, Mr. James.
Yeah, Madam Chairman, and some of that is outreach, as you might imagine. It's just they wanted to make sure that the wording was large enough for any committees that you might have. So this does, I think, refer more to the formal side than it does just everybody's time that they spend in the district and those kinds of things. So.
Thank you. Thanks for the clarification. Other questions, comments?
Should we change the name of that, or the term there, oversight? Because public outreach, to me it sounds, or everything we talk about is somewhat external or extending ourselves to the citizenry, and oversight just doesn't seem to be the right word.
I think that's an excellent point. What about public engagement? Would that take care of it?
That's fine.
I think that's what was confusing to me, and I'm so glad you said that, Daryl.
I like that too, and we can maybe commit to wordsmithing further to your all satisfaction on that.
Yeah, it's a great suggestion.
Whatever makes sense to the smart folks. Just point it out. In my mind, it was a little incongruent. So whatever it ends up being, I trust you all's judgment.
Thanks, Daryl.
Yeah, the annual outcomes, I think some more work there. I do not have any specific recommendations for you at this moment, but we have listed, the state board will annually identify its rules and policies for review. We do that already, and that's okay. So we're calling it out here but I think there's probably some other annual outcomes we should put here. And I'll get back to you.
Yes, would appreciate
Thank you.
additional
Thank
thoughts on
you.
that.
Sure. Anybody else?
Okay. So what happens next? I've broken out our next steps to include those that are for staff and then next steps for you all as board members. So our staff will work on incorporating this feedback in that you all provided. We'll work with our internal teams to set 2022-23 action plans based on our annual outcomes that we're driving towards and engage additional stakeholders for feedback. And then plan to bring the master plan to you on first and final reading in October. And we're also considering a rebranding of the master plan, which is actually an idea that comes from Nate Morrow. He was thinking about, is there a way to visually synthesize and represent what's in our master plan, one that can be easily shared and revisited? So we're going to start to think on this idea too. In terms of your next steps, your task is to talk about our strategic goals with stakeholders and to look for alignment and proposals made to the board. So if it's not clear on how what's being proposed aligns to us achieving these goals, then to ask about it. I heard from several of you that we should keep our master plan at the forefront of our conversations by asking questions when we need to, and that will help to move us each step forward towards achieving our annual outcomes and ultimately these strategic goals. So thank you all so much for your additional time today. I know we went over quite a bit, but any final questions, thoughts for this moment?
Any other questions or comments?
Just a comment, great job, Ally, working with each board member and synthesizing it. I think you did an outstanding job. Thank you.
I wholeheartedly agree. Any other questions or comments?
Same.
Ditto, 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 I'm sure. Great, thank you. Thanks so
you.
much. We're not done. I know there are people who are eager for us to be done, including some of the members. Todd and Candace for licensure actions. Oh.
Good afternoon, members. Todd Madison, staff attorney for the board, joined by my fellow staff attorneys, Candace Carter and Alex Anderson. We'll be presenting for you for approval the recommendations for licensure discipline. At this time, we'll take any clarifying questions and note any items for further discussion.
Are there any licensure questions? There are no questions for you. How about that? You did such a great job putting everything together and no questions. That's a good sign. Very good. Thank you.
Just a comment.
Thank you all so much.
Just a comment, Madam Chair.
Yes,
I just
Mr.
want to say,
Molnar.
I'll bring this up at the meeting tomorrow, but just in going through the material, I want to say that I really appreciate how thorough your team is in investigating these different matters. I saw a number of email exchanges and just people really doing a great job of making sure that we weren't being, that the staff was and the board are fully informed and being very deliberate and not making important decisions haphazardly. I think you just did an excellent job of it. So I'll mention that tomorrow during the meeting as well.
Thanks.
Very good. Thank you.
And also just continuing to work through the consistency from, the past to now, how we handle cases. That adds credibility to what we do.
Great work. Thank you. Okay. Are there any final discussions before we adjourn? Obviously, it's been a very full day. I don't need to, I think Mr. James, did you say something? Or is that Mr. Jensen? Please proceed.
Madam Chair,
Yes, please go ahead, Larry.
I just want to tell or note that Ms. Gappy, her efforts on the strategic plan, I just admired the way she did it and just wanted to make a note of that in this meeting. Thank you.
Excellent, and thank you so much for joining us remotely under the conditions that you are operating in. We do hope that you get well very soon and will be back with us, but thank you for your comments.
Thank
Any
you
o-
very much.
Thank you. Any other
Madam Chair?
comments? Yes,
Ju-
Mr.
Just,
James.
first of all, want to thank the Senate for the use of this room. They're okay with us leaving materials here for tomorrow, but no trash or anything like that. And also, Ally's on my team, and I think she did a tremendous service to the board to get each of the members separately and get some very candid feedback. It's a very, very healthy thing. And, just because everybody's mentally zapped a little bit, it doesn't mean the work wasn't appreciated. It was pretty tremendous work, so.
I'm so glad you said that, because I know probably exhaustion is setting in for some folks, and we certainly did not want to take away from the great work that you did, Alex. So thank you so much again. Hearing no other conversations, I'm going to call for adjournment by first saying the purpose of the committee of the whole having been fulfilled, therefore I declare the board is adjourned. So thank you all very much. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow.